Chapter 13:13. Boom! When everybody thought that Ling Zhao's slender arm was going to be smashed into a pulp by this 10,000-pound meteor hammer, they heard an earth-shaking explosion. They saw the meteor hammer shatter into pieces in just a blink of an eye. Wang Leiyuan was blown away by the powerful counterforce. His god body pounded on the thick wall. He vomited blood. Lan Jing, Zhou Zijia, and Lai Hongying gawked at this scene. Their hearts were pounding like a stormy sea. Yin Yu, standing next to Ling Xiao, also sighed with emotion. Brother Ling is so abnormal. Even the other Kim people don't have such a formidable body like him. Ling Xiao didn't stop there. When the others didn't notice his movement, he had come to Wang Leiyuan. One of his knees aimed at Wang Leiyuan's lower abdomen. PFFF. Wang Leiyuan spurted a mouthful of blood, which almost splashed on Ling Xiao's body. Spare my life. Wang Leiyuan looked at Ling Xiao and begged. Ling Xiao answered faintly, sure. Submit to me now. As soon as he finished, the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop flashed. Many soul-locking curses swarmed into Wang Leiyuan's sea of consciousness like a rising tide. At first, Wang Leiyuan was scared out of his wits by Ling Xiao's swift and decisive actions. His mind was in a state of panic. After Ling Xiao's soul-locking curses had been enhanced by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, they had stormed into Wang Leiyuan's sea of consciousness and locked his god soul shortly after. Ling Xiao's god soul was at the half-incipient god realm, and his soul power had been enhanced. It wasn't a problem to subdue Wang Leiyuan at this moment. Wang Leiyuan's face became ferocious. His god soul struggled for a while, and then became sluggish. Right after that, Ling Xiao released him. Then, Wang Leiyuan did something that made people's jaws drop. He actually knelt down on one knee towards Ling Xiao and said, Thank you for not killing me, master. Ling Xiao responded softly, Get up, let's recover first. Wang Leiyuan still stood up and immediately took out a medicinal pill to repair his body. However, he still stood respectfully behind Ling Xiao, not daring to do anything inappropriate. Wang Leiyuan, what are you doing? Blue Whale shouted at Wang Leiyuan in dissatisfaction. Zhou Zijia also scolded from the side. Wang Leiyuan, I didn't expect you to be a coward. Bah, I'll kill you, you bastard. The two of them and Wang Leiyuan were old friends. They had met each other after arriving here, so they had decided to go through the challenge together. However, the two friends who had called each other brothers had turned into cowards. Not only did they kneel to the other, but they also called him master. They couldn't accept this fact. Yin Yu and Lai Hongying were also astounded. They didn't think that Ling Xiao could be that overbearing. He had subdued a peak god king in just 2 or 3 moves. Even a half-incipient god realm expert wasn't as intimidating as him. Do you have a lot of guts? Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure flashed again. Blue Whale screamed in fear. Zijia, be careful. We'll kill him together. Blue Whale's body sparkled like waves of defense. The divine saber shadows in his hands spun unceasingly, slashing towards Ling Xiao's aura. Zhou Zijia also recognized that the kid they had underestimated the most was their most dangerous enemy. His divine sword danced and attacked Ling Xiao's shadow unceasingly. Ling Xiao's shadow was like a ghost. However, this ancient palace wasn't spacious. When the two of them attacked with all of their powers, they immediately blocked Ling Xiao's way out. He couldn't dodge. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to run away. He just wanted to get closer to the two. Roar. Before their attacks could reach him, Ling Xiao's dragon roar sound wave had already attacked them. The two of them couldn't react fast enough. Their eardrums exploded. Their blood was running wild, and their internal organs were bleeding. However, their attacks were still aimed at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao simply ignored their attacks. He directly blasted out a torrential fist intent and dispersed their power. His figure landed in front of them and mercilessly punched them, sending them flying. Ling Xiao's attacks came wave after wave. He didn't give them a chance to breathe. They were beaten to a pulp. Ling Xiao stepped on Blue Whale in the air, and the soul lock curse immediately rushed out of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop. At this time, Zhou Zijie still had a lot of consciousness. His face was full of panic. He dragged his seriously injured body out of the ancient palace. He knew that he had met a tough opponent this time. The opponent's speed was too fast. They didn't even have the strength to resist. They were beaten to the point where they couldn't tell north from south. The strength they were so proud of was actually so fragile in the eyes of others. However, Zhou Zijie hadn't escaped a few steps. Yanyu had already blocked in front of him. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. My brother hasn't spoken yet. How could Zhou Zijie be entangled with Yanyu? He risked his old life and blasted out a move with all his strength. He wanted to force Yanyu to escape as soon as possible. Zhou Zijie was a peak divine king. Yanyu had to spend some effort to take him down. Moreover, Zhou Zijie was risking his life now. His strength was even more terrifying. Yanyu frowned. He resisted with all his strength and forcefully received Zhou Zijie's strong move. He absolutely couldn't let Zhou Zijie escape. Sure enough, after Ling Xiao finished dealing with Blue Whale, he quickly rushed over from behind. Wind God kick directly knocked Zhou Zijie to the ground. Zhou Zijie soon fell into the same fate as Wang Leiyuan and Blue Whale. Looking at the three peak divine kings who were like attendants, Lai Hongying felt goosebumps. She was afraid that she would follow in their footsteps. Yanyu admired Ling Xiao more and more in his heart. He made up his mind to keep in touch with Ling Xiao in the future no matter what. He absolutely couldn't cut off this relationship. Little brother, the divine item on top belongs to you now. Yanyu said enviously. If he had Ling Xiao's strength, he could completely move unhindered in this place. And the name of Sun Jin of Goguryeo would definitely have a place for him. Lai Hongying didn't dare to make a sound now. She only hoped that she could get out of here safely. She really didn't expect this young man to be so abnormal. She couldn't be convinced even if she wanted to. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. Then, he looked at Lai Hongying. What do you want? I'm from the Blazing Flame Merchants. Lai Wudi is my biological older brother. Lai Hongying said weakly. She took a step back and was already prepared to break out of the encirclement at any time. Right now, she couldn't care less. She could only bring up her older brother's name. Hopefully, it would be able to intimidate the two people in front of her. Suddenly, the young man who was looking at her revealed an amiable smile. It was completely different from his previous cold and murderous appearance. Lai Hongying's heart jumped slightly. She thought to herself, could it be that this guy has taken a fancy to me? Thinking of this, her face inexplicably flushed. Lai Hongying was Lai Wudi's biological younger sister. She had an enchanting appearance and a back that no one else could compare to. The number of people who pursued her was innumerable. However, her standards were also extremely high. Ordinary people couldn't enter her eyes. She had once sworn that she would definitely find an outstanding man like her brother, who had the name of Sunjin of Goguryeo, as her husband. However, those who became the Sunjin of Goguryeo were all old monsters. Every single one of them was already old. There weren't many who were young and handsome. This made her very distressed. But with the strength this young man had displayed, there was definitely a place for him in the name of Sunjin of Goguryeo. Furthermore, he was so handsome that she had a good impression of him. However, she was afraid that this person was a vicious and merciless person. If that was the case, she would be in deep trouble. Just as Lai Hongying's thoughts were running wild, Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards her and smiled. Miss Lai, we're family, but we don't know each other. Actually, I'm also from the Blazing Flame Merchants. As he said this, he took out a token and showed it to Lai Hongying. Lai Hongying was a little dumbfounded. She had never heard of such a young genius in the Merchant Alliance. Moreover, she knew every single one of the 20 or so people from the Blazing Flame Merchants who had come with them. Don't you dare lie to me. If you're from the Merchant Alliance, why don't I know you? Lai Hongying stared at Ling Xiao with vigilance. Ling Xiao smiled and explained, to be honest, the time I've spent in the Merchant Alliance can be counted on one hand, and I'm only a guest elder. It's natural that you don't know of my existence. However, I'm good friend with Ryu. My name is Ling Xiao, and I'm currently an elder of the Dragon Gate. You're Ling Xiao? After Lai Hongying heard this, She almost cried out in surprise. Ling Xiao was shocked by Lai Hongying's reaction. He immediately nodded and said, "I'm the real deal." No wonder, no wonder. Lai Hongying's beautiful eyes emitted an indescribable expression as she constantly sized up Ling Xiao and muttered. Ling Xiao was a little scared by her stare. He lightly touched the bridge of his nose and said, "No wonder what? No wonder that little girl Ruyu keeps thinking about you." Lai Hongying blurted out, "How is Ruyu?" Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He had already sent people to inform Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing after coming out of the chaotic burial space. He didn't have time to go and greet them. Of course she's not good. She keeps telling me that there's a heartless bastard who doesn't even go see her and doesn't care about her. Who knows how many tears that girl has shed? Lai Hongying said very straightforwardly. Back then, when she found out that her niece had a sweetheart, she kept asking to see which faction's hero her niece had fallen for. At that time, she even tried to persuade her niece to think thrice before acting. She told her to find a famous Sinjin of Goguryeo in the Sky Dragon domain. Only then would she look impressive. She must not find a man who looked good but was useless. Now that she saw Ling Xiao, she realized that her niece's taste was the same as hers. She really knew how to pick a man. Such a good man has been picked by that girl. Am I destined to be alone for the rest of my life? Lai Hongying lamented in her heart. Chapter 13-14. Although Lai Hongying's first impression of Ling Xiao was very good, it was impossible for her to start a war with her own niece over a man. Moreover, she couldn't say that she loved Ling Xiao. It was just that he had met her test criteria. On the other hand, Yin kept looking at Lai Hongying, his tiger-like eyes filled with tenderness and infatuation. He had dominated the ancient mountains for many years, until he became the king of mercenaries and dominated many mercenary groups. The number of women he had slept with was uncountable. However, it was rare to see a woman as sexy, enchanting, beautiful, and noble as Lai Hongying. This made him feel like a horse trainer who had encountered a fierce horse, and he had an urge to immediately subdue her. However, although he was tempted, he didn't dare to act. She was the younger sister of the leader of the Blazing Flame Merchants, and he was only a mercenary leader. How could he compare to a force that surpassed ranks? They were not of the same social status. He came from a lowly background, and in front of these large forces, he more or less felt inferior in his heart. Ling Xiao didn't want to be entangled with Lai Hongying in other aspects, so he immediately changed the topic and said, "You discovered this place, so you should be the one to take the treasures here." Lai Hongying didn't stand on ceremony with Ling Xiao, of course. She paused for a moment and said, "However, we're all on the same side, so you should see if there's anything suitable for you. Pick one too." Although Lai Hongying had her own status, she also knew that the three people just now were all settled by Ling Xiao. It was already good enough for her to get a share of the spoils. How could she monopolize it for herself? Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, "I don't need it. How about, Big Brother Yin, you go see if there's anything suitable for you. If there is, then pick one. The rest will be left for Miss Lai." "No, no need. They'll all be given to Miss Lai. She was the one who found them." Yin stuttered a little. When he saw Lai Hongying looking at him, his old face actually turned red, and he quickly turned his face away. "I asked you to pick, so just pick. You're a man, yet you're so wishy-washy. You might as well be a woman." Lai Hongying's temperament was a straightforward person. She spoke very bluntly to Yin Yu, and then she said to Ling Xiao, "You're not bad, brat, but don't call me miss in the future. You should call me auntie. That girl in my family won't marry anyone but you." Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly, not daring to continue the conversation. Yin Yu was scolded by Lai Hongying, and his face lost all light. He wanted to say a few more words, but Lai Hongying fired at him again and said, "Are you a man or not? I asked you to pick a divine item, and you don't want it? Do you feel embarrassed in front of me? Look at you. If Ling Xiao asks you to take it, just take it. I despise men like you who have the heart, but no guts." Suddenly, Yin Yu felt extremely ashamed. He was the dignified king of mercenaries. He did things straightforwardly and decisively. He was a dignified man who killed without hesitation. But now, he was being said to be so unbearable. He wanted to die. Okay, I'll pick. Yin Yu clenched his teeth and patted his chest. It's too late to pick now. These are all mine. Lai Hongying rolled her eyes at him and said. Yin Yu wanted to cry. This woman was being unreasonable. Ling Xiao was too lazy to get entangled in these matters. He immediately said that, Annie, do you want to go with us to the ancient monument? Lai Hongying spent some time to put away the divine items, and then said bluntly, Of course, you're my Ruyu's man. You're naturally obliged to be my Annie's guard. Lai Hongying was really a person who was not polite. She didn't seem to be worried that Ling Xiao would fall out with her. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's temper was still passable to people he knew. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to pay attention to her. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. There were only 5 more days until the end of the conferred god altar. Before that, they definitely had to completely fill up the position of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. All the godly kings were trying their best to break through the 6th trial. How could they have the time to spend on those divine items? As long as they could pass through this trial and obtain the name of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, it was more important than anything else. Nearly 10,000 godly kings had entered this place. However, less than 1,000 of them could reach the 6th trial. Of these 1,000 people, less than half of them wanted to pass through the sacred beasts. Most of them fell into the stomachs of the sacred beasts, while the rest died at the hands of other opponents. In short, the battle for the position of the Sinjin of Goguryeo could be described as a mountain of corpses. Everyone who wanted to fight for this position had to disregard life and death. With Yin Yu and Lai Hongying by Ling Zhao's side, they found 2 ancient palaces but didn't find anything. Then, they directly went to the ancient stele. The ancient stele was located in the center of this space. Around it, there were many divine altars emitting dazzling divine light. The divine altars that already had illusions had golden names hovering above them. They represented the existence and ranking of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. The altar closest to the ancient stele was the Sinjin of Goguryeo, who was ranked first. His name was Huahuayu. He had been in this position for almost 50,000 years. Normally, the person ranked first was the king of the god kings. He was the strongest existence under the incipient god realm. He had the highest honor. However, not many people respected the name Huahuayu anymore. Instead, they thought that he had insulted the position of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Why did they say that? It was because the people who could become the Sinjin of Goguryeo were all the strongest peak god kings in this sky dragon territory. And the Sinjin of Goguryeo, who could be ranked first, was an outstanding warrior with amazing fighting competence. Normally, the Sinjin of Goguryeo, who could enter the top 100, were all geniuses. They had reached the peak god king realm. They were just one step away from the great master realm. Thus, many of the Sinjin of Goguryeo who entered the top 100 didn't stay in that position for a long time. Soon, they broke through to the half-incipient god realm or the great master realm. Then, they would give up their original position to someone else. However, Huahuayu was called the #1 expert under the great master realm. At that time, people thought that he was the most qualified and the fastest person to enter the great master realm. However, 50,000 years had passed since he had entered the ranking. His throne of the Sinjin of Goguryeo hadn't been shaken. He looked glorious, but in fact, people looked down on him. In the past, anyone who could enter the top 100 god altars could enter the great master realm at the fastest speed. If it was fast, it would take hundreds of years. If it was slow, it would take thousands of years. An existence like Huahuayu was really rare. However, after Huahuayu fought with Zhuo Swordsman, who was ranked 2nd at that time, and killed Zhuo Swordsman, he disappeared from the Sky Dragon territory. No one knew where he went. Some people thought that he was cultivating in seclusion, hoping to step on the path to the great master realm. Some said that he had gone to other areas to find a sudden opportunity. Some even said that he was trapped in a dangerous place and couldn't get out for the time being. None of the rumors were proven. However, he was still alive in this world. That was for sure. Now, the second place was Zhuo Swordsman's younger brother, Zhuo Jinquang. He was a madman who claimed to be born for the sword and live for the sword. He had challenged 588 divine kings without losing a single one. In order to avenge his brother, he stepped on the corpses of many divine kings to reach the second place on the 1,000 gods list, just to fight Huahuayu. Zhuo Swordsman and Zhuo Jinquang were the personal disciples of the famous one-armed elder, who was on the great master ranking in the Sky Dragon territory. Both of them received the teachings of the one-armed elder and were famous in the Sky Dragon territory. It was a pity that Zhuo Swordsman died in Huahuayu's hands. Otherwise, the two brothers would have occupied the top 2 positions in the Sinjin of Goguryeo. As for the third place, he belonged to the Dragon Gate. He was Lei Chunpeng, who had the title of Thunder God. Lei Chunpeng was a late bloomer. Back then, he was born in a very remote village. No one knew that he had the Thunder God's body. Without many cultivation resources, he barely reached the earthly sovereign realm by relying on ordinary cultivation techniques. At that time, he was already more than 300 years old. For many experts, this age was already past the optimal cultivation period. However, he only had the strength of an earthly sovereign realm. In the heaven domain, he was simply a commoner. Fortunately, he met an elder of the divine physique faction of the Dragon Gate. He brought him back to the Dragon Gate and was fortunate enough to become the disciple of a supreme martial artist. That was how he began his rise. Today, the divine physique faction of the Dragon Gate was so arrogant. It was not unrelated to Lei Chunpeng occupying the top 3 positions in the Sinjin of Goguryeo. The 4th and 5th places were also from the Dragon Gate. However, they were Kim people's men. The master of the Dragon Gate, Ling Chun, was ranked 7th. The 10th place was also from the Dragon Gate. 5 of the top 10 in the Sinjin of Goguryeo were from the Dragon Gate. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the Dragon Gate was. The 6th place was occupied by Qiao Feng, whom Ling Xiao had met before. His dragon-subduing palm had shaken the entire Sky Dragon domain. The 8th place was occupied by the current master of the sword cleansing manner, Zhuang Bufan. It could be said that he had already merged with his divine weapon. He was the sword, and the sword was his supreme sword principle. The 9th place was occupied by Ying Su from the Dark Shadow clan. The 10th place was occupied by Tian Lang from the Werewolf clan. The 11th place was occupied by the Godly Axe gang. The higher one's rank was, besides representing the stronger fighting competence, it also represented the glory of the individual, sect, or family. However, it didn't mean who could break through to the supremacy realm faster. There were many Sinjin of Goguryeo who were ranked after several hundred, but they had the chance to break through to the supremacy realm before the Sinjin of Goguryeo. It varied from person to person. After all, not every Sinjin of Goguryeo wanted to stay in this position forever. Many of them hoped to surpass their original position and aspire to the supremacy list. Ling Fei of the Dragon Gate was an example. He was ranked around 50 in the Sinjin of Goguryeo, but he had broken through to the half-incipient God realm before Ling Chun, who was in the top 10. Although it was just half a step, it represented that he had surpassed the name of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Even so, those who had been on the supremacy list would leave their names on the ancient stele of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. They were the outstanding God Kings of an era. Thus, many God Kings wanted to compete for the supremacy list and leave their names on the ancient stele forever. Today, the investiture God altar, which opened once every 100 years, was here again. Many God Kings had crossed the challenge to reach the investiture God altar. They were just half a step away from the supremacy realm. It was another exciting moment to witness glory and history. Chapter 13-15. In the Sinjin of Goguryeo ranking, no matter which rank was lost, the next rank would immediately replace it. 100 years ago, 43 people on the 1,000 God King board had either broken through to the next realm or died mysteriously. In the end, The 957th to 1000th place was left for the god kings of this year's investiture of the gods to fight over. In other words, whoever obtained the 957th place would be the champion of the new generation of King Qian on the investiture of the gods. In the future, if these 43 people wanted to compete for a higher rank, they could challenge the Sinjin of Goguryeo, who was ranked higher than them. Only by defeating them would their ranking change. Now, more than 300 people had rushed to the front of this ancient monument, and they were only a step away from the divine soul position. Who could finally sit on the divine altar? This was the 7th level, and it was also the most dangerous and intense level. It was destined that the blood of many top godly kings would be spilled on this open land, and this would be the achievement of the unparalleled prestige of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Ji Tianfeng, Ling Feiwu, Barter, Su Imo, Zhang Xiaoyu, Zhuang Wenqi, Bai Mushi, Lai Yin, all the geniuses that were scheduled to become the Sinjin of Goguryeo had already arrived. Each of them guarded a direction, quietly waiting for the divine seal altar's restrictions to disperse. Generally, the restrictions would disperse in the last 3 days. At that time, they could fight for the altars, and whoever could guard the altar the most would be able to sit on the divine throne. When Ling Zhao's group of 6 arrived, they immediately received scorching and hostile gazes. In this situation where there were too many monks and not enough gruel, everyone hoped that the fewer people who came here, the better. This also proved that their chances were greater. If Ling Zhao's group didn't need to search for the divine objects here, they would have already come here. "Shower, is that you?" Just as Ling Xiao landed, a voice sounded from not far away. Ling Xiao looked over and was immediately overjoyed. He exclaimed, "Father-in-law, you're here too." He really didn't expect that the person who called out to him was actually Euro Fei's adoptive father, also his father-in-law, Mad Monk. Now, the Mad Monk had also advanced from a high-level God King to a peak God King in one go. He must have obtained quite a lot of fortuitous encounters in the Snake Cave back then. Sitting on him was a ferocious tongue serpent king. The tongue snake was a kind of high-level sacred beast that could be compared to a divine beast. It was said that it had already gone extinct in ancient times. No one expected that Mad Monk would actually obtain one. This was a kind of ancient sacred beast, and the power of its bloodline was not inferior to that of a divine beast. It had the powerful divine might to command thousands of snakes. And in front of him was a light attribute tongue serpent king. It was a high-level 10th order tongue serpent king. Its snake head was constantly swaying, and its snake tongue was constantly flicking. Its fangs were extremely fierce, and its body was covered with glistening white scales. Ling Xiao didn't expect that in just 10 years, the Mad Monk had actually subdued such an ancient sacred beast. It was unknown which ancient mountain range he found in. With the help of this tongue serpent, in addition to his phaseless divine art, he would definitely have a place in the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo's name. However, Ling Xiao glanced around. Every God King's mount that could arrive here was not ordinary. The final battle would definitely be very bitter. Haha, it's really you, brat. I know that you didn't die after entering the chaotic burial space, but I didn't expect that you, brat, are even more formidable than your master. To actually come out so quickly, I didn't even know. Mad Monk went forward and patted Ling Zhao's shoulder as he laughed loudly. Mad Monk was rather satisfied with this son-in-law of his, Ling Xiao. Not only was he outstanding in cultivating Tenbin, but he also had alchemy skills. Truly not what the average person could compare to. After parting more than a decade ago, Mad Monk relied on the fortuitous encounter he obtained in the Snake Justice Sect Snake Cave to advance his strength by leaps and bounds, reaching peak Divine King in one fell swoop from high-level Divine King. He felt that his improvement was already rather fast. But seeing Ling Xiao now, he discovered that his advancement speed really could not be compared to Ling Xiao at all. Remembering that Ling Xiao was merely low-level Divine King strength back then. But now he crossed 2 ranks and reached high-level Divine King strength in a row. This was truly too freakish, right? Fortunately, Ling Xiao was his son-in-law. If it was any other young man, he would definitely go crazy with jealousy. He, father-in-law, my master also came out from the chaotic burial space with me. He should be here soon, Ling Xiao said with a smile. The demonic Tharch also came out? Good, good. This time, I can really determine the winner between him and me. I hope he can really make it here. Mad Monk's eyes became incomparably fervent as he said, Mad Monk, the demonic Tharch, Blade Tyrant, and Sword Maniac were the four legendary figures of the Xianling continent. They were also lifelong enemies, and the outcome of their battle had yet to be determined. Master will definitely be able to make it here, Ling Xiao replied. Then, he introduced Yin Yu and Lai Hongying to Mad Monk. Yin Yu and Lai Hongying heard the conversation between Ling Xiao and Mad Monk, and their hearts were filled with incomparable shock. They did not expect that Ling Xiao had actually entered one of the 8 great forbidden grounds, the chaotic burial space, and even walked out of it alive. The two of them looked at Ling Xiao with awe and respect in their eyes. Anyone who could walk out of the forbidden grounds was definitely a formidable person. They had also witnessed Ling Xiao's terrifying means. It was definitely not a coincidence that he was able to walk out of there alive. However, after listening to Ling Xiao's introduction, they also got to know Mad Monk, the divine king who had once made it onto the god-slaughtering list. If it was said that Mad Monk did not even enter their eyes in the past, then now that Mad Monk had the strength to challenge the Sinjin of Goguryeo, they also began to take Mad Monk seriously. After Lai Hongying greeted Mad Monk, she prepared to go over to her companions from the Blazing Flame Merchants. Before she left, she did not forget to say to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, when we are fighting over the Sinjin of Goguryeo, I hope that you can go easy on us. Look at what you're saying. It's fine as long as the people from the Merchant Alliance don't come and provoke me, Ling Xiao replied. Lai Hongying nodded and separated from Ling Xiao. Beside Ling Xiao, Yin Yu's eyes revealed a strong reluctance to part. Even Ling Xiao could see that he was infatuated with Lai Hongying. Ling Xiao patted Yin Yu's shoulder and said, Old brother Yin, if you want to chase after a woman, you need to bring out your forthright energy. Don't let a woman look down on you. Otherwise, why would she follow you? Yin Yu smiled embarrassedly and said, I'm just taking a look. She's pretty. He also wanted to chase after her, but the problem was that their statuses were too far apart. Ling Xiao encouraged, Big brother Yin, as long as you obtain the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo, it's only a matter of time before you return the beauty. If you really can't do it, I can be a matchmaker. Alliance leader Lai and I can be considered old acquaintances. I believe that she will give me some face. Haha, with these words from you, I can rest assured. When I obtain the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo, I will definitely chase after that woman. Yin Yu regained his confidence and patted his chest as he laughed heartily. No matter what, he was still the leader of hundreds of thousands of mercenaries. If he also obtained the title of Sinjin of Goguryeo, he believed that the Blazing Flame Merchants would not look down on him, right? Moreover, Ling Xiao was speaking up for him, so he should at least have some confidence. At this time, the people from Dragon Gate also rushed towards Ling Xiao's direction. You must be Ling Xiao's great-uncle, right? Ling Feiwu led the 8 people to greet Ling Xiao. Their group had a total of 20 people, and half of them had yet to arrive. Perhaps they would arrive later, or perhaps some of them had already lost their lives on the way. I am Ling Xiao, and you are? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Feiwu in surprise and asked. He could feel the closeness of Ling Feiwu's bloodline with his, and he also recognized the few people behind Ling Feiwu. They were people he had met in the clan's territory, and from the way he addressed him, they were definitely Kim people's people. My name is Ling Feiwu, and Ling Gang is my uncle. He specifically told me that Great Uncle Ling Xiao is also here to participate in the battle for Sinjin of Goguryeo, so he specifically told me to pay attention to you. Ling Feiwu replied. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, I see. It's very good that all of you were able to make it here. I hope that all of you can ascend the altar and raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate. Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, another voice sounded from another direction. Divine Master Ling is right. The majority of the seats for Sinjin of Goguryeo should belong to our Dragon Gate. The person who had arrived was Ji Tianfang, and there were 12 people behind him. This lineup was stronger than Ling Feiwu's side. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked over. There were a few people he had some impression of, but he wasn't too familiar with. Ling Feiwu immediately explained on Ling Xiao's behalf. Great Uncle Ling Xiao, this is junior brother Ji Tianfang. You should have heard of him, right? Ji Tianfang and Ling Feiwu were the Dragon Gate's most optimistic candidates for the Sinjin of Goguryeo. The two of them already possessed the strength to fight against the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Their reputations within the Dragon Gate weren't small, so Ling Xiao had naturally heard of them. He also knew that Ji Tianfang belonged to the Divine Physique faction and was an old enemy of Ling Feiwu. So it's Elder Ji. With you guys here, our Dragon Gate will return with glory this time, Ling Xiao said in a hoarse voice. In terms of age, these people in front of him could leave him several hundred times behind. But in terms of status, Ling Xiao was even more distinguished than them. He was a divine alchemist and a high-level elder. He had the qualifications to participate in the Elders' Council, while Ji Tianfang and Ling Feiwu didn't have this qualification yet. Hence, it wasn't unreasonable for Ling Xiao to speak with such a tone. But Ji Tianfang, this kind of monstrous-level figure, was already a famous divine king powerhouse long ago. Even when he obtained the position of elder, Ling Xiao wasn't even born yet. Now, they actually ran over his head to show off their might. He immediately became unhappy in his heart. However, he wouldn't cause an internal disturbance in front of so many people. This was the unanimous thought of everyone in the Dragon Gate. Divine Master Ling is right. I've long heard that the Divine Alchemist already defeated the new generation Divine King in the sect long ago. Furthermore, he even slapped Elder He Gong in the face. Presumably, the position of the champion this time will definitely be yours, Divine Master Ling. Ji Tianfang said with a taboo tone. In reality, looking at his expression, there was a casual and disdainful expression. It was obvious that he was just joking. Ling Xiao had long known that the people from the Divine Physique faction would never be willing to be suppressed. It seemed like this Ji Tianfang also wanted to wrestle with him here. Don't worry. The position of the champion won't run away. It's mine, Ling Xiao said calmly. Chapter 1316. Ji Qianqi's words were meant to elevate Ling Xiao's status. With a tyrannical tone, it was obvious that he wanted Ling Xiao to know his place and modestly decline. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao climbed up his pole and accepted it. Ji Qianqi and the people behind him couldn't help but laugh, and some of them even dared to ridicule him. Haha, Divine Master Ling is indeed a member of our Dragon Gate. His words are so domineering. Isn't that so? These words can definitely scare off many opponents. Junior Brother Ji has dominated our Dragon Gate for a long time. Even he doesn't dare to say such words, but Divine Master Ling has such confidence. We are greatly encouraged. That's right. The first altar position should be fought for by Divine Master Ling. I believe he won't let us down. At that time, we can also bask in some glory. Ling Feiwu and the others heard these people's sarcastic words and immediately wanted to fight. However, Ling Xiao stopped him with his eyes and said faintly, "Don't worry, everything will go as you wish." Then he looked at a middle-aged man behind Ji Tianfang and said, "This must be Elder Qing Shui, right? Saying that Elder He Gong's mountain peak will be temporarily under your control. This is truly worthy of celebration. Don't give the mountain peak to someone else." In the beginning, He Gong and Gong Sun Yang wanted to occupy Ling Xiao's mountain peak, but they were all defeated by Ling Xiao. Then, through the Elders Guild, he was expelled from the Dragon Gate and sent to other places to supervise affairs. Everyone in the Dragon Gate knew about this, and everyone was amazed that Ling Xiao was able to get rid of He Gong. The people of the Divine Body faction began to fear Ling Xiao's existence. Now that Ling Xiao mentioned this matter in front of these people, he wanted them to know that since I, Ling Xiao, have the ability to drive He Gong out of Dragon Gate, I also have the ability to drive you guys out. You better know your place. Thank you, Divine Master Ling. I will definitely wait until Elder Hegong returns. Qing Zhang's expression wasn't very good. That would be great, Ling Xiao replied. Then he added, don't crowd around me. Go and have a rest. When the time comes, I hope that all of you will receive the title of Senjin of Goguryeo. Ji Tianfeng retracted his faint smile and replied, I also wish Divine Teacher Ling victory. After saying that, he led his group to another place. Anyone could see that Ji Tianfeng's expression had already darkened, and his fiery eyes were already burning with raging flames. Brat, do you think that you are invincible just because you are in the limelight? I, Ji Tianfeng, will let you know who is the strongest divine king of Dragon Gate. Ji Tianfeng thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. There was only one day left before the time of the ascension. The evil emperor finally arrived. He looked to be in a very sorry state, and his expression was also extremely pale. It was obvious that he had escaped here after experiencing a narrow escape from death. Ling Xiao and Mad Monk immediately went to greet him. Master, what happened to you? Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Ling Xiao was aware of the evil emperor's strength. Compared to Yin Yu beside him, the evil emperor was stronger and not weaker. Yet, he had to rush through here in such a sorry state. This obviously shouldn't have happened. Damn it, I met a few strange fellows. I almost couldn't escape. The evil emperor scolded loudly. Following that, he saw Mad Monk at the side, raised his tiger-like eyes, and laughed. Ha! I was wondering who it was. So it's you, old bald donkey. I didn't expect to see you again. Good. Our battle can also come to an end. Old bald donkey? When Ling Xiao heard this title, he almost wanted to laugh out loud. However, this was indeed quite appropriate. Mad Monk was indeed a bald head, and he still had a few abstinences. Mad Monk was also unwilling to be outdone, and laughed. You old pervert! I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to still be alive and well. The heavens really don't have eyes. F***CK, old bald donkey. You're cursing this emperor, right? Come. This emperor will play with you, and let you know how powerful this emperor is. The evil emperor's face flushed red as he said, Who's afraid of who? Mad Monk also took a stance, looking like he was about to start a fight. Ling Xiao hurried between them and said, Master, father-in-law, don't be rash. Look at how anxious you are. I was just joking with the old bald donkey. He is not my match. The evil emperor laughed. You old pervert, I haven't seen you for many years, and your mouth is still so stinky. I really should have beaten you back to Xianling continent. Mad Monk said indignantly. Only now did Ling Xiao realize that the two seemed to be only bickering and did not have the slightest intention of fighting. He immediately thought in his heart, I've been a good person for nothing. He could see that the relationship between the two was indeed not ordinary. It was definitely that kind of feeling that seemed like enemies, like friends, but not friends. It should be the kind of feeling that was difficult to find an opponent. It should be that kind of feeling of mutual appreciation. Ling Xiao also did not want to say anything more. It should be the kind of feeling of old friends. It should be the kind of feeling that was difficult to find an opponent. It should be the kind of feeling of mutual appreciation. But it just so happened that some people did not know how to be tactful and came to disturb their reunion. Good fellow, you actually dare to steal our divine object. If you know what's good for you, quickly take it out and kowtow to this lord to apologize. Maybe I will let you go. A voice came from not far away and shouted. Immediately after, a few people riding mighty mutated holy beasts rushed towards the evil emperor's position. Old pervert, your trouble is coming. Do you want me to help you deal with it? Mad Monk asked the evil emperor. If you have the ability, then fight with them. These guys are very strange. They actually know how to hide their body and attack. It is impossible to guard against them. This emperor was almost killed by them. The evil emperor replied with a serious expression. Mad Monk understood the evil emperor. The people who could be said to be difficult to deal with by the evil emperor were naturally not weak. He frowned and said, Outsiders, we of Xianling continent, it is better for us to unite against outsiders. Then he said to Ling Xiao, Little Xiao, it sounds very similar to the secret technique of the Shadow Assassination Group. Ling Xiao nodded slightly and said, "They're from the Dark Shadow clan of the Ancient Clan. They have the Tenbin of invisibility, and most of them have the wind attribute. Their speed is very fast. You must be careful if there is no other way. Let me deal with them." Except for Ing Ao, the people of the Shadow Assassination Group were not the direct descendants of the Dark Shadow clan. They were just some collateral descendants. And these people in front of him were sent to compete for the ranking list of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. They were definitely the direct descendants. Their invisibility technique was definitely at the peak. Once they hid, not ordinary people would be able to detect them. Of course, Ling Xiao was not afraid of them. He was just reminding his master and father-in-law to be careful. That's all. These people came very fast. They arrived in the sky above Ling Xiao's group in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 8 people, 5 men and 3 women, all of them middle-aged, peak divine king strength. The evil emperor coldly snorted at these people. The divine items here are all ownerless. Whoever finds them first gets them. If you want to interfere, then show me what you're capable of. Do you think this emperor is afraid of you? Previously, the other party had many people, but he could still escape with his life. Now, with Mad Monk and Ling Xiao here, there was no need for him to be afraid of them. It seems that you won't accept a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you think that you can be confident with help? I'll tell you how to write the word death. The Dark Shadow clan's people shouted in fear, holding a divine spear and rushing towards the evil emperor. Just as the evil emperor was about to attack, Mad Monk shouted from the side, "Old pervert! You didn't even ride on your mount. You were also bullied by them. Wait for this old brother to take revenge for you." Then, Mad Monk rode Snake King Tongue and rushed towards the Dark Shadow clan's people. Ling Xiao also recognized this person from the Dark Shadow clan. He was Ing Ao's cousin, Ing Jian. Both Ing Ao and Ing Jian were relatively outstanding existences in the Dark Shadow clan. Their strength not bad. They already had the strength to attack the Sinjin of Goguryeo, and together with their secret invisibility technique, they really had the upper hand in a battle of the same realm. Moreover, they were of the wind attribute. This point alone was enough to give many people a headache. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ing Jian and Mad Monk's attacks immediately caused a big commotion. The evil emperor swallowed another divine pellet and cursed. "Damn it, this old bald donkey dares to steal this emperor's opponent. He will have another excuse to show off later." Then he raised the purple divine halberd and shouted, his body rushing towards the other Dark Shadow clan members. Everyone here was quietly waiting for the ascension of the altar to begin. However, it wasn't surprising that the battle had started earlier. Many people wanted to reduce their opponents. Moreover, if a few King God Realm experts fell in this battle, wouldn't they have fewer opponents when it came to the ascension of the altar? The Mad Monk was indeed worthy of being an old rival of the evil emperor. His powers were definitely not to be underestimated, especially after he had obtained the great fortune from the Snake Cave within the Snake Loyalty sect. His powers had grown even stronger, and he was able to fight Ing Jian to a standstill. And the evil emperor was fighting the other members of the Dark Shadow clan alone. This kind of courage wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. However, the evil emperor's Sky Thunder Beast was at intermediate level 10, so he couldn't use it. Now, he had to fight 1 against 7, and he also had to deal with the other party's Holy Beast. It was really strenuous, and he couldn't hold on for long. He just wanted to save his face. Although he had the fighting competence that surpassed the ordinary peak King God Realm experts, the Dark Shadow clan was the ancient clan. Their secret techniques were really hard to defend against. Moreover, their wind attribute speed had put them in an invincible position. It was impossible for the evil emperor to defeat them. Yin Yu, who was standing behind Ling Xiao, said, "Brother, your teacher's situation isn't good. Do you want to go and help him?" Ling Xiao chuckled. "No need. Wasn't it easy for him to help the evil emperor?" At this moment, the evil emperor was chasing after the Dark Shadow clansmen. His lightning power was so intimidating that the others didn't dare to come close. The Dark Shadow clansmen only fought with him. They all chose to attack the evil emperor from a distance. Their auras locked on the evil emperor. They wanted to join hands and smash him into pieces. Just as the evil emperor realized the danger, he heard 3 screams coming from a direction. The power of the seal weakened, and he seized the opportunity to rush over. The purple god halberd mercilessly smashing towards the heads of the 3 people. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 heads exploded into pieces in just a blink. Chapter 13:17. When the 3 Dark Shadow Warriors were killed in just a blink of an eye, the other 4 were frightened. They didn't understand why their comrades' attack would suddenly stop. At first, the evil emperor didn't understand the situation. However, when he saw Ling Xiao smile, he knew it was his disciple's doing. He knew that his disciple had a mysterious power that could attack the god soul of a king-god-king. When Ling Xiao had demonstrated it in front of him, he had gasped in amazement. As the Dark Shadow Warriors suddenly stopped attacking, he was sure that Ling Xiao had helped him discreetly. That stinky kid has left your teacher far behind, the evil emperor thought inwardly. As 3 out of the 7 warriors were gone, evil emperor's pressure was reduced. His god power of thunder was boosted. At the same time, he could use the unique evil king god technique of 5 different attributes. The other 4 warriors of the Dark Shadow clan were frightened. However, these 4 weren't bad. They hid in the void, which made the evil emperor lose his target and fall into a passive situation. When they reappeared, the evil emperor had to face a fierce attack aimed at his head. Although the evil emperor was strong, facing this storm-like attack, his hair stood on end. He didn't have enough time to dodge. Fortunately, Ling Xiao intervened at this moment. He used his peerless speed to pull the evil emperor away. Boom, boom, boom. After the 4 missed their attack, they disappeared in front of them again. Damn it, they're hiding so well. I can't find them. The evil emperor wielded the purple divine halberd in his hand, creating a lightning area around him to prevent the Dark Shadow Warriors from attacking him again. Teacher, don't worry. Their little tricks can't fool my eyes. Ling Xiao sneered. His green eyes glowed brightly. All the shadows hiding around were revealed. They continued to flicker in the surroundings. Their speed was extremely fast, and they were sneaking towards Ling Xiao and the evil emperor's vital points. The shadow secret technique is just SOSO in my eyes, Ling Xiao said faintly as he launched a soul power attack at the person closest to him. Ark, the warrior screeched. The evil emperor recognized him immediately. He pounced on him like a hungry tiger. His thunderous power smashed the warrior into pieces. The other 3 were frightened. One of them saw the dragon phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead. He screamed at the others. Quick, run. It's the descendant of the Soul clan with the demon hoop. What, it's really him. No wonder they were suddenly killed. The old patriarch said that if we saw this person, we must not fight him. Ghost Shadow's 7th uncle was killed by him. Another person exclaimed as he retreated. Ing Jianrun, it's that Soul clan member who's carrying the demonic hoop. Hurry up and run. Someone shouted at Ing Jian, who was fighting the mad monk. Ing Jianrun. Run. It's the descendant of the Soul clan with the demon clan. Of the Soul clan. 1 year ago, something big happened in Demon Soul City. Ing Feng, the city master and Ghost Shadow 7, a half-incipient god realm expert of their tribe, were killed. Through the investigation of their incipient god realm experts, they knew that the Soul Clan warrior had reappeared to take revenge on the Dark Shadow clan. They had told all the members of the Dark Shadow clan the features of that warrior. If they met this warrior, they couldn't fight him. They had to find a way to report to their old chief. It was because he had the competence to kill half-incipient god realm experts like them. Ordinary warriors couldn't deal with him. While Ing Jian was distracted, Mad Monk seized the opportunity to bombard him. Ing Jian had a top-grade armor, so he was not too injured. He glared in Ling Xiao's direction and immediately dove into space, using the opportunity to leave. Ling Xiao looked at the 3 of them and laughed coldly. How could I let you guys escape? With that, he unleashed a powerful soul power attack from the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. It split into 3 directions, and 3 golden dragon spears stab towards the 3 people who had escaped far away. 3 blood-curdling screams rang out in the distance as 3 figures fell from the sky. Ling Zhao's figure flashed, and he blasted their bodies into dust. Then, he took everything they had. When he wanted to turn around to find the warrior who had fought against his father-in-law, he found that the man was gone. There's one more fish that slipped through the net. Ling Xiao muttered worriedly. From the conversation of the Dark Shadow warriors, Ling Xiao knew that his identity had been exposed. If the Dark Shadow clan announced this to all the ancient clans in the Heaven Territory, he would become a rat on the street. The Soul Clan was a taboo in the Heaven Territory. No one dared to talk about this ancient clan. Ling Xiao didn't know when his identity had been discovered by others. However, he could also guess that what he did in Demon Soul City must have been discovered by someone else. Now, he just hoped that after the Sinjin of Goguryeo Ascension, he could find the Dark Shadow warrior and kill him. He didn't want to provoke the supreme expert of the Dark Shadow clan. If that happened, it would be big trouble. Little Xiao, what's wrong? The evil emperor noticed that Ling Xiao seemed to have something on his mind, so he asked, "It's nothing. I just consumed a little soul power." Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He wouldn't tell the evil emperor about this. It was his own business, so it was better for him to solve it himself. At this time, Mad Monk flew over and said, "That guy's hiding technique is really good, and he's really fast. I can't kill him. Look at you. You have so many wounds on your body, and you still want to capture him? It would be good if he didn't kill you." The evil emperor said, exposing his shortcomings. Indeed, in the battle just now, Mad Monk couldn't take advantage of Ying Jian's ping at all. Instead, he was injured in a few places. Mad Monk said with an ashen face, "You old pervert, this monk only stood up for you, yet you still hit me when I'm down. It would be strange if this monk paid attention to you next time." "Haha, old bald donkey, don't be angry. I'm just joking." The evil emperor laughed. Mad Monk ignored the evil emperor and said to Ling Xiao, "They are much stronger than the Shadow Assassin group. If I hadn't fought with them before, I would have easily fallen into their trap. Yes, in the future, when we meet such people, it's best to stay still and be careful," Ling Xiao replied softly. At this time, Ling Feiwu and the others also came over to ask about the situation. Of course, Ling Xiao only said a few perfunctory words to him and let it go. As for the people who had been watching their battle, they began to feel some fear towards Ling Xiao and the others. However, they were only a little afraid. After all, they all felt that the strength of those people who had been killed just now was too ordinary. A few of them had surrounded and killed one of them. Even though the other party was a lightning attribute god king, they shouldn't be strong to such an extent, right? After all, the peak divine kings who were able to rush here all had the qualifications to be proud, and they were confident that they were not weaker than the people present. A boundless divine light burst out from the ancient monument, and a multicolored light filled the entire space, making it extremely beautiful. Waves after waves of dense origin energy gathered within 10,000 miles of the ancient monument, causing all the god kings to feel extremely comfortable. Circles of profound energy continuously rippled above the ancient monument, and the 43 divine altars at the end of the formation started to dissipate, gradually appearing in front of everyone. Every divine altar was like a lotus divine treasure, emitting a mysterious luster and rippling with dazzling ripples. A noble and unadorned king's chi constantly floated, as if it was beckoning the many peak divine kings to quickly take their seats. Every divine altar was 10,000 miles away from each other, and the higher the divine altar, the higher the rank. In the last 3 days, it would finally be clear who these 43 limited deity positions would end up in. Today is finally here. The position of Sunjin of Goguryeo is mine. The Sunjin of Goguryeo that rises once every 100 years. Today, this old man will also shake the Sky Dragon territory. I've waited 10,000 years for this day. Whoever fights with me for the position, I will definitely bury them. The strong are the kings, and the losers are the bandits. Whoever wants to seize the deity position, use your own methods. Kill them all. Many divine kings who had already recovered to their peak state all carried their divine artifacts and rushed towards the divine altars on their saint beasts. Right now, they had all taken out their trump cards, swearing to take the deity position. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for a long time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As a series of earth-shattering, planet-destroying energies soared into the sky, and many of the weaker god kings immediately screamed in agony from the bombardment. Many saint beasts roared towards the sky, and their huge bodies filled the sky. It was as if they were covering the sun, and a storm was raging. Many monstrous figures no longer kept a low profile and made their move when it was time. The evil emperor and mad monk both revealed fanatical expressions. The evil emperor laughed and said, "Old bald donkey, this time, let's see who can obtain a higher ranking. Whoever wins, what do you think?" Hee. Old pervert's suggestion is not bad. You don't have the help of a saint beast, so you will definitely lose this time. Mad monk laughed and rode on the hand of the tongue snake. Holding the light staff in his hand, he shot toward one of the altars. Although I don't have a saint beast, it doesn't mean that I don't have a chance to win, the evil emperor said, then looked at Xianxia and said, "Shower, master is going." Then only a bolt of purple lightning was left in his place, and his figure was already on the direction of another altar. "Brother, don't be impatient. Go quickly. I wish you victory, and your name will be remembered for eternity." Xiao looked at Yu and smiled. Yu smiled and cupped his hands towards Xiao. "It's my honor to have met you, brother. If I don't die today, I will definitely become sworn brothers with you. I hope you won't look down on me for my humble origins." Yu smiled and cupped his hands towards Xiao. Yu spoke very seriously, and it was obvious that he wanted to make friends with Xiao. Xiao naturally would not refuse. He held Yu's hand and said, "There is no need to wait until today. You and I are good brothers." Good. To be able to become sworn brothers with such a rare genius like you. Brother, I am also proud. I believe that the position of the head of the Qian Divine King will definitely be yours. Yu laughed heartily and also chose a divine position to fly over. Chapter 13:18. The Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo was replenished with fresh blood once every 100 years. This time, the god altar was activated once again, and the wind and clouds appeared again. Divine blood flew everywhere, and the bones of divine kings were buried. The hundreds of divine kings around the ancient monument in the god-sealing altar did their best to kill their opponents and fight for the position of the god altar. The battles were intense, chaotic, bloody, and violent, especially at the top of the god altar, the 957th position. The battle was the most intense. Godly Axe Gang's Barter took the lead and wanted to take the god altar, but Sun Moon Sect's young son, Emperor Su Imo, wouldn't let him get what he wanted. The enmity between Godly Axe Gang and Sun Moon Sect was no secret. Aside from them, Sun Moon Sect's young Moon Empress Ran Qingqing, Sword Cleansing Manners Zhuang Wenqi, North Snow Alliances by Mushi, and the others were also eyeing the position covetously. They had already made their moves to kill the irrelevant people who wanted to get their hands on it. Xiao didn't have the time to care about these for the time being. He signaled the 3 people beside him to go over and help the evil emperor, Mad Monk, and Yu in secret. Lan Jing, Wang Leiyuan, and Zhou Zijie were all peak divine kings. They might not be particularly outstanding monstrous geniuses, but if they were to help others in the dark, they would definitely have an unexpected effect. Xiao looked at the exciting battle in front of him, and his blood started to boil. A dragon shadow slowly rose up behind him. Roar! A dragon roar rushed out from Xiao's mouth. It was like the roar of a real dragon, and its might shook the heaven and earth. Many divine kings and saint beasts felt dizzy from this terrifying sound wave. Xiao was like a dragon emerging from the sea, and he rushed up to the 9 heavens. His momentum was like thunder, and his imperial might was fully displayed. He directly rushed towards the 957th position, and those divine kings and saint beasts that were originally high up in the sky were all sent flying by Ling Zhao's momentum. Ling Zhao's figure was awe-inspiring as he elegantly looked around at the group of powerful peak divine kings and said faintly, "This altar is mine. You guys can find another spot." With that, his figure flashed, and he appeared behind the peak god king who was about to sneak up the altar. He kicked that person's buttocks, and that person's buttocks split open. Near the 957th altar, every single one of them was the strongest among the divine kings. Every single one of them was a proud and conceited existence. When they heard Ling Zhao's arrogant words, all of them were enraged. At the same time, they revealed raging smiles, and their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. It's already pretty good that a mere high-level god king can make it here. Yet he actually dares to spout such arrogant words. He really doesn't know his place. Divine Axe Gang's Barter snorted coldly. Sun Moon Zong Su Mo did not speak, but a cold snort came out of his nostrils. His meaning was clear. Cleansing Manners Zhuang Wenqi also opened his mouth and said, "Maybe he thinks that he is invincible and doesn't put us in his eyes. Where did this stinking brat come from? Hurry up and get down here, or else we'll make you die without a complete corpse." There's no need to talk so much nonsense with him. If each of us makes a move, it'll be enough to turn him into dregs. Why must you be so cruel? Why don't you let me capture him first? Among the many god kings in the vicinity, one of them rode a lightning leopard and charged towards Ling Zhao. This person was called Chun Tianlei, and he was a sect-protecting elder of a large faction. He possessed the power of lightning, and his lightning power had reached the pinnacle. Wherever he went, lightning would explode in all directions. The lightning sword in his hand pierced towards the center of Ling Zhao's brows. Before the sword force arrived, lightning had already exploded around Ling Zhao. There's a price to pay for being arrogant. Chun Tianlei shouted with a stern expression. Chun Tianlei might not be the strongest among these people, but his lightning power was the one that everyone feared the most. Everyone wanted to see the scene of Ling Zhao being cut down by Chun Tianlei's sword. However, in the end, things didn't go as they wished. Instead, they were all stunned by the situation. Ling Zhao did not fear the terrifying lightning power at all. He faced Chun Tianlei with his bare hands, and a golden dragon shot out from his palms towards Chun Tianlei. He deflected Chun Tianlei's lightning sword with one palm, while his other palm went straight for Chun Tianlei's chest. He forcefully sent Chun Tianlei flying from the lightning leopard before he could defend himself. Ling Zhao did not stop his attacks because of this. Instead, he ignored the lightning that the lightning leopard attracted and quickly chased after it, continuing to attack Chun Tianlei like a storm. His attacks were like the wind and lightning, and Chun Tianlei was unable to resist at all. Bang bang! Chun Tianlei was mercilessly beaten into minced meat by Ling Zhao like a sandbag. The divine armor on his body was forcefully cracked by Ling Zhao, and his divine body was a bloody mess. Damn it, go to hell. Chun Tianlei had already realized that he had met a ruthless person. He endured all the pain and injuries and shouted. He released all his divine power, drawing in bolts of purple lightning power, and used his consciousness to summon the lightning leopard to deal with Ling Zhao together with him. It immediately turned into an exploding sea of lightning, constantly exploding. Every single bolt of lightning could blast any peak god king to smithereens, forcing many god kings to retreat quite a distance. They all thought that even if Ling Zhao did not die this time, he would be heavily injured. All of them quietly waited for the result. Ling Zhao, who was in the middle of a minefield, naturally would not be as unbearable as they thought. He wanted to achieve the effect of intimidation, so he naturally could not be injured by the other party's counterattack. His soul power instantly attacked Chun Tianlei, causing Chun Tianlei's divine soul to be injured, and he screamed in pain. Then, with a cry of surprise, he used the descending dragon swings its tail and ruthlessly slapped Chun Tianlei's face. Bang! Chun Tianlei's face was directly smashed by Ling Zhao, and blood splattered everywhere. The lightning leopard and Chun Tianlei were originally one. Once Chun Tianlei died, the lightning leopard immediately lost its life. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony and kept all of Chun Tianlei's items and the lightning leopard's corpse. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone did not understand that Chun Tianlei, who could still counterattack just now, was actually taken care of so unbearably. However, they also started to take this kid seriously. He was actually a tough opponent. No wonder his tone was so arrogant. Who else is coming? Ling Xiao looked at the others and said indifferently, "You only killed one person. What's there to be arrogant about? Wait for me to kill you." Another peak stage divine king, riding a four-winged wind wolf, charged towards Ling Xiao. He did not face Ling Xiao directly. Instead, he let his four-winged wind wolf deal with Ling Xiao first. He wanted to test whether Ling Xiao had a 10th-tier holy beast to protect him. If not, his four-winged wind wolf was enough to deal with Ling Xiao. The four-winged wind wolf was as fast as lightning. That huge body did not seem to be affected at all. After a long howl, it arrived above Ling Xiao's head and bit down at him. Wind attribute holy beasts with speed were definitely abnormally hard to deal with. Moreover, it was also an extremely difficult task to escape from it. Everyone stared at Ling Xiao, waiting to see how he would deal with this four-winged wind wolf. Perhaps they could see if Ling Xiao really had the strength to make them feel apprehensive. Just as the four-winged wind wolf was about to bite down, Ling Xiao had already dodged to the side and reappeared above its head. In terms of speed, how could Ling Xiao lose to this four-winged wind wolf? What can a beast do to me? Ling Xiao roared in shock. His body fell heavily towards the four-winged wind wolf. Both his legs continued to pour powerful force into the four-winged wind wolf's head as he stomped down. "Oh, woo!" The four-winged wind wolf cried out in pain. Its body flew at top speed, trying to throw Ling Xiao off. Ling Xiao's body was as steady as Mount Tai. He concentrated his energy like a dragon and punched at the wolf's head with his fists. The owner of the four-winged wind wolf realized Ling Xiao's intention to kill. He quickly brandished his Aurora wind sword and stabbed at Ling Xiao. The sky was filled with sword shadows. Specks of cold light pierced through the layers of space and arrived in front of Ling Xiao's face. Ling Xiao praised this person in his heart. His attack is really fast. Ling Xiao could only give up the opportunity to kill the four-winged wind wolf. He stomped down forcefully and sent the four-winged wind wolf flying. Meanwhile, he borrowed the force to fly up and evade that person's sword attack. Comparing speed with me, you're still far from it. Ling Xiao roared in shock. He seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as he swept towards that person. That peak divine king was of the wind attribute. Furthermore, he had already reached the middle stage of the movement technique realm. He was practically the best in the same rank. However, Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than him. That speed was so fast that he could not capture Ling Xiao's figure. How was this possible? That peak divine king sighed in shock in his heart. He clearly saw that the power that Ling Xiao used to attack Chun Tianlei was of the metal attribute. How did he suddenly have the speed to surpass him? He suddenly realized that Ling Xiao must be a martial artist who cultivated two attributes at the same time. However, what was the use even if he knew? The ice and fire sword that appeared in Ling Xiao's hand already swiped across his neck. A wind attribute, peak divine king of a generation, fell just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. Only then did they realize that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was absolutely not as simple as it looked on the surface. There were quite a number of peak divine kings who hesitated for a moment, then swept over towards other altars. After all, with such a monster with unparalleled speed and terrifying battle prowess here, they probably could not get away with it. They might as well save their abundant battle prowess to vie for other deity positions. Junior apprentice Brother Ji, this divine teacherling's strength is really extraordinary. Qing Shui, who was beside Ji Tianfeng, sighed lightly. Qing Shui was He Gong's junior apprentice brother. He temporarily managed his mountain peak for his senior apprentice brother and had long found out from his senior apprentice brother that Ling Xiao indeed, possessed the strength of the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Furthermore, his cultivation was even above his senior apprentice brother. If Ji Tianfang wanted to fight for the 957th place, Qin Shui had no choice but to remind him. Ji Tianfang looked deeply at Ling Xiao and replied, "He has a physique that cultivates 5 different attributes at the same time, and he also has Kim people's ancient emperor's divine technique to increase his battle prowess. He is indeed not someone that an ordinary person can deal with. If I were to rely on my own strength to deal with him, I'm afraid that I would only have a 50-50 chance of winning against him. If he were to reach the same realm as me, I would definitely lose." When Qin Shui heard Ji Tianfang's words, he thought that he was going to give up fighting for this position with Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, he changed the topic. "However, it's not like there's no way to deal with him." Chapter 1319. There were only a dozen or so people left at the position of the 957 gods altar. They were Ji Tianfang of the Dragon Gate, Zhuang Bufan of the Sword Cleansing Manor, Barter of the Divine Axe Gang, Su Mo of the Sun Moon Sect, Bai Mushi of the North Snow Alliance, and Zhang Xiaoyu of the Honorable Martial Artist. Each of them was a peak divine king with strong self-confidence, and each of them had an extraordinary force behind them. No matter who it was, they all had unparalleled combat power. Ling Xiao held the ice and fire sword in his hand, and his whole body flashed with a dazzling divine light. He looked around at the crowd and said, "All of you, come at me together. Don't waste my time." At this moment, his warlike heart was beating nonstop, and a strong sense of self-confidence surged continuously. A peerless golden dragon soared into the sky, and its mighty head roared continuously as it looked down on the crowd. "Kim people," everyone couldn't help but exclaim. They finally understood why Ling Xiao had such strong combat power. He was from a freakish race that could increase his combat power. As Ling Xiao displayed his majestic power, 2 or 3 tactful fellows turned around and rushed toward the other altars. "What? Are you all cowards? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and fight for the position. I'm waiting for you to defeat me." Ling Xiao roared angrily at these people. Sure enough, after being provoked by his words, someone finally couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. "I'm Bai Mushi from the North Snow Alliance. May I know your name?" Bai Mushi rode on his mutant leopard king and cupped his hands at Ling Xiao. His 2 willow-like white eyebrows fluttered in the wind, and he looked very unique. "Ling Xiao of the Dragon Gate." Ling Xiao responded and rushed to attack Bai Mushi. He had to face many opponents, and he couldn't keep dragging things on. He had to end the battle quickly and save as much combat power as possible. Although the Ice Fire Sword was only a mid-tier, 10th-tier divine artifact, as long as it didn't clash head-on with a high-tier divine artifact, there wouldn't be any problems. Ling Xiao made use of his speed to attack Bai Mushi. A blue and a red sword gleam intertwined and flickered incessantly, appearing extremely dazzling. Streaks of sword force that cut through the void were all aimed at Bai Mushi's vital points. Bai Mushi was naturally prepared, but he was still shocked when he sensed Ling Xiao's ice and fire attacks. However, he did not have much time to think. The snow sword in his hand danced, and ice crystals condensed around him, instantly forming a thick ice mountain defense around him. Ling Xiao's sword light was frozen by these icebergs and couldn't hurt Bai Mushi. Roar! The mutant-patterned leopard let out a fierce roar. Suddenly, thousands of ice cones appeared around it and surged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao felt the tacit understanding between Bai Mushi and the mutant-patterned leopard. He immediately smiled faintly and murmured, "This is starting to get interesting." Ling Xiao faced the ice cones and directly rode the wind and waves. The Ice Fire Sword directly crushed the ice cones into pieces. Papa! Ice crystals kept splashing in all directions, flickering with a pure, white brilliance. Bai Mushi sneered and leaped into the air. The snow sword in his hand slashed countless times. Sword lights flashed everywhere. Streaks of concentrated sword shadows with the power to split the heavens and split the earth enveloped Ling Xiao. Those streaks of white light were like falling meteorites, leaving a long trail of light behind. One would know if there was an expert when he made a move. Bai Mushi's power had already far exceeded the power of an ordinary peak divine king. Moreover, the ice-cold sword light that he created seemed to have some kind of source energy that could directly injure the divine body. While Ling Xiao was dealing with the mutant Leopard King's attack, he also faced Bai Mushi's sudden attack. The situation was rather grim. But how could Ling Xiao be injured so easily? He felt the cold intent of the source contained in Bai Mushi's sword energy. He roared in shock, and the attack of the source of flames instantly erupted. His figure even split into hundreds. The limitless doppelganger technique had already been evolved by Ling Xiao to the extreme. Coupled with his wind attribute speed, it was simply dazzling to look at him, making it impossible to distinguish north from south. Rumble, rumble. Waves of earth-shattering power continued to explode, causing the space in this world to sink in bit by bit. However, no matter how terrifying the power of the battle was, it was unable to damage the altar and the ancient tablet in the slightest. The splashing power was immediately blocked by an invisible force when it came near them. "You have some skills, but you're still not my opponent." Ling Xiao roared in shock, and a sea of sword light suddenly appeared in front of him. The raging flames carried the power to burn the sky and the sea, drowning Bai Mushi and the mutant Leopard King. Bai Mushi had already felt how terrifying Ling Xiao was, and he did not intend to hold back anymore. A silver shield appeared in his hand, and the shield immediately flickered with silver light, forcibly blocking all of Ling Xiao's power. Ling Xiao's eyes twitched, and he stared at the shield that could block all of his power. He exclaimed in his heart, "Quasi-ancient divine artifact." It was an existence that exceeded the scope of a top-notch divine artifact, and was infinitely close to a supreme ancient divine artifact. This was one of Bai Mushi's trump cards. The silver shield was called the Silver Snow Divine Shield, and it could not be destroyed by ordinary divine artifacts. It could also block ordinary attacks. It seems that this kid from Kim People is only SOSO. Divine Act Gang's barter touched his bald head and sneered. His eyes were full of disdain. The others also revealed a somewhat tyrannical look. In their opinion, it was normal to have a quasi-ancient divine artifact. If they could not even deal with this, then there was no need to talk about fighting for the position of champion. "You can't beat me. Give up your position. Why don't you save your divine power to fight for another position? What do you think?" Bai Mushi stood on the mutant Leopard King and said with a smile like a spring breeze, as if he already had victory in his hands. "Is that so? With just a shield? Ridiculous." Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. He wanted to defeat Bai Mushi in an instant, but he didn't do so. He simply wanted to enjoy the thrill of the battle. If he defeated such an opponent too quickly, he was afraid that others wouldn't dare to challenge him. Bai Mushi was very famous in the Northern Alliance. There were not many people who did not know him. He was known as the winner of the Xinjiang Kingdom of Goguryeo. However, now that he was looked down upon by Ling Xiao, the usually gentle Bai Mushi was enraged. His two white brows began to float, and his power finally erupted to the extreme. Bai Mushi was like a knight. She pointed her sword at the sky, and hailstones began to fall from the sky. The temperature within 10,000 miles instantly dropped to below 0 degrees Celsius. If a deity king didn't circulate his energy to resist, he would be frozen by the hailstones. Bits of cold energy gathered on the tip of Bai Mushi's sword. The majestic aura formed a hurricane, and the surrounding space was blown up continuously. The Silver Snow Divine Shield in Bai Mushi's hand also burst forth with a strong light, and it defended Bai Mushi like an iron bucket. Extreme Ice Transformation Peak. Bai Mushi attacked. A sword light that froze tens of thousands of miles was pointed at Ling Xiao from the tip of his sword. This was Bai Mushi's most powerful attack. The extremely cold energy made everyone retreat far away. The divine kings who were fighting for the deity positions below were all shocked by this powerful energy. This attack had exceeded the scope of a peak divine king. It was infinitely close to the power of a half-incipient god. Moreover, Baimushi must have some kind of divine item on him. The ice crystals he created were very terrifying. Once touched, one's divine body would be frozen. Ling Xiao already knew that Baimushi had used all his strength in this attack. He could not continue to play around. Now was the time for him to be thoroughly convinced of his defeat. Ling Xiao turned into a ball of flame and dissolved the extreme cold energy. Then he held the ice and fire sword in his hand and attacked the ice layers that were covering him. Although Ling Xiao was just a high-level divine king, when he used all his power, he wasn't any weaker than any peak divine king. He might even be stronger. Moreover, what he relied on the most was his strong body. He didn't suffer much damage when he attacked the ice layers and ice blades, and his heavenly fire kept melting the ice layers. Ling Xiao's sword attack directly broke a path through the tough ice layers. He wasn't frozen by them at all. Only someone as strong as him could do this. If it were someone else, they would have been frozen and didn't know what to do. They would have been minced into pieces by the sharp ice blades. Moreover, Baimushi had a half-ancient divine weapon that covered all his flaws. Unless a half-incipient God Realm expert appeared, he was invincible. The future Sinjin of Goguryeo that the North Snow Alliance favored the most was indeed extraordinary. Although Baimushi was a little surprised that Ling Xiao could break through his unique attack, he wasn't too panicked. His mutant leopard king had been waiting for him for a long time. Its body was covered with icicles, as if it had turned into a hedgehog that was sealed in ice. It directly rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had just broken the ice. He didn't expect that the mutant leopard would rush over. It was too late for him to dodge. Bang! Ling Xiao's body was sent flying like a kite. He seal me. Baimushi sneered complacently. Once again, he used his most powerful attack. Countless ice blades flew towards Ling Xiao. Countless ice cubes combined and wrapped Ling Xiao's body layer by layer. When everyone saw Baimushi's move, their expressions became solemn. They didn't expect Baimushi to be so powerful. He actually used one attack after another without stopping. It was impossible to defend against it. Is he going to die like this? He can't even withstand one blow. Barter of the Godly Axe Gang sneered. Su Mo, who hadn't spoken a word, also murmured, "He really overestimates himself." The eyes of the others were filled with disdain and rage. They all thought that Ling Xiao would die, for sure. Ji Tianfeng slightly frowned and said, "Will he be defeated so easily? That's impossible." Chapter 13:20. Since Baimushi had sealed Ling Xiao, he naturally wouldn't let it go just like that. He kept increasing the strength of his attack. Rays of icy energy continuously shot out from the tip of his sword. The layer of ice that sealed Ling Xiao kept getting thicker and thicker. In an instant, it had become a 10,000 feet tall iceberg that occupied the space between heaven and earth. It looked incomparably magnificent and breathtaking. Baimushi had used all his strength this time. His complacent face had turned slightly pale. He had exhausted a lot of his divine power. He had no choice but to take out a divine pill and consume it to prevent others from sneaking up on him. "If any of you wants to compete with me, feel free to do so," Baimushi said very heroically. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already dead. After all, his mutated leopard king had hit Ling Xiao ruthlessly. Even a peak divine king would be severely injured. In addition to his icy energy, he had slashed Ling Xiao countless times. No matter what kind of divine body he had, he would definitely be badly injured. Moreover, in addition to his layers of ice, he could definitely freeze any peak divine king into an ice corpse. Unfortunately, just as he finished speaking, an ear-piercing sound rang in his ears. Papa! The iceberg that was emitting an unapproachable aura actually let out an explosive sound. A crack appeared in the middle of the iceberg. In the end, there was an earth-shattering sound of an explosion. The iceberg completely collapsed. Pieces of ice continuously flew in all directions. Many divine kings felt extreme pain when they smashed on the iceberg. A fiery shadow rushed out from the iceberg. His target was Wuxia. Wuxia's eyes flashed with a cold light. His expression was still unhurried as he emitted layers of icy light. With the silver snow divine shield here, he was already in an invincible position. Bang bang! The intense fiery light blasted over with a torrential fist intent. Each fiery fist was like a mountain, as though it was going to explode the entire space. Wuxia only felt a terrifying pressure coming over. The silver snow divine shield was shaken until it was buzzing. All the defensive layers of ice around him were actually directly smashed. Although he had the protection of the silver snow divine shield, his body was blasted far away, and the powerful recoil made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He finally realized that his opponent's strength had reached an abnormal level. The mutant leopard king quickly came to the rescue from the side, its huge body directly charging towards the fire shadow. The bodies of holy beasts were incomparably tough, especially this kind of high-tier 10th-tier holy beast. Their leather armor was almost equivalent to a high-tier divine artifact. Only a top-tier divine artifact could break through their bodies. It just so happened that Ling Xiao's body was comparable to a top-grade god artifact, and his fists were extremely domineering. His battle prowess had increased by dozens of times. Coupled with his perfect fist intent, his destructive power had increased even more. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Xiao faced the ferocious mutant leopard king head-on, his powerful fiery fist causing the entire space to tremble. Many spatial energies were reduced to nothingness as the intense flames spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding area to be scorching hot. The impact of a holy beast body was absolutely terrifying. Very few humans would directly clash head-on with them. They would only be using their weak points to attack their strong points, and the gains would not make up for the losses. However, Ling Xiao just did that, and he even blasted the mutant leopard king back. Fist imprints suddenly appeared on the mutant leopard king's body, and the ice armor on its body was directly shattered. A lot of blood burst out from its body. Roar, roar. The mutant leopard king continuously let out hissing sounds. The burning pain made it feel incomparably uncomfortable. Of course, Wuxia saw the situation. He instantly turned into an ice shadow and rushed towards Ling Xiao. The top-grade divine sword in his hand slashed wildly at Ling Xiao, and countless ice crystals shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already used his full strength. Naturally, he would not continue to play with Wuxia. His unparalleled speed kept changing, and he dodged Wuxia's attack. He directly landed on the mutant leopard king's body and directly punched its eyes with both fists. Bang bang. Woo woo. The mutant leopard king simply had no way to dodge Ling Xiao's attack. Its eyes were directly smashed by Ling Xiao's 2 punches. It was in so much pain that it could not stop roaring, and its body kept turning and running madly. It was as if it was suffering from epilepsy and could not calm down. Leopard King, Wuxia roared, and then quickly recalled it. This mutant leopard king had been following him since he was young, and it actually had its eyes smashed by Ling Xiao. This was simply infuriating. Go to hell. Wuxia's white eyebrows danced, and a kind of forbidden technique exploded from his body. The silver snow divine shield was used as a weapon, and he smashed it towards Ling Xiao. The silver snow divine shield instantly turned into the size of several icebergs and directly hit towards Ling Xiao. That terrifying power was simply comparable to the power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. Although the silver snow divine shield power was terrifying, how could Ling Xiao fight it head-on? He raised his speed to the extreme, and in the sky, there was a series of afterimages that people could not see clearly. You're going to lose. Ling Xiao had already lost his patience, and the 9 sun-burning sky fist rushed towards Wuxia. Round after round of dazzling suns fell like meteorites, and the power was earth-shattering, causing the sky and earth to tremble unceasingly. It's really the Holy Sun Fist. Sumo's tiger-like eyes twitched, and he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He suddenly realized that this terrifying Kim people was actually using their Sun sect's secret divine technique, the Holy Sun Fist. However, his astonishment only lasted for a moment, and he quickly understood who Ling Xiao was. Just like that kid said, this person has really used the Holy Sun Fist intent to the extreme. Su Imo murmured in his heart. Then, he did not continue to wait, and rushed towards another altar. Ling Xiao and their Sun sect had some relationship, so Su Imo did not intend to entangle himself in this position. Moreover, he had already realized that Ling Xiao still had unparalleled speed, and if he were to face him, he would not have a big chance of winning. It was better to take a step back and look for a better opportunity. Su Imo was also a person who could take and let go, and was definitely not as impulsive as ordinary people. His nemesis, Barter, glanced at Su Imo leaving and cursed in his heart. I thought I could trample this bastard to death here, but it seems like this plan has to be postponed. Seeing that Ling Xiao's fist energy was about to blast by Mushi into pieces, an inexplicable sense of danger came from behind him. Ling Xiao only felt goosebumps all over his body, and a sense of impending death made him have no choice but to give up on killing by Mushi. Ling Xiao's body moved to the side, and several arrows swept past him. Swoosh, swoosh. Although Ling Xiao dodged extremely quickly, one of his arms was still pierced by an arrow. His arm, which was comparable to a top-grade divine artifact, was actually pierced by this arrow. Fortunately, the wound was not very deep. However, if someone else had been hit by this arrow, their arm would probably have exploded directly. Ling Xiao felt very painful after being hit by this arrow, but he could not care so much for the time being and hurriedly dodged again. This was because many dense arrows were descending from the sky, shooting towards him nonstop. Ling Xiao dodged a few times, and the golden dragon spear appeared in his hand. He swept it continuously, and many arrows that were sneakily attacking him were all scattered. However, the person who sneakily attacked him was very good at scheming, and he had already ordered his holy beast to launch a long-range elemental attack at Ling Xiao. Shadows of holy beasts pounced towards Ling Xiao, and their power was rather majestic and ferocious, causing Ling Xiao to retreat step by step. Sneaky assassin. A cold glint flashed across Ling Xiao's dragon eyes, and he snorted in disdain. As his figure constantly changed, his soul power finally began to show its might. The person whose aura he had locked onto was pierced by the formless soul power that formed the golden dragon spear. A figure appeared in the void, and it was a man who looked like a midget. He was holding a top-notch divine crossbow in his hand, and it was obvious that he was the one who sneak-attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not say anything, and directly stabbed at the midget, lifting his body up and directly smashing it into pieces. He also collected his divine soul and all the divine items. When Bai Mushi saw this, he no longer had the confidence to provoke Ling Xiao, and could only flee in another direction unwillingly. As he left, a few other people did not dare to have the slightest bit of hope, and they also flew away. Ling Xiao had already defeated and killed 4 people in a row, and all 4 of them were not ordinary people, which was enough to prove Ling Xiao's strength. There were still a few people here, and they were Ji Tianfeng, Barter, Zhuang Bufan, Zhang Xiaoyu, and 3 other peak divine kings with hidden powers. All of you, come at me together, don't waste any more time. Ling Xiao took a breath, looked at the 7 of them, and said faintly, What a big tone, but I like it. A clear and melodious voice floated in the air. It was Zhang Xiaoyu, who was as famous as the #1 beauty of the Sky Dragon domain, Lu Piao. Ling Xiao glanced at the woman, and he could not help but be shocked by her beauty. Her exquisitely carved face was frighteningly delicate, and her crystal-like ivory skin looked particularly delicate and smooth. Her elegant willow hair exuded a quiet and elegant fragrance, and her enchanting blue autumn eyes were even more lovely and charming. Coupled with her exquisite and graceful body, she was really peerless and charming. Among all the women that Ling Xiao knew, only Lu Piapiao, Yun Mengqi, and Lai Ruyu could compare with her in appearance and temperament. Ling Xiao just looked at her, and suddenly his dragon eyes became a little sluggish, as if he had lost his way and fell into confusion. Handsome and powerful man, surrender to this lady, and this lady will definitely treat you well. A demonic voice came into Ling Xiao's ears, and he was driven step by step toward Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu's blue eyes exuded a bright light, and her face had a gentle and harmless smile. She held a thin needle in her hand and quietly stabbed it towards Ling Xiao's throat. Chapter 1321. Zhang Xiaoyu was the direct disciple of the supreme incipient god realm who guarded the southern territory gate of the Sky Dragon region. She had a devilish appearance and body, which made any man have improper thoughts about her. She also had a pair of seductive blue eyes, which could enchant any man's mind and make him listen to her commands. Her blue eyes were called the bewitching eyes. Once the magic power of her eyes invaded, even a man with a strong heart couldn't escape her enchantment. Although she looked delicate, in order to compete for the title of Sinjin Goguryeo, she was absolutely ruthless. She was also one of the Sinjin of Goguryeo that many people thought highly of. Ling Xiao was already in front of her, and the thin needle in her hand was shining with a subtle silver light, giving people a feeling that it was extremely sharp. The others felt a little cold when they saw this. It would be strange if this needle didn't pierce through his throat, the mouth of a green bamboo snake, and the stinger of a wasp. Both were not poisonous, but the most poisonous was a woman's heart. This was the best portrayal of Zhang Xiaoyu. Seeing that the thin needle was about to pierce Ling Xiao's throat, a strong and powerful hand quickly grabbed that delicate wrist. Don't you think that killing such a handsome man like me is the biggest loss in this world? Ling Xiao said to Zhang Xiaoyu with a faint smile. Zhang Xiaoyu didn't panic at all when she was grabbed by Ling Xiao. Instead, she revealed a soul-stirring smile and said in a sweet voice, "I think so too, but you're not the only handsome man in this world." Zhang Xiaoyu's tender leg kicked towards Ling Xiao's crotch. How could she use such a vicious kick to the groin? Ling Xiao's reaction was also very fast. He clamped his legs together and caught Zhang Xiaoyu's kicking leg. Zhang Xiaoyu's pair of round and beautiful legs were exposed. Her defensive armor only covered her upper body and the lower part of her buttocks. As a result, her white thighs were sandwiched between Ling Xiao's legs, which made their movements seem very ambiguous. People who didn't know better would think that they were a pair of cultivators playing with each other. Ling Xiao immediately put away his golden dragon spear and used his free hand to touch Zhang Xiaoyu's beautiful thigh. "TSK, TSK, this is tender and smooth," Ling Xiao said with a smirk. Several people not far away saw that Ling Xiao had actually taken Zhang Xiaoyu's pingyi, and all of them were extremely envious. Shameless, Zhang Xiaoyu didn't expect that she would go for wool and come home shorn. She actually sent her leg up for others to touch, and an inexplicable sense of shame emerged in her heart. She cursed, and a small nine-tailed fox emerged from behind her shoulder, pouncing towards Ling Xiao's face. Meow! This nine-tailed fox appeared rather suddenly, and its speed was also very fast. It was impossible for an ordinary person to dodge in time. However, Ling Xiao was the one who could react in time, and he also used a rather exquisite defensive method to avoid the attack. He actually threw himself at Zhang Xiaoyu, as if he wanted to force himself on Zhang Xiaoyu. It was as if he was extremely thirsty. In addition, Zhang Xiaoyu still had a foot inserted between Ling Xiao's legs, and when Ling Xiao pounced on Zhang Xiaoyu, it became like he was hugging her in his arms, fiercely squeezing her full breasts into his embrace. The soft divine armor was still able to transmit the feeling of her full softness and elasticity. Warm and fragrant, the fragrance was tempting and penetrated into the lungs. This wonderful feeling made Ling Xiao somewhat unable to resist the urge, and he kissed the tender lips that were like warm jade. Such an alluring scene added a lot of holy light to the intense battle here. Xianxia felt as though she couldn't wrap her head around it. This man's unique, domineering aura actually made her feel as though she had sunk into oblivion. Her divine strength seemed to have no place to be used. She could only widen her eyes as she stared at the man in front of her. She stared at his sharp facial features and felt the warmth from his jade lips, as well as the tongue that entered her mouth without restraint. Her arm was also being massaged by a warm and thick palm. An unprecedented feeling surged into her heart. "Bastard, I'll kill you." Divine Axe Gang's Barter instantly jumped up and roared in shock. Another peaked Divine King called Lu Chuanfa also roared in shock. "Quickly let go of the goddess, or else I'll make you die a horrible death." Both of them seemed to have their wives taken away by someone else, and their reactions were very intense. On the other hand, Sword Cleansing Manor's Zhuangbu Fan also tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand, and his handsome eyes were also emitting flames. Hiss! Before Barter and Lu Chuanfa could attack Ling Xiao screamed and instantly pushed Xianxia away. His mouth was smeared with blood, and the back of his hand was ruthlessly scratched by the little nine-tailed fox, leaving several hideous scars on his back. "I'm going to kill you, you pervert." Xianxia was very angry, and a longsword appeared in her hand as she madly bombarded Ling Xiao. The nine-tailed fox shrieked, and its body began to grow larger. Its 9 divine tails swayed continuously, appearing extremely demonic. Then, it extended towards Ling Xiao and coiled around him. Ling Xiao wiped the bloodstains, and his figure constantly changed, dodging their attacks. He didn't forget to ridicule Xianxia. "Woman, do you want to murder your husband? You bastard." Xianxia was like an enraged lioness, and she didn't know how to refute Ling Xiao. She could only curse and then use all of her power to deal with Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao just wanted to dodge. Even if a half-incipient God Realm expert wanted to catch him, it wouldn't be that easy. Zhang Xiaoyu really wanted to use her ultimate skill, but looking at the man's evil smile and recalling that wonderful feeling just now, she actually couldn't do it. "Xiaoyu, step back. I'll help you chop this kid." Barter rode his holy beast, dashing towards Ling Xiao. Lu Chuanfa also screamed, "Goddess, don't worry. I will chop this guy who insulted you into pieces." Barter's gravitational field instantly shrouded Ling Xiao. That 10,000-fold gravitational field could really slow people down. Even Lu Chuanfa, who was approaching him, was affected and couldn't attack Ling Xiao first. Barter's ultimate sky-splitting axe slashed towards Ling Xiao. Each of the axes carried the earth-shattering power. It was really amazing. Barter was so furious because he had long regarded Zhang Xiaoyu as his woman. Others might not know, but Barter's teacher was also a supreme character of his generation. He was a good friend of Zhang Xiaoyu's teacher. Previously, the two of them wanted to discuss the marriage between Barter and Zhang Xiaoyu. However, Zhang Xiaoyu's teacher respected Zhang Xiaoyu very much and let her choose her own husband. Even so, Barter and Zhang Xiaoyu had known each other for a long time and thought that they were a match made in heaven. However, this had always been his own wishful thinking. Zhang Xiaoyu had never expressed it before. The gravitational field might be useful to others, but it didn't affect Ling Xiao much. When he was in a violent area of the chaotic burial space, he had to endure a gravitational field that was tens of thousands of times stronger. Countless violent forces ravaged his body, but he still survived. Now, Barter's gravitational field was just a child's play to him. He just wasn't used to it first, but he soon recovered. Barter's pair of top-notch axes slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. The axe shadows were extremely terrifying. Their power was infinitely close to the power of a half-incipient god realm. Ling Xiao naturally wasn't willing to be weak. He took out the golden dragon spear and blasted it towards Barter's axe light. Peerless golden dragons roared towards Barter. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had fought hundreds of rounds in the sky. Neither of them had any advantage. Ling Xiao's body was abnormal, but Barter had a thick earth defense. He wasn't easily hurt by Ling Xiao. Mountain Splitter Plate Ultimate Form 78. Barter's power was vigorous to the extreme. The power of his axe was earth-shattering. It directly slashed and created space cracks. With this terrifying power, Barter showed that his ability was one level higher than Baimushi's. Besides, he also had a high-level rank 10 Earth Spike Dragon that had many signs of turning into a true dragon. It was like a big mountain waiting for a chance to attack. Ling Xiao felt a little breathless while facing these axe lights. He exclaimed inwardly, "Indeed, worthy of being the best peak God King. This man already has the power to challenge a half-incipient God Realm expert." Ling Xiao was currently just a high-level God King. If he had reached peak God King realm, with his increased power, he could defeat Barter in the blink of an eye. But now, he couldn't use his soul power, so he could only fight evenly with Barter. It could be seen how powerful Barter was. However, it wasn't enough to defeat Ling Xiao just like that. Ling Xiao once again used his speed and chose to move around. He didn't want to confront Barter head-on. As long as he consumed Barter's god power, wouldn't it be easy for him to defeat Barter? "Bastard, if you're a man, fight me for 30,000 rounds." Barter found that his gravitational field couldn't suppress Ling Xiao's speed. This made him very angry, and he couldn't help but curse. Ling Xiao didn't answer him. What was the use of showing off in front of him? The one who laughs in the end is the real winner. He just chose the best way to attack. However, he neglected the fact that there was someone else eyeing him covetously. A divine zither appeared in Lu Chuanfa's hand. He sat down cross-legged, and divine light burst out from his body. His 10 fingers began to move and pluck the zither strings. Melodious zither sounds began to ring. Ding-dong, ding-dong. This zither sound carried some kind of meaning as it continuously attacked Ling Xiao. This kind of attack wasn't aimed at Ling Xiao's body, but Ling Xiao's god soul and internal organs. If it was an ordinary god king who wasn't careful and didn't seal their 5 senses, they would definitely be injured immediately. However, Ling Xiao's ancient Emperor Divine technique was the best defensive technique in the world. His Sea of Consciousness also had the ability to defend himself. His internal organs were also very hard. It wasn't easy to injure him. Chapter 1322. Soundwave attacks were always the most difficult to defend against. Lu Chuanfa was proficient in music. His sound waves contained a strong, murderous intent. The invisible blades kept stabbing towards Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness and internal organs. Even if an ordinary peak god king wanted to resist this sound wave attack, he would be severely injured. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's defense was extremely abnormal, so he didn't receive much damage. However, Ling Xiao still showed signs of pausing for a short while. In a battle of life and death, even the slightest flaw would be a life-threatening existence. Barter seized this chance and slashed his pair of divine axes towards Ling Xiao. "Bastard, you dare to touch my woman. Go to hell." Barter roared with a murderous aura. His divine axes had fallen on Ling Xiao's head. He thought that even a half-incipient God Realm expert would die, without a doubt. When Ling Xiao came back to his senses, the pair of godly axes had already landed on his forehead. His hair stood on end. "If you want to die, let's die together." Ling Xiao grinned and made the final counterattack. He recklessly stabbed the golden dragon spear towards Barter. Clank! Puff! The divine axes fell on Ling Xiao's forehead, issuing a sharp sound. At the same time, Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear stabbed into Barter's abdomen. It was supposed to be a lose-lose situation, but the reality wasn't like this. Barter's pair of divine axes actually showed signs of cracking, while Ling Xiao's head was still intact on his body. However, Ling Xiao's body was blown away. He seized the chance and stabbed Barter's body. A large amount of blood gushed out, and he screamed in pain. How can I come back? My divine axes are destroyed." Barter retreated in pain. At the same time, his eyes widened as he looked at his pair of top-grade divine axes in disbelief. Although his divine axes weren't ancient god weapons, they were still top-grade ones. Only ancient god weapons could destroy his divine axes. He stared at the dragon phoenix divine hoop on Ling Zhao's forehead with greedy eyes and said, "Is it an ancient god weapon?" He didn't care about the wounds on his body anymore. He commanded the earth-spiked dragon to attack Ling Zhao. On the other side, Lu Chuanfa kept playing his divine zither with increasing strength. His holy beast and the earth-spiked dragon also attacked Ling Zhao. Lu Chuanfa frowned and murmured, "You dare to insult my goddess. Today, you won't have a good death." Lu Chuanfa had been in love with Zhang Xiaoyu for thousands of years. He had Zhang of Zhang Xiaoyu and had in his heart. In the past, Zhang Xiaoyu's master had told Lu Chuanfa that if he could break through to the supremacy stage, Zhang Xiaoyu would marry him. Therefore, he had always been working hard with this goal as his goal. Although he entered the Tao through the Guqin, he was on the right path. Although the speed of his advancement was not godlike, it had reached a height that ordinary people could not even dream of. As long as he successfully fought for the position of the Sinjin king of Goguryeo and broke through to the Jizuan realm, everything would be perfect. He believed that Zhang Xiaoyu would definitely bow down to him. Unexpectedly, the woman that he had yet to punish had been taken by the brat in front of him. This really made him furious. The sound waves transformed into an invisible storm of blades that blasted towards Ling Zhao. This kind of sound wave attack was simply impossible to defend against. Since Lu Chuanfa dared to fight for the 957th position, he naturally had extraordinary abilities. Ling Zhao was constantly dodging the two holy beasts' attacks and pounces. He also had to withstand the sound wave attacks, causing his situation to become extremely critical. Lu Chuanfa was also very nervous. In the past, his sound wave attack was effective, but now was ineffective. He could not help but wonder what kind of trump card Ling Zhao had to withstand his attack. I have to get rid of this guy first. Ling Zhao no longer dared to be careless. The other party had this sound wave power that could harm the divine soul and internal organs. It caused him quite a bit of trouble. He had to use his soul power attack. The invisible tyrant dragon spear art blasted towards Lu Chuanfa, who was not far away. Ling Zhao was determined to kill Lu Chuanfa. This attack of his was enhanced by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. He was more and more compatible with the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop now. He could already control the power that it wanted to enhance, and did not have to worry about the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop completely draining his soul power. Suddenly, one of the divine Guqin in Lu Chuanfa's arms broke. He had just revealed a look of surprise when a heart-wrenching pain immediately came from his divine soul. "Ah!" He screamed miserably, his entire person falling from the sky. Ling Zhao killed him instantly. He naturally took over everything from him immediately. He absolutely could not give it to anyone else. It was just that at this time, someone did not let him have his way. Barter had changed his hands into a pair of boss boards. This boss boards looked black, but it faintly revealed an extremely heavy aura. "I must get this ancient divine hoop." Barter let out a cold smile and began to brandish this pair of semi-ancient divine artifact axes towards Ling Zhao. Sky-splitting axe ultimate style, 80th style. One axe to create mountains and rivers. One axe to create heaven and earth. The power of the sky-splitting axe, which had reached the pinnacle of power, completely shrouded this part of the world. The axe shadow, which was like a mountain, constantly bombarded towards Ling Zhao. It seemed that every strike of the axe could destroy the world. Its power was terrifying. The gravity field in this part of the world had also reached tens of thousands of times, completely distorting all the spatial forces. Anyone in this space would feel as if they were pressed by several mountains, unable to move at all. If it was someone below the God King realm, they would immediately be crushed by this gravity field. Ordinary God Kings would not be able to fly here. Barter was indeed worthy of being the most powerful leader of the Divine Axe Gang. He did not disgrace the Divine Axe Gang's prestige at all. Good heavens, this move is really powerful. The spectators all exclaimed in their hearts. They were thinking about it from another perspective. If they were the ones to block this move, they might not be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao felt the power of this round of attack, but he did not show the slightest fear. A faint smile appeared on his face. His battle intent rose a bit as he murmured, "Let me see if your attack is enough." Ling Xiao brandished his golden dragon spear. Golden dragons roared out, and directly he smashed those mountains. Rumble. The two of them continued to fight, producing earth-shattering sounds. Countless spatial forces were constantly collapsing, causing many spatial turbulences to appear. One could imagine the extent of the two's strength. Come at me more fiercely, it's still not enough. Ling Xiao's blood was boiling. He laughed wildly and kept brandishing his golden dragon spear, blocking many powerful mountains one by one. He liked this strong collision feeling, which made him feel that he was in a real battle. Barter did not expect that Ling Xiao could actually block his all-out attack. He understood that he must use the power of the pseudo-ancient divine tool at close range to chop Ling Xiao into meat sauce. Unfortunately, Yi Shiwen's speed was faster than him, not allowing him to get close. "As you wish." Barter roared and once again strengthened his attack. Sky-splitting plate ultimate 80-second move. This move was already his most powerful move and also the final move of the sky-splitting plate axe. Its power could break the sky, destroy the earth, and blast everything into nothingness, turning it into chaos. Ling Xiao had thoroughly experienced the ultimate power of the godly axe gang, which was not passed on to others. He felt that he had become incomparably small in the middle of these axe lights, and could be turned into powder at any time. Regardless of which peak divine king it was, if they wanted to eat this move, the price would absolutely not be cheap. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert had to temporarily retreat when facing this move. It could be seen how terrifying Barter's all-out attack was. At this moment, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose even higher. The golden dragon phantom behind him became bigger and bigger. In just a blink of an eye, it turned into a 10,000 zhonglong light, roaring unceasingly in the void, shattering many axe shadows. However, the power of this axe shadow could split the sky and earth. Even a divine dragon could be killed directly. The 10,000 zhonglong golden dragon phantom didn't show its power for long. Its scales, claws, and body were cut off by the power of the divine axe. Haha, go to hell. So what if you're kin people? You still have to die in my hands. Barter laughed crazily and continued to rush toward Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. Just at this time, out of nowhere, a group of multicolored rays of light began to burst out from his axe shadow. Swoosh, swoosh. Rays of 5-colored finger radiance shot out in all directions like tiny true dragons. They were like a gorgeous meteor shower, appearing exceptionally beautiful and beautiful. Don't look at how their energies were only the size of an arm. However, the impact of the impact was enough to shatter the axe shadow, which was filled with boundless power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. These 5-colored meteors were like a spark that set the prairie ablaze, destroying all the divine axes that occupied the entire space. From afar, it was like an exploding firework that was so mesmerizing. What? Barter's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that Ling Xiao still had the power to counterattack his all-out attack. Not only that, but many finger lights also attacked Barter's direction, directly blasting him away. His god artifact armor was riddled with holes. Blood trickled out of the holes. A figure chased after him from behind, thrusting the golden dragon spear at Barter's throat. Although Ling Xiao had consumed a lot of divine power, now was the time to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He absolutely couldn't leave any future trouble. However, before he could attack Barter, the sky full of flying needles attacked him from behind. Each of these flying needles was specially made of divine materials. Once hit, it would immediately turn into a beehive. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He quickly turned around and spun the golden dragon spear, sweeping away all the needles. However, after these needles were deflected, they could still return and attack him again. Seeing this strange scene, Ling Xiao was taken aback. There are really all kinds of divine tools. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Chapter 1323. The strange nature of these needles was indeed beyond Ling Xiao's expectations, but it was not enough to take his life. Ling Xiao sneered and raised an ice crystal in his hand. Layers of ice began to condense around him. The power of ice was one of Ling Xiao's most powerful attacks. Although he did not use it often, it did not mean that it was not powerful. Sometimes, it would be more powerful if one targeted an attack of the same attribute. But now, Ling Xiao was using them for defense, and he was even taking the right medicine to treat the problem. He sealed these divine needles in ice one by one, cutting off their connection to their original owner. Xianxia did not expect Ling Xiao to react so quickly and cultivate so many attributes. He had completely frozen her needles. Although she could inject more power to take them out, she could not do anything to Ling Xiao. This made her very depressed. Woman, if you dare to attack this prince again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao glared at Zhang Xiaoyu and roared. In the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo, he would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots without mercy. Ling Xiao had only taken Zhang Xiaoyu's ping, and did not kill her. He felt that he was very kind. If she did not know what was good for her, he would not mind turning her into a skeleton. You bastard! You will definitely die a horrible death. Zhang Xiaoyu's proudest attack, the bewitching eye, was unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. She knew that it would be difficult for her to fight for the position of the first altar. However, she was not willing to let her ping be taken by this hateful guy. He will definitely die a horrible death. Zhuang Bufan of the sword, cleansing manner, finally spoke. Zhuang Bufan looked like a young man in his 30s. He did not look old at all. However, the hair on his temples had turned white. He was not young anymore. However, his charm was still not something an ordinary woman could resist. Unfortunately, like the others, he had long since become infatuated with Zhang Xiaoyu. It was just that he wasn't as obvious as the others. At the same time, Barter had already taken a divine pill to recover from his injuries and returned to a spot not far from Ling Xiao. There were still 2 other peak divine kings who hadn't left yet. The few of them formed an encirclement around Ling Xiao, while Ji Tianfeng was not within the encirclement. Zhang Xiaoyu, who was originally facing off against Ling Xiao, only glared at Ling Xiao before retreating. He had no intention of participating in the siege against Ling Xiao. She could sense that Ling Xiao still had a terrifying killing move that he hadn't used. If she really continued to pester him, she was afraid that he would really ruthlessly destroy a flower. Barter, Zhuangbu Fan, and the other 2 were called Wolf Fong and Lu Mo. They seemed to have decided to join forces to kill Ling Xiao first. A pseudo-ancient divine sword appeared in Zhuangbu Fan's hand. He pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "Everyone, let's join forces to get rid of him first before seizing the divine altar." What do you guys think? Barter had taken a lot of Ling Xiao's finger light, and his divine body was severely injured. Although he had used a divine pill to recover a lot of his injuries, his combat strength had declined by a lot. He didn't think that he could take down Ling Xiao alone. He immediately agreed. Yes, let's take him down first. He didn't care about his face anymore. The winner takes all, and the loser is in the wrong. The other 2 didn't say anything and revealed their trump cards one after another. Wolf Fong was from the werewolf clan. He instantly turned into a guy with a wolf's head and a human's body. His aura rose by a lot in an instant. He kept spinning 2 special cold iron chains in his hands. Once one was strangled by these cold iron chains, it would be absolutely difficult to escape. On the other hand, Lu Mo had an ancient bell in his hand. It looked very old, but with just a light shake, a burst of Buddhism rushed to the sky, giving people a solemn and extraordinary feeling. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand and looked around at them. At the same time, he took 2 divine pills to recover his divine power. Come, let me see how powerful you guys are. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear horizontally in front of him and shouted. At this moment, he was completely focused. He wanted to see how strong these people were when they joined forces. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. His first target was to attack Barter. Now was the time to kill him while he was down. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme. The golden dragon spear mercilessly shot towards Barter. However, Barter's holy beast, the Earth Spike Dragon, blocked this round of attack for him. The Earth Spike Dragon's defense was quite thick. Layers of yellow soil formed a mountain to block Ling Xiao's attack. Many rolling stones kept rushing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had no choice but to smash these rolling stones one by one. At this time, Zhuang Bufan made his move. His divine sword actually began to grow bigger and bigger. First, it was 2 meters, 3 meters for meters. In the end, it became a giant sword that was 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. It was like a heavenly sword that had descended, bringing with it an unparalleled might that made it hard for people to move. Zhuang Bufan didn't hold the sword. He just used his finger as a sword and shouted in Ling Xiao's direction, "Slash!" The giant sword seemed to be one with Zhuang Bufan. As he waved his finger at Ling Xiao, the giant sword actually moved without any wind and slashed towards Ling Xiao. This sword carried an earth-shattering momentum and slashed a long crack in space. In an instant, it reached Ling Xiao's head. If Ling Xiao was really slashed by this sword, his divine body would probably turn into a bloody pulp. Ling Xiao was shocked and immediately dodged to the side. "Do you think you can escape?" Zhuang Bufan sneered. His finger kept waving faster and faster. "Xiao! Xiao! 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 Xiao!" The giant sword kept slashing with extreme speed. Every slash carried an incomparably sharp aura, forcing Ling Xiao to dodge. Moreover, Ling Xiao was almost slashed by the sword several times. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao had already comprehended his movement technique to perfection, he wouldn't have been able to dodge Zhuang Bufan's slashes even with his wind attribute speed. The true experts of the sword cleansing manner really live up to their reputation. Ling Xiao praised in his heart. He dodged the giant sword's next slash and kicked the body of the giant sword, sending it flying far away. Then, he held the golden dragon spear and stabbed it towards Zhuang Bufan. Divine weapons were controlled by humans. As long as the owner was killed, the giant sword would become a piece of scrap metal. Zhuang Bufan didn't panic because someone had already blocked Ling Xiao's powerful attack. Wolfang's 2 cold iron chains shot towards Ling Xiao. These 2 cold iron chains seemed to be able to extend indefinitely. They broke through the shackles of space and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. They immediately formed a circle to bind Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's reaction was fast enough. The golden dragon spear was about to stab Zhuang Bufan, but he had no choice but to deflect the 2 cold iron chains. However, he had miscalculated this time. When the golden dragon spear touched the cold iron chains, the cold iron chains wrapped around the golden dragon spear like a snake. Ling Xiao frowned. He wanted to shake off the 2 silver cold iron chains. Unfortunately, he couldn't do so. Instead, the chains were pulled towards him by Wolfang. Ling Xiao didn't want to let go. With his strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to pull back the golden dragon spear. However, Zhuang Bufan's giant sword slashed again. This time, it was faster and fiercer than before. Ling Xiao had no choice but to let go of the golden dragon spear and let it be pulled away by Wolfang. However, he wasn't worried. He controlled the golden dragon spear with his divine sense and took advantage of the situation to stab Wolfang. Ling Xiao lost his weapon. In the eyes of others, he was like a tiger with its fangs pulled out. Barter screamed, "Next year, today will be the day you die." He brandished his twin axes and bombarded Ling Xiao's body. Axe light and sword shadows completely enveloped Ling Xiao. No matter which side's attack came from, Ling Xiao would definitely be injured. Would Ling Xiao just give up after being locked down by so many fierce forces? This was absolutely impossible. At some unknown time, a devilish shield had appeared in his hand. This shield exuded a strange energy and a bright green light that wrapped around Ling Xiao and blocked many attacks. The Green Demon Divine Shield was a low-grade ancient god artifact that Ling Xiao obtained from the space rings in the chaotic burial grounds. There were more than one ancient god artifact in those space rings, but Ling Xiao didn't plan to use them. However, he had no choice now. These peak god kings all had quasi-ancient god artifacts. His body couldn't resist them at all. Hong Long Long, Zhuang Bufan, and Barter both thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die under their joint attack. Even Ji Tianfeng and Zhang Xiaoyu, who were not far away, thought so. It seems that people really can't be too arrogant. Ji Tianfeng showed a slight sneer and muttered. Just now, he observed Ling Xiao's combat strength and found that the latter was indeed a great threat to him. Now that Ling Xiao was dead, the threat to him would no longer exist. This 957 god throne would definitely belong to him. But when the light dissipated, Ling Xiao was standing there unscathed. The only difference was that there was a strange azure shield in his hand. What's going on? Is that azure shield an ancient god artifact? Zhuang Bufan exclaimed. There's no mistake. Otherwise, how could it block our attacks? Fortunately, it's just a defensive ancient god artifact. If we work together to exhaust him to death, this ancient god artifact will be ours. Barter suggested. The eyes of the other two were also suffused with a bright light. The greed in their eyes could be seen without a doubt. It must be known that every ancient god artifact was the cornerstone treasure of a major force. It was guarded by a great master and wouldn't be used easily. They, the god kings, would be happy to have a quasi-ancient god artifact. However, Ling Xiao in front of them had a genuine ancient god artifact, which naturally made them very excited. The giant sword once again slashed down from the sky. Axe shadows also stacked on top of each other. Another 2 cold iron chains passed through space and shot towards Ling Xiao. Dong! At this moment, the sound of an ancient bell rang out. Chapter 1324. Various powers completely enveloped this part of the world. The continuous bombardment of power didn't stop. Even Ling Xiao, who was holding an ancient god artifact shield, couldn't take it. After all, any god artifact required divine power to catalyze its power. Once Ling Xiao lost the support of divine power, the ancient god artifact would no longer be able to protect him. Only by counterattacking could he gain a new advantage. He had no choice but to use the power of his spirit at this moment. However, just as he was about to use it, Lumo's ancient bell rang, causing his mind to be shaken to the point that he almost lost control. Although the green Fey divine shield blocked the sword light and the axe shadows, it could no longer stop the 2 chains from sealing him. The ancient bell also had the power to expand, and it enveloped Ling Xiao from the sky. First, Ling Xiao was absent-minded. Then, he was chained by the cold iron chains. Even if he had great abilities, he wouldn't be able to stop the ancient bell from sealing him. Dong dong. As soon as the ancient bell enveloped Ling Xiao, ancient bell chimes constantly reverberated in Ling Xiao's ears. His eardrums were instantly ruptured by the ringing of the bell, and his head surged with discomfort. If it wasn't for the protection of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, just the ringing of the bell would have caused his head to explode, and he would have died. I was too careless. Golden blood oozed out of Ling Xiao's 7 orifices, making him look abnormally ferocious. He muttered to himself and began to enter seclusion. He even put away the green Fey divine shield. He had always wanted to improve himself in battle, so he did not use his soul power to kill his opponent instantly. He did not intend to underestimate others. He just wanted to know what level his current battle strength had reached. The power of Ling Xiao's spirit avatar had already surpassed the God King realm. It was suppressed in front of the ancient tablet and could not be used. Therefore, the only thing he could rely on to turn the tables was a soul power attack. His soul power darted out of his sea of knowledge, and after being amplified by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, it blasted towards the owner of the ancient bell, Lu Mo. Only by killing him would he be able to free himself. Ah! A blood-curdling scream came from Lumo's mouth, and he immediately fell from the sky. This change surprised the others. They didn't understand what was going on. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the ancient bell was blasted away. A silhouette soared into the sky, and his two hands pulled the two cold iron chains. One of the cold iron chains suddenly burst into a fierce fire, and the other cold iron chain was filled with an incomparably cold, baleful chi. Two completely different kinds of power swiftly swept along the cold iron chains towards the Wolf Fong ambush. Wolf Fong roared, and two forces appeared on his palms, blocking the flames and the baleful aura. However, before his power could resist the two forces, his divine soul immediately suffered a violent attack. At the same time he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Two completely different forces had already entangled his body. One of his palms was immediately set ablaze, while the other was corroded and turned black. His life force was gradually disappearing. Not long after, the Wolf's Fong was completely burned and corroded into slag by the two terrifying forces. Two peak-stage divine kings with extraordinary strength were unexpectedly killed by Ling Xiao in this situation. Zhuang Bufan and Barter started to feel a chill in their hearts. Only now did they realize that Ling Xiao's trump cards were not something they could imagine. Zhuang Bufan was straightforward. He waved his hand and retrieved his divine sword. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he turned around and fled in another direction. Barter also started to retreat. How could he block Ling Xiao alone? Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't intend to let Barter go even though he let Zhuang Bufan go. Ling Xiao waved his hand and summoned back the golden dragon spear that was sent flying. Did you have a good time just now? Now it's my turn. Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme and instantly caught up to Barter, who was standing on top of the Earth Spike Dragon. A burst of violent power blasted down. Ling Xiao just wanted to vent his anger. His power surged out like a tidal wave, bombarding Barter. If it wasn't for the Earth Spike Dragon blocking most of the attack, he would have been killed by Ling Xiao. You're going too far. Barter roared and wanted to make a final counterattack. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with him. He bombarded Barter with his soul power, cutting off any thoughts of resisting and escaping. Ling Xiao was just about to sigh in relief. He had consumed too much of his divine power and soul power. But at this moment, another wave of danger suddenly struck. A fiery sword light slashed towards Ling Xiao like a meteor. This fiery light appeared so fast that it didn't even take a blink of an eye for it to appear beside Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao sensed that something was wrong, it was too late for him to dodge. His shoulder was ruthlessly slashed by the fiery sword light. Ling Xiao's body that was comparable to a top-grade divine artifact was slashed to the point that it almost burst apart. A fierce sword mark ran from his shoulder to his chest. A large amount of golden liquid spurted out, and the origin flame directly burned his body. Half of Ling Xiao's body was almost chopped off, and the pain made him scream. The other party didn't stop after succeeding in one move. His sword momentum became more and more ferocious and dazzling. Sword after sword attacked like a violent storm. The raging flames brought with them a scorching heat that was unbearable. After being slashed by the sword, Ling Xiao already knew that the person waiting for an opportunity wouldn't give up. After all, he had already sensed the surging, killing intent. Just when the opponent slashed for the second time, Ling Xiao had already summoned the Green Goblin Divine Shield again to block the opponent's extremely violent sword light. But this time, the Green Goblin Divine Shield was almost shattered by the opponent's Divine Sword. The opponent's Divine Sword was also an ordinary low-grade ancient divine artifact, and it happened to be of the fire attribute. It could restrain the wood attribute Green Goblin Divine Shield. Roar! Ling Xiao staggered backward. He used the ancient emperor's divine art to heal himself, and at the same time, he let out a cry of surprise. Dragon's Tenbin's divine ability, Dragon Roar. When one couldn't immediately lock onto the opponent's aura, sound waves were definitely the most effective counterattack. Sure enough, when the dragon roar sounded, the other party's attack clearly paused for a moment. Ling Xiao grabbed this opportunity and immediately dragged his heavily injured body away from the opponent. At the same time, he took out a divine pill and quickly consumed it. He wanted to recover his injuries and strength as quickly as possible. However, as soon as he consumed the divine pill, the fiery sword aura appeared beside him once again. The opponent's speed was actually many times faster than Ling Xiao's movement technique, which shocked him. Rumble. Ling Xiao was thrown into a complete mess by the opponent's slash. His body was sent flying far away, and a lot of blood flowed out of his mouth. The green goblin divine shield in his hand was about to break. At the same time, a bursting flame dragon that had been waiting for a long time pounced towards him. No matter who it was, once they entered the dragon's mouth, they would have no chance of survival. It was too late for Ling Xiao to dodge. He could only grit his teeth and throw his golden dragon spear into the dragon's mouth. He didn't believe that this bursting flame dragon could really destroy his golden dragon spear. However, this bursting flame dragon was also a spirit. It knew that if it swallowed the golden dragon spear, it would probably not feel good. A flame instantly shot out from its mouth, forcibly deflecting the golden dragon spear. The flame continued to burn towards Ling Xiao. The explosive flame dragon's sudden change in attack gave Ling Xiao a chance to catch his breath. He withstood the attack of the flames and flew a few more meters away. He kept his cool and focused, and his divine sense expanded to the maximum. He had to find the attacker. That was the only way he could turn the tide of the battle. Indeed, when he flew aside, a vague aura arrived in front of him in just a blink of an eye. A fiery red sword light appeared one more time. The sharp sword light was enough to split the sky and crack the earth. Even the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan couldn't compare with this kind of deadly attack. Die for me. The opponent seemed to want to kill Ling Xiao with this sword. His power was much more formidable than before. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert couldn't resist it easily. The power of the fire sword was like a bolt of lightning, causing an extremely large crack to appear in the space, and the aura of the turbulent flow continued to rush out. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao had used the Cyan Monster Divine Shield to resist this fatal attack. Crack! The Cyan Monster Divine Shield in Ling Xiao's hand was forcefully cracked. The sword power was still slashing towards Ling Xiao's face. The man who wanted to kill Ling Xiao smiled contentedly. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was already a dead man. When this sword slashed down, even a half-incipient God Realm expert would be cut into pieces. However, just as the sword momentum was about to land on Ling Xiao, his divine soul felt as if it had been ruthlessly stabbed by a spear, causing his divine soul to almost collapse. Arg! The sword power stopped abruptly. The man who had attacked Ling Xiao clutched his head and screamed pathetically in the sky. Ling Xiao's soul attack couldn't kill the opponent instantly. He seized the chance to counterattack, using the 9-sun burning sky punch to attack that man without mercy. The fist intent was torrential, and the fist energy reached the sky. That man was like a small boat in a tsunami. He couldn't see anything. If he didn't have the defensive armor of a half-ancient divine weapon, he would have become a pile of meat paste. Even so, he'd already been blasted to the point of being heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was difficult for him to resist. Ling Xiao's last punch aimed at that man's forehead. He wanted to finish him off. Divine Master Ling, please show mercy. A panicked voice arose. A cyan sword light attacked Ling Xiao from behind. It wanted to force Ling Xiao to retreat to save his opponent. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't exchange his life for his opponent's. He changed his fist into a palm, grabbing the man's neck. Then, he turned the man's body around to protect him. Not good. The rescuer changed his visage. He hurried to change the direction of his opponent's sword. Boom, boom. Chapter 1325. When Ling Xiao was fighting for the 957 deity position, he was in a state of extreme vigilance every moment. However, Everyone here was indeed one of the most powerful pinnacle divine kings, and it was very difficult to deal with him. If not for his incomparable speed, he definitely wouldn't have been able to win so many people in a row. Of course, the biggest reason he could rely on to ensure victory in battle was his soul-controlling art. Those soul power attacks that couldn't be detected by others were truly a great experience. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand such a sudden attack, just based on the fact that that person could directly teleport to his side and almost cut his divine body in half. The main reason why he was ambushed this time was that his divine power was almost depleted after the consecutive battles, and his senses were greatly reduced. That was why he fell into the trap so easily. However, the opponent had a genuine ancient divine weapon in his hand, and even his physical body couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, he had soul power attacks. Otherwise, it would really be difficult for him to counterattack and capture the opponent in a short period of time. Divine Teacher Ling, don't act recklessly. We're all elders of the same sect. Let Elder Ji go. The one who wanted to assassinate Ling Xiao from behind just now was Qing Shui, who had been watching the battle from the outside, and the person he wanted to save was Ji Tianfang. Ling Xiao, defeated by Mushi, forced back Zhang Xiaoyu and Zhuangbu Fan, and even killed Barter and the others. The 957 deity position was about to be his, but Ji Tianfang was unwilling to give it to Ling Xiao just like that. Therefore, the one who used teleportation to injure Ling Xiao was Ji Tianfang. When Ling Xiao realized that the person who wanted to kill him was Ji Tianfang, he seriously valued this pinnacle divine king who had an extremely high reputation in the Dragon Gate. No wonder everyone in the sect thought that he was the Sun Jin of Goguryu's candidate. Just based on that instant killing move, Ling Xiao almost couldn't withstand it. If it was someone else, they would only be a dead soul under his sword. Ling Xiao didn't understand how Ji Tianfang could have such a fast speed with a fire god physique. Those with pure attribute divine bodies wouldn't have the power of other attributes. Ling Xiao could only guess that Ji Tianfang definitely knew some kind of ancient divine skill. You want me to let him go? Ling Xiao squinted at Qing Shui and asked. Yes, Divine Master Ling. Elder Ji is the disciple of Elder Shi. If you show mercy, Elder Ji will not fight with you for the deity position. Qing Shui hurriedly replied. What a joke. When you wanted to kill me just now, why didn't you think that we were fellow disciples? Are you trying to scare me with Elder Shi? Ling Xiao let out a wild laugh, and the strength of his grip on Ji Tianfang increased, almost making Ji Tianfang faint. Just now, Ji Tianfang did not hide his killing intent at all. If he let him off so easily, he would think that Ling Xiao was afraid of the Divine Body faction. And this Qing Shui wasn't a good person either. Just now, he appeared to want to rescue Ji Tianfang, but in reality, he wanted to finish off Ling Xiao. Therefore, no matter what, Ling Xiao had to make them pay a sufficient price. Divine Master Ling, if you kill me, it will definitely provoke a civil war in the sect. You have to think carefully. Ji Tianfang said with great difficulty. Qing Shui immediately nodded at the side and said, That's right. Divine Master Ling, you have to think about the overall situation. If there's a dispute in the sect, this is a big matter. You mean that if you killed me just now, you wouldn't provoke a civil war in the sect? Ling Xiao asked sternly, and then with his other free hand, he grabbed one of Ji Tianfang's arms and tore it off. One of Ji Tianfang's arms was instantly torn off, and a large amount of divine blood sprayed out from the gap of his broken arm, causing him to scream in pain. Elder Qing Shui was even more shocked by Ling Xiao's sudden action, and his face became incomparably pale. In the battle of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, life and death are decided by the heavens. I believe that even if I kill you, Ji Tianfang, your master won't have the guts to find trouble with me. What do you think? Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. After a pause, he said, What's more, it was you who wanted to kill me first. I was just protecting myself. None of this is my fault. Ling Xiao's smile was like that of a demon, making people feel cold. Divine Master Ling, We were wrong. We apologize to you. Divine Master Ling, please let Elder Ji go on account that we're all from the same sect. Qing Shui originally thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to do anything to them, but now it seemed that Ling Xiao was much more ruthless than he thought. Although Ji Tianfang's broken arm could be restored with the help of the divine elixir, he was scared out of his wits by Ling Xiao's actions. He grew up in the Dragon Gate with the most outstanding aura. Although he had experienced many life-and-death battles, he still felt very scared when he was so close to death this time. He was in the prime of his life and still had a lot of space to break through to the Supreme Master Realm. He was not willing to die like this. Divine Master Ling, spare my life. I, Ji Tianfang, admit defeat. Ji Tianfang bowed his head to Ling Xiao unwillingly and said, he originally thought that he could kill Ling Xiao when he was the most exhausted. His teleportation secret skill, which had always been successful, worked. If Ling Xiao didn't have a defensive ancient artifact, the Green Demon Divine Shield, he was sure that Ling Xiao would have been killed by his sword. It was a pity that his efforts were in vain. He didn't understand how Ling Xiao could suddenly counterattack him and even hurt his divine soul. If it weren't for his divine soul being much stronger than ordinary people and having a certain level of defensive power, he would have been dead by now. All right, how does he know how to use soul power to attack? Could he be from the soul race? How is this possible? He's clearly Kim people's man. All right, there must be something strange about the divine hoop on his head. Ji Tianfang thought in his heart. Ji Tianfang thought of the key point and coveted Ling Xiao's divine hoop in his heart. It was a pity that he could only think about it. How could Ling Xiao let the tiger return to the mountain? Don't worry, I'll definitely spare you. Ling Xiao wiped away his sneer and said with a laugh. Immediately after, he looked over at Qing Shui, who had a worried look all over his face. His soul power swiftly drew out, and with the augmentation of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, he directly killed Qing Shui instantly. Ji Tianfang looked at Qing Shui, who fell down inexplicably. His body started to tremble, and an icy chill welled up from the bottom of his heart. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said coolly, "Don't be afraid. You won't die." Finished talking, Ling Xiao's soul power forcefully rushed into Ji Tianfang's sea of consciousness. One soul-locking curse after another started to lock onto Ji Tianfang's divine soul. What the hell is this? As a divine body, Ji Tianfang's divine soul was also incomparable to others. His divine soul revealed a look of panic and started to counterattack against these soul-locking curses, not letting them get close to him. It was just that when he was resisting, another arm of his physical body was torn off by Ling Xiao, and he was even punched repeatedly on his physical body. This caused his mind to become unstable, and his divine soul was greatly affected. Ji Tianfang's divine soul became even weaker, and the soul-locking curse kept on rushing over, entering his divine soul one by one. It gradually formed a strange controlling force, causing his divine soul to be completely controlled by Ling Xiao. Ji Tianfang was finally defeated by Ling Xiao's two-pronged attack. Ling Xiao released Ji Tianfang and threw a divine pill into his mouth. Take the divine pill to recover from your injuries first, then fight for the position of Sun Jin of Goguryeo. Our Dragon Gate's fire divine physique can't come back empty-handed. This will throw the face of our Dragon Gate. Ji Tianfang nodded at Ling Xiao. Yes, Master. Ji Tianfang, a dignified fire divine physique, was controlled by Ling Xiao. This also allowed Ling Xiao to know every move of the divine body faction in the future like the back of his hand. At the same time, he could also use his and yet Dao's influence to gradually eliminate the infighting in the divine body faction. With Ling Xiao's ability, it might be difficult to capture and control the divine kings of the divine body faction one by one, but it was not impossible. However, Ling Xiao never planned to do so. Many people of the Divine Body faction were only instigated by some people who liked to play with power. As long as he subdued those people of the Divine Body faction who were unwilling to be left out, it was not impossible for the Dragon Gate to restore its unity in the future. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not want to seize the Dragon Gate's position. It was just that he was a member of the Qin people, and the Dragon Gate was the foundation of the Qin people. It was not too much for him to do something for the clan. Ji Tianfang consumed a divine pill and recovered his divine power. With the help of the divine power, he regrown his torn-off arms. The divine power that had just recovered became extremely weak again. Divine kings could regrow divine limbs, but they needed divine power as the foundation to have such an ability. Ji Tianfang immediately sat cross-legged in the air, took out many divine items, and consumed them to recover quickly. There was only one day left before they left, so he had to hurry up. Otherwise, he would not have a share of the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryu's position. Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of the Nether Soul Spirit Spring and slowly walked towards the 957th deity position. At this time, no one dared to compete with him for this position. The others either chose other positions or continued to compete for the positions they had originally chosen. In short, in these 2 days, more than half of the nearly 400 peak god kings had died, and many were injured. Ling Xiao sat on the lotus altar, not showing the slightest bit of joy. Instead, his expression was calm and tranquil. He only came here to experience the powerhouses of the various large influences. As for the Sinjin kingdom of Goguryeo, he only wanted to take it in passing. He wanted to win some glory for the Dragon Gate and the Qin people. With his strength, he could casually kill a Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo outside and become the Sunjin kingdom of Goguryeo. But now is not the time to verify it. He still had to wait until he was about to be transmitted out. Only then would the divine light of verification shine out from the ancient tablet. Ling Xiao turned and looked at the list of names engraved on the ancient divine seal tablet. His eyes only fell on the top 10 names. The Sunjin kingdom of Goguryo's ranking list is indeed valuable enough. In the future, when I reach the peak God King realm, challenging them might not be a bad choice. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes exuding a strong sense of confidence. Chapter 1326. After 2 days of fighting, Ling Xiao realized that he definitely couldn't underestimate the Sinjin of Goguryeo of the Heaven Domain. Those who could make it onto the rankings all had trump cards that others couldn't compare to. Now, that Ling Xiao was about to make it onto the rankings, he also didn't think that he was invincible above all the Sinjin of Goguryeo. Right now, the competition for the Sinjin of Goguryo's ranking was already so intense, and the top 10 Sinjin of Goguryo's strength could be imagined how terrifying it was. They definitely had ancient god weapons and other powerful things to rely on, and were definitely almost invincible within the same rank. Perhaps Ling Xiao could use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to increase his soul power to kill them in one fell swoop, but he wanted to fight with opponents of that level head-on. It would give him a sense of accomplishment. All of this would have to wait until he reached the pinnacle God King. He believed that with his strength at that time, even if he didn't use soul power, there wouldn't be a match for him within the God King realm. Ling Xiao sat quietly on the altar, calmly recovering his state, quietly waiting for the final moment to arrive. The battles for the other god positions were still ongoing, and only a few people had already consolidated their god positions. Those who had consolidated their god positions were all at the bottom, and the higher the position, the more people were fighting for it. From the looks of it, these positions definitely wouldn't be settled until the last day. Ling Xiao didn't care who obtained the other god positions. He was more concerned about whether his master, father-in-law, Yin Yu, and the others could obtain the god positions. Even if they couldn't obtain the god positions, he didn't want anything to happen to them. Fortunately, all of them were extraordinary, and they all knew how to act according to their capabilities, so they didn't force themselves to fight for the positions at the top, so there wasn't much danger, and Mad Monk had already guarded an altar long ago. The evil emperor did not let his protective spirit beast, the heavenly thunder beast, fight, so it was rather strenuous. However, he still relied on his profound foundation and his 5 different types of attacks to kill 3 peak divine kings, force back a few people, and take down a divine position with great difficulty. The only thing that made Ling Xiao laugh was that Yin Yu's big brother Ping, he actually looked like he was going to fight for the godly throne, but he was actually going to protect Lai Hongying. He worked hard to kill all the opponents around Lai Hongying before finally surrendering to her and giving up the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo to her. This was supposed to be a wonderful thing, but Lai Hongying didn't want it. She felt that the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo was not obtained by her own ability. She had a fight with Yin Yu, and she had to defeat Yin Yu in a head-on battle before she was willing to obtain this position. Otherwise, she would rather not have it. Yin Yu originally wanted to curry favor with Lai Hongying, but in the end, it turned out like this, making him rather depressed. Lai Hongying's personality was straightforward, and she didn't waste any words with Yin Yu. She immediately brandished her whip and charged towards Yin Yu. Lai Hongying attacked with all her might, not showing any mercy to Yin Yu at all. Yin Yu kept retreating, wanting to let Lai Hongying win, but Lai Hongying refused to budge. The fire whip in her hand ruthlessly whipped Yin Yu's face until it bled. The most important things for a man were his knees and face. Now, he was actually slapped in the face by a woman that he wanted to curry favor with. No man could stand it. Yin Yu was furious. He no longer blindly gave in to Lai Hongying, but instead exploded with all his strength and fought with her. He was determined to teach this woman a harsh lesson. In the end, Yin Yu finally defeated Lai Hongying, completely suppressing this woman by a level. Yin Yu didn't feel the slightest bit of joy after defeating Lai Hongying. He felt that the first woman that he had ever fallen in love with was about to be lost. Unexpectedly, Lai Hongying praised him. "Not bad, this is a real man. If you want to woo this lady, then show me some ability." Following that, she directly gave up on the fight for the position of Sinjin of Goguryeo. When Yin Yu heard this, he became a little confused. He didn't dare to believe that what he had just heard was real. As time passed, most of the altars were finally occupied. The 957th place was already in Ling Xiao's pocket, and no one dared to challenge him anymore. This was because many god kings had long sensed the intense collisions at the altars. Many monstrous geniuses had died at those altars. No one dared to doubt the true terror of Ling Xiao, a high-level god king, in obtaining this position. The 958th place went to Ling Fei Wu. Just like Ling Xiao, he had condensed Golden Dragon Battle Chi. Although it wasn't as solid as Ling Xiao's, it could increase his battle prowess by 30 times. He also had a complete set of half-ancient divine artifacts to protect him, and he had the assistance of a high-level 10th tier Flood Dragon. He had killed 7 peak god kings in succession and scared away a few people, allowing everyone to witness the true terror of Kim people. He had secured the 2nd place this time. The 959th place went to Ji Tianfang. Although he had been defeated by Ling Xiao, the power of his instant kill was absolutely unstoppable. Moreover, he had an ancient divine artifact in his hand, so he forcefully pushed Su Mo, who had originally occupied this position, away. The 960th place went to Xianxia. Although she had been scared away by Ling Xiao, she didn't give up on the fight for the other positions. Her bewitching eyes fully displayed her advantage. Other than Ling Xiao, no one else could resist her bewitchment. She killed 3 peak god kings who were fighting for this position in succession and forcefully occupied it. The 960th place went to Zhuang Bufan, who had escaped from Ling Xiao. The 962th place went to Su Mo. The 963th place went to the high-level god king called Ding Gudu. He had actually killed White-Browed God King by Mushi, who had come to fight for the position. Although Bai Mushi had been defeated by Ling Xiao first, he had the defense of a half-ancient divine artifact, the Divine Shield. By right, he should have been undefeatable. However, he had completely lost, and even lost his life. This was because Ding Gudu was actually also someone who had an ancient divine artifact. The 964th place went to the Dragon Gate, and the 965th place went to the Blazing Flame Merchants. Lai Yin, Mad Monk, on the other hand, was at the 970th place. This position wasn't too close to the front, but it wasn't too far behind either. For him to be able to obtain this position, his holy beast, Tung Shi King, had contributed a lot of effort. The evil emperor, on the other hand, was 3 places behind Mad Monk. He had obtained the 973 divine position, and without the help of a holy beast, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, his lightning attribute attacks caused many people to stop in their tracks, and his 5 elements combined divine art was the last thing he could do to protect his position. Yin Yu's position was slightly behind, only at the 988th place. With his strength, he should have been even higher, but in the beginning, in order to protect Lai Hongying, he wanted to help her obtain the divine position, but in the end, it became his position. However, he didn't despise anything. He was already very happy to be able to help Sun Jin of Goguryeo. He, the #1 mercenary king, had finally started to become famous in the Sky Dragon region, and he had even obtained the favor of a beauty. The competition that lasted for half a month was finally over. There were only 2 hours left before they would be teleported out of this place. All the divine positions were finally filled with people. The others who did not obtain the divine position were either dead or heavily injured, and no longer had the qualifications to fight for it. At this time, the ancient tablet finally released a dazzling light once again. The 9-color divine light landed on the bodies of the 43 divine kings, and they felt comfortable all over. The divine power that they had consumed was actually completely recovered at this moment, and their injuries were also healing at an extremely fast speed. Outside the divine altar, all the divine kings were also nourished. Although they didn't benefit as much as the 43 new Sinjin of Goguryeo, their divine power and injuries had clearly recovered quite a bit. Immediately after, mysterious golden talismans started to appear on the ancient tablet. When these golden talismans landed on the 43 new Sinjin of Goguryeo, it was as if they were plated with a layer of gold, causing them to become incomparably noble and extraordinary. Immediately after, the information of these 43 people seemed to be recorded by the ancient tablet. Immediately, their names, ages, and cultivation attributes appeared above their heads. Ling Xiao felt that the power of these golden talismans seemed to contain some kind of power that he could not resist. It was as if all of his secrets were being extracted by these golden talismans and transferred to the ancient tablet. Gradually, all of their information was absorbed by the ancient tablet, and the names of the 43 people began to be imprinted on the towering ancient tablet. The new Sinjin of Goguryeo had finally returned to their positions. One by one, the tokens of the Sinjin of Goguryeo began to float down from the ancient tablet. These Sinjin of Goguryeo tokens were condensed from the energy of the ancient tablet, and they were engraved with numbers and names representing their identities. In the future, they would not need to pay any divine crystals to walk through any corner of the heaven region, or pass through any spatial formation or domain gate. The 43 people held the Sinjin of Goguryeo tokens, and smiles of satisfaction and excitement appeared on their faces. Their many years of hard work had finally paid off. They had completely forgotten all the hardships they had suffered in the past, and all the life-threatening dangers they had gone through. 10,000 years of cultivation, all for today. From tomorrow onwards, their names would be recorded in the 1,000 Gods list, forever recorded in the annals of history, and revered by millions of people in the heavenly dragon territory. Swish, swish. Tens of thousands of beams of golden light appeared on the ancient tablet again, directly illuminating every corner of the space. All the god kings who had not died were transported out of the god-conferring altar. The spatial crack in the god-conferring altar slowly closed, and it would only reopen after 100 years. As the Sinjin of Goguryeo ended, the names and appearances of the 43 Sinjin of Goguryeo were displayed in the sky above many ancient cities. They were announced to the world, so that everyone in the heavenly dragon territory knew of their existence. In the god-conferring grounds, the god-kings who had not left earlier were the first to witness this moment in history. They all looked around to see if there was anyone among the 43 people they knew. Each and every one of them began to cry out in alarm. The 957th Ling Xiao. Who is he? He actually won the title of champion of the Sinjin of Goguryeo this time. There aren't many people with the surname Ling in our Dragon Gate. He's probably one of the Kim people's people. Looks like the number 1 ancient clan in the Heavenly Dragon territory is still number 1. The 958th Ling Fei Wu is also one of the Kim people's people. Their battle prowess is really shocking. That Ji Tianfeng also obtained the 959th place. The top 3 places were all taken by the Dragon Gate. How enviable. Chapter 13:27. The battle for the Sun Jin of Goguryeo had finally come to an end. Some people were happy, while others were sad. The ones who were happy were the people who had obtained the position of Sun Jin of Goguryeo and their forces. The ones who were worried were the god kings who could no longer return. They were destined to be sealed in the god sealing altar forever, never to be remembered by others. Of course, although the name of Sinjin of Goguryeo had been established, whether or not they could hold on to this position depended on their future performance. If someone challenged them alone and killed them head-on, then their position as Sun Jin of Goguryeo would definitely change hands. The god kings here gradually began to disperse. There were also many who wanted to fish in troubled waters and catch up with a new Sinjin of Goguryeo. They planned to pick up the ready-made ping, and see if they could defeat them and seize the position. As for Ling Xiao and the others, they did not leave immediately. When Ling Xiao came out, he immediately sensed the aura of the Dark Shadow clans, Yingjian. Unfortunately, he could not find him. Ling Xiao was sure that Yingjian had definitely escaped. Their Dark Shadow clan's hiding and escaping skills were still very good. Old pervert, you've lost this time, huh? Mad Monk laughed complacently at the evil emperor. Mad Monk and the evil emperor had already agreed that whoever obtained the highest rank in the Sinjin of Goguryeo would be stronger. The evil emperor was very unconvinced. Old bald donkey, don't be too proud. If it wasn't for the fact that this emperor's heavenly thunder beast isn't strong enough, this emperor wouldn't have lost. If you lose, then you lose. Why are you looking for a reason? Don't worry, we're family now, so there's nothing bad about losing to me. It's not like I'll make fun of you anyway. Mad Monk was really showing off after obtaining Ping E. The evil emperor was so angry that he couldn't refute. He could only harden his neck and say, "Come, this emperor will fight with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Watch this emperor beat you into a sorry state, you old bald donkey. Come, who's afraid of who? Today, I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly," Mad Monk said as he assumed a fighting stance. At this time, Yin Mengqi, Euro Fei, Feng Qingyuan, Xu Ziqian, and the rest who came with Ling Xiao all rushed over. When Euro Fei saw her adoptive father again, she cried out in joy. The evil emperor and the Mad Monk naturally could not continue to lose their image in front of this junior, and could only temporarily stop talking. Yin Mengqi moved closer to Ling Xiao, a look of joy on her face as she said, "Congratulations to your husband." Ling Xiao lightly scratched Yin Mengqi's nose. "What's there to be happy about? It's just an empty reputation." Yin Mengqi replied, "Even if other people put their lives on the line, it's all for nothing. Yet, you're still not happy about it. From what I can see, you don't seem to care, but in your heart, you're very proud of yourself." Ling Xiao laughed and said, "All right, you guessed right. I'm very happy today." Yin Mengqi added, "Don't worry, it won't be long before I catch up to you." The group chatted for a while longer before Ling Fei Wu, Ji Tianfeng, and the others walked over. Other than Ling Xiao, there were a total of 40 people from Dragon Gate. Now, there were only 25 people left, and 15 of them had already died. Amongst the 43 spots, the people from Dragon Gate had obtained a total of 4 divine positions, and adding on Ling Zhao's, they had obtained a total of 5 divine positions. This was the faction that obtained the most spots among all the forces. 3 people from the Sword Cleansing Manor obtained the spots, 2 people from the Sun and Moon Sect obtained the spots, and only 1 person from the Divine Axe Gang obtained the spots. The rest of the deity positions were divided among the people from the small and medium-sized forces or rogue cultivators. If the evil Emperor and the Mad Monk were both considered to be Dragon Gate's identities, then the Dragon Gate's proportion would be even greater. Ling Feiwu never thought that Ling Xiao would actually be so powerful, consecutively defeating so many peak-level divine kings and obtaining first place. He was very impressed in his heart. It had to be known that it was already difficult for Ling Feiwu to deal with just Ji Tianfeng, not to mention that there were still others eyeing him covetously from the side. He had completely lost all doubt about Ling Zhao's fighting strength. In addition, Ji Tianqi's position was 1 rank lower than his, which made him feel especially good in his heart. Finally, he was a head above him. Ling Feiwu and the others came to congratulate Ling Xiao one by one. Even the expressions of the people from the Divine Body sect became a lot more respectful. Grand Uncle Ling Xiao, are we going back now? Ling Feiwu asked. Their group had obtained the title of Sunjin of Goguryeo, so they naturally had to return in glory. Ling Feiwu asked for Ling Zhao's opinion because he was afraid that Ling Xiao would have something to do midway. Ling Xiao thought about it, then nodded and said, "Then let's go back together." Following that, he looked at Ji Tianfeng and said, "In the future, Tianfeng and Feiwu should get along well. We are all brothers in the same sect. Fighting and killing will hurt our relationship." Ji Tianfeng was obedient to Ling Zhao's words. Ling Xiao said this just to not let others know that Ji Tianfeng was already under his control. "Don't worry, Divine Teacher Ling Feiwu and I are also considered good brothers since young. In the future, we will definitely join hands and bring glory to our Dragon Gate," Ji Tianfeng said very sincerely in front of everyone. When he said this, it gave Ling Feiwu and the others a huge shock. They were all speculating whether Ji Tianfeng was just saying it. Ling Xiao patted Ji Tianfeng's shoulder and said, "That's good." Looking at Ling Zhao's attitude towards Ji Tianfeng, everyone thought, could it be that Divine Teacher Ling intimidated Ji Tianfeng and made him admit defeat? At this time, Ling Xiao walked towards Yin Yu and said, "Big brother Yin, I am preparing to return to Dragon Gate." Yin Yu looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. "You and I have just met, and we have to separate. I can't bear to part with you." Indeed, ever since he got to know Ling Xiao, he had felt Ling Zhao's powerful strength and magnanimity. It made him want to have a good gathering with Ling Xiao and drink to his heart's content for a few days. Ling Xiao replied, "There will still be a chance. In the future, I will definitely go to the Leaping Wolf Ridge and drink to my heart's content with Big Brother." "All right, little brother. You have to keep your word," Yin Yu replied with a smile. Of course, Ling Xiao replied before turning to Lai Hongying, who had yet to leave, and saying, "Big brother, you should hurry up and finish off that person. I believe that you will definitely be able to do it." Yin Yu's face turned red and said, "Haha, of course, of course." After Ling Xiao bid farewell to Lai Hongying, he led a group of people back to the Heavenly Dragon sect. It had been 2 years since he came out of Dragon Gate, and the things he needed to do were almost done. It was time to return to Xianling Continent. However, Ling Xiao did not know that not far away, there was a beautiful figure looking at the direction he left and muttering, "One day, I will get back at him." Before Ling Xiao and the others returned to Dragon Gate, Dragon Gate had already received the news of the name list of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. With a few more Sunjin of Goguryeo added to Dragon Gate, the whole sect was jubilant. Among the 5 Sunjin of Goguryeo, Kim people took up 3 spots, which made the people of Kim people's faction very happy. Although the number of direct descendants of Kim people was decreasing, each of them definitely had a lot of achievements and could still live up to the name of the number 1 ancient clan in the Sky Dragon region. As for the Divine Physique faction, although 2 people had obtained the name of Sunjin of Goguryeo, because Ji Tianfeng was after Ling Xiao and Ling Feiwu, they could not stand it. Especially people like Fongbu or who liked to collapse. They were even more furious. After all, this was related to the current heated situation in the sect. Ever since Ling Chun left Yigong in a low-key manner last time, Ling Chen's popularity as the sect master had plummeted, and there were even rumors that he was preparing to replace him as the sect master. Therefore, Fongbu was especially excited and felt that this time his chance had come. Recently, Fongbu had been trying to win over people's hearts, looking forward to the time when he would ascend to the position of sect master. He had originally hoped that his junior brother, Ji Tianfeng, would be able to help him eliminate Ling Feiwu during the battle for the Sinjin of Goguryeo and dampen the prestige of Kim people, so that they would know that the Divine Physique faction was in charge of the Dragon Gate, and not the followers of the Kim people. Unexpectedly, not only did his hopes not succeed, he was even suppressed by the other party twice, which made him very angry. He knew his junior brother's strength, so why did he actually give up the 2 positions in front of him in the end? He thought that when his junior brother returned, he would definitely interrogate him properly about how he had lost so much face. Dragon Gate's sect master, Ling Chun, was not happy at all during this period of time. Whenever he thought of the words his grandfather had said to him, he would feel extremely terrified. Little Chun, you've been doing well in the outer sect all these years. You're just too conservative, but you lack motivation. There are still some problems that you can't suppress. I think it's better for you to return to the clan and focus on your cultivation for a period of time. Try to break through to the supreme deity position. Look, Little Fei has already caught up to you. Give the position of sect master to someone else. Managing a bunch of things all day won't do you any good in the future. Ling Chun could hear the other meaning behind his grandfather's criticism of him. His grandfather's words definitely meant that the elders in the clan had an opinion about how he handled matters. Once the clan lost their support for him, he would no longer be able to sit on his position as the sect master. Speaking of which, he hadn't been the sect master for a long time, so it could be said that he hadn't enjoyed the feeling of having the authority of a sect master. He had always been suppressed by the people of the Divine Body faction, and this made him very unhappy. Compared to the previous sect masters, he had made contributions without any major mistakes, and the sect was still under his control. Why did they suddenly want to replace him? He had discussed this matter with his wife, Xianxia, in private, and finally found out what the problem was. They guessed that he had been too kind in dealing with the matter regarding Yigong, and it didn't extinguish the arrogance of the Divine Body faction at all. Instead, it dispelled the enthusiasm of his own clan members, and everyone began to be dissatisfied with the way he handled matters. Most importantly, this matter couldn't be handled to Ling Xiao's satisfaction. After all, Ling Xiao was now the most popular person in the Dragon Gate, and even Divine Medicine Master Zhang can have become good friends with him despite the difference in age. Ling Xiao's status in the clan was also becoming more and more important. After figuring out the crux of the matter, Ling Chun had been thinking about how to explain his painstaking efforts to Ling Xiao. He hoped that he could gain Ling Xiao's understanding so that he could put in a good word for him in front of the clan leader and secure his position as the sect leader. Otherwise, as the sect master, he would become the laughingstock of the Dragon Gate's history. It would be absolutely humiliating if he was replaced for no reason before his term was up. Now that Ling Xiao and the others had returned, he, as the sect master, immediately received them and wanted to give them a high-profile reward. Chapter 1328. Dragon Gate was the #1 faction in the Sky Dragon territory, but they still attached great importance to every Sinjin of Goguryeo. Every Sinjin of Goguryeo was the most respected person in the Sky Dragon territory. Although Dragon Gate had a high percentage, it didn't mean that they didn't care about the name Sinjin of Goguryeo. As long as the Heavenly Dragon sect maintained a quota of 1,000 godly monarchs every 100 years, it meant that the Heavenly Dragon sect would continue to prosper. Ling Xiao, Ling Feiwu, Ji Tianfeng, and the other 2 were directly summoned to the main hall of Dragon Gate. Ling Chan sat in the main seat with a dignified expression. On his left and right there were several dozen elders. Each of them had the title of Sunjin of Goguryeo, Divine Alchemist, or Divine Artifact Refiner. They were all people of virtue and prestige in Dragon Gate. Today is another day of celebration. Our Dragon Gate has 5 new Sunjin of Goguryeo elders. This is truly a joyous occasion. After discussing with the other elders, we've decided to hold a ceremony for you. Those who haven't become high elders will be promoted to high elders. You'll enjoy 2 times the salary in the sect, and you'll be able to enjoy a peak and receive 2 divine artifacts. Ling Chen announced. These rewards were very good for any godly monarch, but they were very boring for Ling Xiao. He wasn't interested in them at all. After Ling Chen's announcement, everyone expressed their gratitude to Ling Chen. However, Ling Chen wasn't done yet. After encouraging the others, he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Since Elder Ling Xiao is the first person in our Dragon Gate and the Sky Dragon territory to have both Divine Alchemist and Sunjin of Goguryeo, I've decided to confer him the title of Special Elder. He'll enjoy the highest treatment in the sect." The inner elders of the Heavenly Dragon sect were usually divided into outer sect elders, inner sect elders, and high-level elders. Those who could be conferred the title of elder had to reach the level of God King. Outer sect elders had the lowest position. Normally, only those God Kings who did not belong to the Heavenly Dragon sect would be conferred this title. They could only be arranged to work in the industries outside the Heavenly Dragon sect. Inner sect elders were those who had been disciples of the Heavenly Dragon sect since they were young. They had reached the level of God King step by step before they were conferred the title. As for those who were conferred the title of high-level elder, only those who had reached the level of God King Qian could be conferred the title. Their position and authority were the highest in the Heavenly Dragon sect. However, there was one type of elder whose authority was above these 3 types of elders. It wasn't referring to the supreme elders, but those who fought for the sect's special glory. Only godly monarchs had the qualifications to be conferred this title. Within the Dragon Gate, special elders were existences on equal footing with sect master Ling Chen. Within the Dragon Gate, there were only 4 people who could be conferred the title of special elder. These 4 people were all in the top 10 of the Sunjin of Goguryeo ranking. It was precisely because they had obtained the most dazzling ranking in the Sunjin of Goguryeo ranking that they were conferred the position of special elder. They had the power to decide the life and death of those below the high elder rank. If anyone dared to disrespect them, they could first behead them and then collect them. There was no need to think too much. Moreover, they could use the sect's resources as they pleased. It could be said that the position of special elder was second only to those founding elders who protected the sect. As soon as Ling Chen's words fell, everyone present revealed a look of astonishment. Especially the 4 people beside Ling Xiao. They were even more shocked. "Sect Master, it seems like even our Elder Council doesn't know about this matter. This conferment is a bit unreasonable." A dissatisfied voice rang out faintly. Needless to say, the only one who dared to object in such a high-profile manner was the second commander, Feng Bu'er. That's right. Although Divine Master Ling has won glory for our sect, conferring him the title of Special Elder doesn't seem to be in line with our sect master's character. Another Divine Body faction elder echoed. That's right. Divine Master Ling is still young. Let's wait until he becomes one of the top 10 of the Sunjin of Goguryeo ranking. The people from the Divine Body faction naturally did not want Ling Chen to succeed. Once Ling Xiao was conferred the title of Special Elder, it would have an even greater influence on the people within the sect. It would be very detrimental to the development of the Divine Body faction, so they had to do everything they could to stop it. However, the people from Kim People's faction were not willing to be outdone. Someone immediately retorted, "I think it's natural for Elder Ling Xiao to be conferred the title of Special Elder. Which one of you can be like him, a godly apothecary, and obtain the title of Sunjin of Goguryeo? I'm afraid there's not a single person like him in the entire Sky Dragon region, right? He's destined to be recorded in the history of our sect, and this title of Special Elder is just right for him." That's right. Elder Ling Xiao isn't even 100 years old yet. He's already so outstanding at such a young age. If he isn't conferred the title of Special Elder, it can only mean that some of us are jealous of his abilities. We definitely won't allow these people to succeed. The title of Godly Apothecary and Sunjin of Goguryeo is the dream of any God King. Now that Elder Ling Xiao has both, what else can be more glorious than him? Even the few special elders who have obtained the top 10 of the Sunjin of Goguryeo feel that they are on equal footing with Elder Ling Xiao. We agree with the sect leader's decision to confer Elder Ling Xiao the title of Special Elder. The Divine Body faction and the Kim People's faction began to quarrel over Ling Xiao's position. Ling Chun, who was sitting in the main seat, slammed the table heavily and shouted angrily, "Do you all not put me, the sect leader, in your eyes? I will report this decision to the founding elders and let them decide." However, I can definitely tell you that Elder Ling Xiao's double glory status is more than enough to be a special elder. If any of you can be like him in the future, this sect leader will also confer you the title of Special Elder. Ling Chun was furious. Every time he wanted to make a decision himself, the people from the Divine Body faction would jump out and challenge his authority as the sect leader. He really wanted to chase them all out of the sect. Ling Chun wanted to show his might as the sect leader, but there were people who ignored him. Fong Buer jumped out again and said, "If the sect leader insists on this, we have nothing to say. However, it's best to listen to the founding elder's opinion first." Ling Chen's face was ashen. He really wanted to kill Fong Bu immediately. At this time, someone stood up and said faintly, "I feel that it's natural for Elder Ling Xiao to be a special elder. Could it be that the second commander has an opinion about us divine alchemists? This is the first time I, Old Zheng, have seen a divine alchemist seize the position of Sunjin of Goguryeo. I'm very happy in my heart. Everyone thinks that we divine alchemists are born to refine pills. In fact, we also have extraordinary fighting strength. Elder Ling Xiao has really made us divine alchemists proud. Hee hee." Everyone looked toward the person who spoke. It turned out that the person who spoke was divine alchemist Zheng. Zheng Can's position in the Dragon Gate was quite high. Although he wasn't granted the position of Special Elder, his authority wasn't much lower than theirs. After all, he was the divine alchemist with the highest status in the Dragon Gate. Many people had received his favor. His words in the Dragon Gate were not inferior to the sect leader's orders. Normally, he rarely participated in this kind of ceremony, but when he heard that Ling Xiao had obtained the title of Sunjin of Goguryeo, he specially came to join in the fun. Just as he said, everyone felt that divine alchemists were born to refine pills, and their fighting strength was ordinary and low. There had never been a divine alchemist who had obtained the title of Sunjin of Goguryeo. However, Ling Xiao was the first in the Sky Dragon region. Not only was he a divine alchemist, he had also obtained the title of Sunjin of Goguryeo. This made him, as a divine alchemist, feel proud. Now that he heard the sect leader mention Ling Xiao as a special elder, Zheng Qin was happy for Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart and supported him 100%. Towards this good friend of his, Zheng Qin was very close to him from the bottom of his heart. The pill refining techniques that Ling Xiao had mentioned before had enlightened him. As long as he could step into the ranks of the true sovereign, he definitely had a 30% chance of breaking through to the sovereign alchemy God realm. However, the people of the Divine Body faction clearly did not want Ling Xiao to take this position and openly opposed it. Zheng Qin was furious. No matter what, he had been good to the people of the Divine Body faction all these years. He had concocted quite a few pills for them and had a good relationship with the elders above them. Now that these people actually looked down on their divine alchemist, how could he not be angry? Sure enough, now that he had publicly expressed his attitude and spoken up for Ling Xiao, the expressions of the people of the Divine Body faction stiffened, and all of them became ugly. Even Fong Buer, who had been happily collapsing all this time, did not know how to refute. In recent years, he had always hoped that Gong Zhanren would be able to rope Zheng Qin in, and had even suggested to his master, who had not appeared for a long time, that he hoped that his master would do Xianxia's work and let Xianxian express his support for him, Feng Bu'er, and support the Divine Body faction. Unfortunately, it seemed that all of his work had been in vain. Xianxian was determined to make friends with Ling Xiao and had fallen to the Qin people's faction. This was definitely not good news for their Divine Body faction. Xianxian had the highest reputation among all the divine alchemists, and he also had the most saint alchemists in the sect. As long as they gave the order, those who were hesitant and wanted to protect themselves would definitely fall to the Qin people's faction. After all, the influence of an alchemist was something that others could not imagine. If Zheng Can's words were a wake-up call for Feng Bu'er, then the other person's words had blown his eardrums to smithereens. I think what sect leader and divine master Zheng said is right. Elder Ling Xiao is the most outstanding person in our Dragon Gate, and not everyone can seize the double glory. Even the elders sitting here don't have this kind of ability, right? Furthermore, Elder Ling Xiao defeated Zhuangbu Fan of the Sword-Washing Manor, Barter of the Divine Axe Gang, and by Mushi of the Northern Snow Alliance in the battle for the Sinjin of Goguryeo, and even I was defeated. If it wasn't for Elder Ling Xiao showing mercy, the Sinjin of Goguryeo would not exist. Elder Ling Xiao has raised the dragon might of our clan, and once his identity as a divine alchemist is announced to the world, he will definitely be revered by the people of the world. This is definitely the fortune of our Dragon Gate. I agree that Elder Ling Xiao should be a special elder. Ji Tianfeng said very seriously. Who is Ji Tianfeng? He was a fellow disciple of the same bloodline as Feng Bu'er, and his prestige was second only to Feng Bu'er. He actually publicly expressed his support for Ling Xiao, which made Feng Bu'er wonder if his junior brother had gone mad. How could this be? Feng Bu'er thought to himself with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 1329. Ji Tianfeng's counterattack had baffled Feng Bu'er and the warriors of the Divine Body faction. Who could have thought that Ji Tianfeng, the one who had a good relationship with Feng Bu'er, would support Ling Xiao publicly? Did it send a different signal? Ling Chen didn't know what was going on. Qin people's subordinates didn't know what was going on, either. Could it be that Ji Tianfeng and Ling Xiao reached some sort of agreement? Everyone had the same question in their minds. No matter what, as Zheng Can and Ji Tianfeng had declared their positions, Ling Chen was so happy. He immediately proposed to grant Ling Xiao the special elder title. This time, no one objected. Even Feng Bu'er didn't say anything. However, his face darkened. He had to return and report this matter to his master. After the ceremony, Feng Bu'er didn't stop to rush to his teacher's place to cultivate. The dragon-gazing mountain range was really vast, and the area Dragon Gate occupied was also enormous. Even King God Realm experts needed a lot of time to fly to their sect's territory. All the incipient God Realm experts had their own cultivating place. Feng Bu'er's teacher had a high reputation in Dragon Gate. He had the gold god body of the previous generation. His name was Wei Tu, and he had the incipient God Realm cultivation base. Although he was not the strongest person in the Heavenly Dragon sect, his words held absolute authority. When he was at the King God Realm, he was also a famous existence. He used to rank in the top 10 of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Ji Tianfeng was the son of his uncle Ji Qianxiao. His uncle's competence wasn't less than his teacher's. They used to have the same teacher. Thus, he and Ji Qianxiao were from the same branch. When Feng Bu'er came to the mountain where his teacher was cultivating, a half-incipient God Realm expert came from an unknown direction and stopped him. When Feng Bu'er saw him, he immediately greeted respectfully, "Eldest senior brother." Surprisingly, the old man in front of him was his big brother Wei Zhongtang, the first disciple of his teacher. Although he didn't have the gold god body, his teacher had nurtured him well. Reaching half-incipient God Realm had made many people sigh in admiration. "Junior brother, you came to find Master?" Wei Zhongtang asked faintly. Although Wei Zhongtang had been by his master's side for a long time, he had heard a lot about what his junior brother had done in the sect. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want his junior brother to fight so fiercely with Kim people. He knew how powerful Kim people was. Fongbu nodded and said, "Yes, there are some things I need to discuss with Master. I don't know if he has the time." "You can go up. Master and Martial Uncle Ji are playing chess up there," replied Wei Zhongtong. "Thank you, senior martial brother." Fongbu responded and immediately rushed towards the peak. If others wanted to see his master, as a senior brother, they couldn't go up there without his permission. Moreover, there was a rule that no one could fly up there. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know what happened to them when they died. Fongbu also walked towards the peak of the mountain. On the peak of the mountain, under a big pine tree, two old men were playing chess. They were so focused that they didn't seem to notice Fongbu's arrival. Moreover, they seemed to be separated from nature. People below the king god realm wouldn't be able to notice their existence if they came here. Their auras had a close connection with everything in the world. They had reached the realm of unity of man and nature, returning to their original state. When Fongbu arrived not far from them, he stopped. His body didn't move, and he didn't dare to make a sound. He just waited for the two old men to finish playing chess. The two old men played chess for a whole day. They didn't stop until the sun had set. "Let's call it a day. Since Bu came, your mind is starting to feel a little weak," the red-haired old man said faintly. This old man was Ji Tianfeng's father, Ji Chunxiao, who was also Fongbu's martial uncle. The other old man was his master, Wei Tuesday. Haha, it's not like you don't know that he has a donkey's personality. He doesn't know how to turn back until he hits the wall. Now, he must have some trouble that he can't solve. That's why he came to find an old man like me. Wei Tu smiled faintly. At this moment, Fongbu went forward and greeted the two respectfully. "Greetings, master, martial uncle. Tell me, what trouble did you cause this time? If it's because of that position, then let's not talk about it. Everything will depend on your ability. However, some of the things you've done are indeed overboard," Wei Tu said with a wise gaze. Fongbu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, could it be that Master knows everything? "Master, everything I've done is to fight for more benefits for everyone. Now that Ling Chun is incompetent, many people are not convinced that he's still holding the position of sect leader." Fongbu expressed his dissatisfaction. Back then, his master had always supported him to take the position, but later on, it was still Kim people who held the position of sect leader, which made him very dissatisfied. He felt that his ability was much stronger than Ling Chen's. After so many years, he had always been dissatisfied and kept roping in helpers. That was why he was able to compete with Ling Chun. At this point, he must not give up. He must obtain his master's support. "Ling Chun is indeed not suitable to be sect leader, but you're not suitable to be sect leader now either." "Stop." Wei Tu sighed. "What, master? Why do you think so? Didn't you say that I was more suitable to be sect leader?" Fongbu revealed a look of panic. If he did not have the support of his master and the other supreme martial artists, then everything he had done before would have been in vain. He absolutely did not want such an ending. "Back then, I supported you to be sect leader because you were popular and had principles. You were a person who could do great things. But now, your performance has disappointed me. All these years, you have been provoking the dignity of the Kim people. Although they did not do anything to you, it does not mean that they will always tolerate it. Once they harden their hearts, it will be difficult for me and your uncle masters and I to protect you." Wei Tu said. After a pause, he sighed and said, "It's all my fault. Let go. As long as the Kim people are still standing, we must live in peace with them. This is a win-win situation." Fongbu originally wanted to ask his master for help, but unexpectedly, his master changed his attitude and said these words. It was as if he was about to explode. He did not understand what had happened. Why did his master make such a big change? Fongbu went down the mountain with a confused look on his face. However, when he reached the foot of the mountain, a dragon team appeared in front of Fongbu. "Take down Fongbu." A clear and cold voice rang out from the leader's mouth. Fongbu instantly came to his senses. He looked at the people who were rushing over and shouted, "Ling Fei, what are you doing?" The leader was the fifth commander, Ling Fei, who had been deposed. Now, he had actually brought the dragon team to capture Fongbu in public. This was definitely something that was worthy of being shocked. It should be known that internal strife was not allowed in the Dragon Gate. It seemed that Ling Fei was planning to capture Fongbu so openly. The dragon team's aggressive approach immediately alerted the God Kings here. Fongbu's big senior brother, Wei Zhongtong, immediately rushed out with a lot of people. Who dares to cause trouble here? Wei Zhongtong rushed to Fongbu's side and shouted at Ling Fei and the others. Ling Fei brought a few dozen people with him, and Wei Zhongtong also had a lot of people with him. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Elder Wei, please step aside. I am here to capture Fongbu on the orders of the disciplinary hall, Elder. Ling Fei looked at the token and shouted, Bastard Ling Fei, what are you guys trying to do? I, Fongbu, am standing upright and upright. Why do you want to capture me? Are you guys afraid of us? So you came up with this excuse? Fongbu shouted at Ling Fei. He was not worried that he would be captured by Ling Fei and the others here. After all, his master was here. However, he was very anxious now. He was puzzled. Could it be his master said, that Kim people want to capture me? All these years, he had been fighting with Ling Chun, but no one had done anything to him. Could it be that Kim people's people found out about that? Ling Fei sneered. You were standing upright and upright? Haha. You murdered your fellow sect members and formed a gang to rebel. You actually have the face to say such words. After pausing for a moment, he said to Wei Zhongtong, Elder Wei, there are some things you may not know. Fongbu, Hegong, and the others, for their own personal grievances, bribed the Shadow Assassination Group to assassinate Divine Medicine Master Ling Xiao more than 10 years ago. Divine Medicine Master Ling Xiao was forced into the mass burial space by the Shadow Assassination Group and almost died. Later, the Shadow Assassination Group was completely annihilated, but the leader of the Shadow Assassination Group, Ing Ao, was lucky enough to escape. Now he has been caught and brought back. He has already confessed that it was our sect's people who paid a high price to kill Divine Medicine Master Ling Xiao. And this person is Fongbu. He actually dared to murder his fellow sect members. He should be beheaded. After Ling Fei finished speaking, Fongbu's entire body and mind turned cold. He didn't expect that the fish that escaped the net that year would be found by someone else. Wei Zhongtong looked at Fongbu's deathly pale face and knew that Ling Fei wasn't slandering him. He cursed in his heart. Junior brother is really muddle-headed. Although he was dissatisfied with Fongbu's actions, he still resisted the pressure and said, Could there be some misunderstanding in this matter? Elder Wei, I know that you and Fongbu are fellow disciples, but there is one thing that you might not be aware of. Not only did he order people to assassinate Elder Ling Xiao, but he also killed more than a dozen elders who disobeyed him. Although he did this covertly, the net of heaven has long arms and no one can escape it. It was still discovered by one of the elders. Now, Peng Jia, Sun Yanghan, and the others have been arrested. They have already admitted that Fongbu wanted to rebel, so he killed those elders and secretly forced many people to join his camp with the intention of dominating our Dragon Gate. Don't you think this kind of person should be captured and given an explanation to the Gate Master and everyone else? Ling Fei spouted out all the crimes that Fongbu had committed over the years. Fongbu's face became increasingly gloomy. He didn't expect that something would happen before he could even launch an attack. Without a second thought, he immediately flew towards the mountain peak where his master was. Now, only his master could save his life. Chapter 1330. You want to run away? Not a chance. Ling Fei was at half-incipient God realm now. As soon as he saw Fongbu heading to the mountain peak, he sneered and chased after Fongbu to capture him. However, Wei Zhongtang's body shivered. He stood in front of Ling Fei and said, Ling Fei, don't act rashly in my teacher's place. Ling Fei looked at Wei Zhongtang and snorted. Do you really want to stop me from capturing the traitor? Wei Zhongtong frowned and said, "I will get my master to give you an explanation for this matter." Wei Zhongtang didn't expect that his junior could sink that deep. Although the members of the Divine Body faction didn't get along well with the Kim people, they hadn't done anything like killing the members of their own faction. It seemed like his junior had planned for a long time. He was crazy about the sect master position. When Ling Fei wanted to say something, it was too late. Fong Buer had climbed to the mountain peak. "I will report this to the other elders. Let's see if you guys want to protect Fong Buer. If he wants to break the relationship with our faction, you guys decide." Ling Fei's eyes sparkled with a sharp light. After that, he left with the dragon team. Actually, he had come here to capture Fong Buer to force Fong Buer's teacher, Wei Tu, to make a decision. He wanted to see if the Divine Body faction would fight or not. Anyway, the Kim people had prepared everything in advance. This time, they had to solve the internal conflict as fast as lightning. The reason why the Kim people could react like that was because when Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, he had sent the information he had gotten from Jitian Fong to the clan. The leaders of the clan would decide how to deal with the traitors. Sure enough, this time the Kim people were very determined to quell the internal strife. They immediately sent many people out to capture those traitors. It could be said that after Ling Xiao learned these secrets of the Divine Body faction from Jitian Fong, he had completely disrupted Fong Buer's plan of betrayal. Originally, he wanted to rope in most of the people to work for him and support him as the sect leader. In the end, he would forcefully ask Ling Chun to step down from the stage. If it really didn't work, he would directly split the sect and make himself the sect leader. Now, Kim people's people knew his plan in advance, so Kim people attacked him in advance. He had no chance of winning at all. After Pang Jia, Tingyang Han, and the other deity king traders were taken down by the Discipline Hall, everyone in Dragon Gate knew that something big had happened. The people of the Divine Body faction were all anxious. They were afraid that they would also become the victims of this internal strife. On the other hand, there were many new faces among the people of the Kim people. Obviously, there were strong reinforcements from the Kim people's territory. They had intimidated the people of the Divine Body faction and prevented the Dragon Gate from splitting. In addition, Jitian Fong, Nie Dao, and the other outstanding representatives of the Divine Body faction began to persuade the others. They said that this rebellion was the work of Fong Buer, He Gong, and the others. They told them to put down their sincerity and not to resist excessively. Nothing would happen to them. As expected, the people of the Kim people only took down those who often discussed the rebellion with Fong Buer. They didn't take action against the others. Ling Chun immediately called for an emergency meeting of the elders and reported the matter of the traitors to all the elders. After discussing it, they were prepared to execute all the people who killed their fellow sect members. Those who committed the crime would be severely punished and immediately expelled from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Only a few deity kings who were loyal to Fong Buer tried to stir up trouble. However, they were all suppressed by the people of the Kim people at the fastest speed. Some even fled in fear of punishment. As for Fong Buer, the leader of the rebellion, there was no news of him ever since he went to the top of his master's mountain. When the people who betrayed the Divine Body faction were punished, none of the ancestors stood up to say anything. All the disciples understood that the situation in Dragon Gate couldn't change. The Kim people were still in control. In fact, many of the disciples felt that their lives in the past were quite good. They had their masters to teach them, resources to enjoy, and places to train. Other than some small conflicts, there weren't many dark places. Moreover, they were respected in the Sky Dragon region as members of Dragon Gate. They felt that they were a cut above others. In their hearts, they still felt that the original Dragon Gate had always been good. They didn't want to betray anything. They were just influenced and instigated by one person. As a result, they were quite dissatisfied with the people of the Kim people. Speaking from the bottom of his heart, although the people of the Jin clan had always been sect masters and held various important positions, they had never favored anyone. They had always treated everyone equally. After understanding all this, the knot in everyone's heart began to unravel, and the people of the Kim people seemed to have received some kind of arrangement. They didn't provoke ridicule, or suppress their fellow disciples. 1 month passed quickly, and the Heavenly Dragon School returned to its previous tranquility. Every elder still had their own duties, and only some important positions were adjusted. Fongbuer had not shown himself all this time. Perhaps everyone thought that his life had been saved by the first elder. However, he probably wouldn't appear in Dragon Gate for the rest of his life. Ling Xiao, Zheng Can, and a few other apothecaries announced that they were going to refine pills for all the elders for free for a month. As long as they had the materials, they would refine pills for them. This kind of good thing was hard to come by in 100 years. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited. They all took out their treasures and let the apothecaries refine pills for them in case of emergencies. This action completely diverted everyone's attention. They forgot all about the unhappiness of the internal strife. Another 3 months passed quickly, and a shocking piece of news instantly spread throughout the Heavenly Dragon sect. The current leader of the Dragon Gate, Ling Chun, had abdicated his position. The newly promoted Sinjin of Goguryeo, Ling Feiwu, had taken the position. As soon as the news came out, everyone was shocked. Ling Chun was in the prime of his life. How could he suddenly change? It had to be known that the Heavenly Dragon sect only changed the position of sect master every 5,000 years. Ling Chun had only been the sect master for 1,000 years. This was very puzzling. Many speculations were heard all over the place. Why did they suddenly change their leader? Could it be because of the previous matter? Keep your voice down. Don't let others hear you. But you're right. Ling Chin's management is lacking. That's why the previous matter happened. Now that the sect is united, it's better for the new leader to take over. That's true. It's not bad for Ling Feiwu to be the leader. Although he's still a bit young, he's very experienced. Moreover, he's also the Sinjin of Goguryeo. I believe he'll bring a new atmosphere to the sect. In my opinion, it'd be better for Elder Ling Xiao to be the leader. He has to have some tricks up his sleeve, and he's also trustworthy. What a pity. Elder Ling Xiao still has to refine pills for us. How could he have the time to be the leader? It'd be better for him to be a special grade elder. Ling Feiwu becoming the leader was not something that could be decided by those below the level of an administrator. This had to be unanimously approved by the Elders' Council, and it also had to be approved by the founding elders. This time, Ling Feiwu's ascension to the position did not have any obstacles. No one in the Elders' Council dared to oppose him, and the founding elders did not have any objections. Instead, it was the Divine Body faction's founding elder who directly expressed his support for Ling Feiwu to become the leader. The internal conflict between the two factions came to an end because of this founding elder's stance. The entire sect held a grand conferring ceremony, which was witnessed by the 5 founding elders. After the previous leader, Ling Chun, handed over the sect master's token and other tokens to Ling Feiwu, the entire sect celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. The new era of Ling Feiwu as the leader had arrived. A month after Ling Feiwu became the sect master, Ling Xiao was drinking and chatting with Ling Fei in the clan. A lot of things have happened recently. Ling Fei looked up to the sky and sighed. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "It's all because of you, Brad. Everything is fine now, and everyone should be able to cultivate in peace." Yeah, isn't it good to be able to cultivate in peace? Ling Xiao sighed. He paused for a moment before saying, "Big brother Ling Chun, is everything all right?" It could be said that Ling Chen's abdication of the position this time had something to do with him. If he had not expressed his dissatisfaction with Ling Chun to the elders of the clan, Ling Chun would not have abdicated his position after quelling the internal strife. What else could there be? He definitely can't stand the life when he just returned to the clan. However, he has slowly gotten over it. Seeing that I'm 1 step ahead of him, he also wants to break through to a higher realm in peace. Big Brother's cultivation in Tenbin has always been higher than mine. It's just that he has been busy with the affairs of the clan all these years, which has delayed his cultivation. Now, he also understands that if he can become a supreme being, it will be much better than being the sect master. Ling Fei replied with a faint smile. Ling Fei and Ling Chun were blood-related brothers. Both of them cultivated tenbin and were among the best in the clan. Since young, Ling Chun had always been ahead of Ling Fei. Even if it was the ranking of the Sunjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, Ling Chun was still much higher than Ling Fei. Ling Fei admired and worshipped his big brother from the bottom of his heart. However, ever since his big brother became the sect master, his big brother's cultivation began to stagnate. He also knew that his big brother was too distracted. It was just that his big brother couldn't control the overall situation when he was the sect master. He was too soft on his opponents, which made him feel very dissatisfied. Now that his big brother had been demoted, he didn't feel sad at all. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of relief. This was because he hoped that his big brother could reach a higher level and continue to be stronger than him. Yes, Supreme Being is the goal of our life. I don't know when we will be able to achieve it. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion as he drank a mouthful of wine and looked at the blue clouds in the sky. Now, he was already a high-level god king. Moreover, he was also a divine medicine master in the Sunjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. He had reached a height that many people couldn't reach. It was enough for him to be honored for the rest of his life. However, he was still not satisfied. He still needed more strength to achieve his goal. You brat, be content. When I was your age, I only had the strength of the Holy Emperor. With your tenbin, it is only a matter of time before you become a supreme being. Ling Fei revealed an expression of admiration. He paused for a moment and said, I heard that the Patriarch has already arranged a mission for you to return to the ancestral land. Yes, I'm leaving in a few days, Ling Xiao replied with an impatient expression. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I will accompany you when the time comes. Chapter 1331. The gentle breeze was like a lover's hand caressing the colorful clouds, making them float in the sky. Inside the Heavenly Dragon sect, there was a group of people taking advantage of this fine weather to move from the inner sect to another city. There were 30 people in this team, both men and women. Each of them was at King God Realm, and 2 of them were at half incipient God Realm. Such competence was enough to frighten many forces, big or small. This team was Ling Xiao, Yin Mengqi, Euro Fei, Evil Emperor, Mad Monk, and Ling Fei. They were ready to return to Xianling Continent. Ling Xiao had left Xianling Continent for almost 40 years. He had been longing to go back to Xianling Continent to see his family. He wondered if they had been safe and sound all this time. When he got back, he had to bring them to Heaven Area to live and cultivate. Of course, besides meeting them, he had to find their forefather of the Kim people. He had to bring him back to the peak and take care of the clan. Ling Fei's team's mission was to escort Ling Xiao back. They couldn't let anything bad happen to him. After all, Ling Xiao was the only one who could use the power of his bloodline to sense the existence of his ancestor, who was the key to his ancestor's recovery. Ling Xiao's team kept a low profile, so they didn't cause any commotion in the sect. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that their whereabouts had fallen into other people's eyes. The nearest city to Heavenly Dragon City was Subduing Tiger City. It was one of the subordinate cities of Dragon Gate. Although it wasn't as big as Heavenly Dragon City, it wasn't smaller than other famous cities. This city was the only way for Ling Xiao's team to return to the Green Moon Palace's territory. Shadow Leopard, one of the half-incipient God Realm experts of the Dark Shadow clan, had come to this place quietly. Shadow Leopard was much stronger than Ghost Shadow that Ling Xiao had killed. He had reached half-incipient God Realm more than 10,000 years ago. He was very close to the Great Master Realm. Next to him were Ying Jian and some other hotshots of the Dark Shadow clan, who had escaped from the Investiture God Altar. Why would they appear here? Before Ying Jian had left the Investiture God Altar, he had marked Mad Monk with the Dark Shadow clan seal. This seal was just for tracking. It didn't harm Mad Monk. Ordinary people couldn't detect it. Unless Ying Jian was dead, it would disappear automatically. Mad Monk wasn't the one the Dark Shadow clan was looking for. However, Ying Jian knew that the Dark Shadow clan was close to Mad Monk, and Ling Xiao was a son-in-law. Ying Jian hurried to send someone to his clan to ask for reinforcements. Once when Mad Monk got out of Dragon's sect, they would plan a monk, and they would Ling clan Ling clan. They would a C. They would a clan. They would clan and plan. Yang clan. Ling clan monk clans king clan. As long as Ling Xiao didn't have the king clan's king clan, he wouldn't be a threat to them. Ying Leopard, Ying Jian, and the others didn't dare to go to Sky Dragon City to wait. After all, there were too many experts of Dragon's sect. They were afraid that they would be discovered. Therefore, they had been waiting in subduing Tiger City for a long time. Finally, they felt Mad Monk's aura change. He had left Dragon's sect. As long as Mad Monk was in Sky Dragon City, Ying Leopard, Ying Jian, and the others would be able to find Mad Monk. It was a secret tracking technique of the Dark Shadow clan that they didn't impart. However, what surprised them was that Mad Monk and the others came to subduing Dragon City directly. They left through the space formation of subduing Dragon City. Ying Leopard, Ying Jian, and the others were happy. Mad Monk was far away from Dragon's sect. Ying Jian, are you sure about the relationship between Mad Monk and Ling Xiao? Ying Leopard, Ying Jian, and the others immediately chased after Mad Monk. Along the way, they didn't forget to ask Ying Jian about this matter. The reason why they knew the names of the Mad Monk and Ling Xiao was that the two of them were now 1,000 divine kings. It was a piece of cake for them to know their basic information. Ying Jian said with certainty, "That's right. At the Investiture God altar, I heard Ling Xiao call Mad Monk father-in-law. I can't be wrong. That's good. As long as we can capture him, we can lure that bastard Ling Xiao. We must get the king's hoop. At that time, our Dark Shadow clan's glorious days will be just around the corner," Ying Leopard said with a greedy look. In the antiquity time, the reputation of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop had frightened the ancient clans of the Heaven Territory. It was Soul Wind's most powerful weapon. Unfortunately, when Soul Wind was killed that year, no one could take the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. It had escaped. This was recorded in the history books of the ancient clans. Ordinary people didn't know the existence of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. This time, the Dark Shadow clan had sent 2 half-incipient God Realm experts, 3 peak Divine Kings, and 6 high-level Divine Kings to capture Mad Monk. This formation wasn't small. After they had followed Mad Monk for a long time, they finally found that Mad Monk's team had stopped above the Green Moon Palace's territory. Uncle Leopard, he finally stopped. In this remote area, capturing him won't alarm anyone, Ying Jian said with great joy. Ying Leopard nodded. Yeah, we'll capture him today. Then, they used the space formation to teleport to the Green Moon Palace's territory. They were ready to capture Mad Monk. Ling Xiao's team had arrived at Stone Sky City. Stone Sky City was the first city Ling Xiao had visited when he had just arrived in the Heaven Territory. He had many memories here, which made him sigh with emotion. Today, they were going to use the Stone Forest Space Formation outside Stone Sky City to reach the Heaven Territory Fortress. However, before returning to the Heaven Territory Fortress, Ling Xiao planned to stay here for 2 days to thank the people who had helped him. Old Tian, Fan Guanzhong, Lai Zan, and the others' names flashed in Ling Xiao's head. You guys wait for me at the space formation outside the Stone Forest. I have something to do first, then I'll go and meet you, Ling Xiao said to the others. After all, this was his personal matter. He could go alone. He didn't need to bring so many people to avoid scaring others. Yin Mengqi, Euro Fei, and the others didn't have any objections. They went to the space formation outside the Stone Forest. Ling Xiao planned to meet with Fan Guanzhong and Lai Zan first. Then he would go and see old Tian. Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he walked slowly on the official road, looking at the familiar scenery with interest. However, as he walked on the official road, he attracted strange gazes. Many people were pointing at him. After listening carefully, he realized that these people were actually guessing his identity. Don't you think that young man looks like the Senjin of Goguryeo, Ling Xiao? But why would he appear in a small place like ours? That's impossible. Maybe he just looks a bit similar. However, I heard that Sir Ling Xiao came from our Stone Heaven City. Back then, when he was exiled, he won 20 matches in a row in our prison arena. More than a dozen of those matches were won by a single move. At that time, he was only an intermediate holy emperor, but in just a few decades, he has become the supreme Sinjin of Goguryeo. He really is a role model for our generation. That's right. Back then, I went to see Sir Ling Xiao's battles in the prison arena. I still remember his demeanor clearly. Later on, he single-handedly challenged everyone from the Gao family and massacred them outside the city. That battle was a classic, and there are definitely records of it in every family's crystal beads. I heard that at that time, the Zhang family recruited him as an outer court deacon. Unfortunately, the Zhang family's standards were too high. They actually pushed Sir Ling Xiao out for the Gao family. I'm afraid they are extremely regretful now. It's not just the Zhang family. The Cyan Moon Palace also sent someone to invite Sir Ling Xiao to join them. Unfortunately, they felt that Sir Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes at the same time and was not of much use. I'm afraid they are regretting it now. Ling Xiao was afraid that if he continued walking like this, he would really be treated as a pet and watched by others. His figure immediately flashed and disappeared in front of these people. Everyone present thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. How could they suddenly lose sight of Ling Xiao? In the City Lord's mansion, Officer Fan was handling some daily affairs. These days, he was very excited. A few days ago, there was news from the palace that they were going to summon him back and promote him to an inner court deacon. Even though there was only a difference of a single word between the outer court deacon and the inner court deacon, the difference in treatment was like heaven and earth. And the reason why he wanted to be promoted was because of one person. If it wasn't for the fact that he had some shallow friendship with that person, the palace definitely wouldn't value him so much. And that person was the newly promoted Sinjin of Goguryeo, Ling Xiao, sir. After all, Officer Fan had some friendship with a Sunjin of Goguryeo. Who knew if one day that Sunjin of Goguryeo would come back to his old place and find that his friend was still holed up in the same place? If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be happy. The Cyan Moon Palace also understood this logic. They had no choice but to express something to Officer Fan. Perhaps because of this, they could form some kind of relationship with a Sunjin of Goguryeo. It must be known that the number of people in the Cyan Moon Palace who could reach the God King realm could be counted on one's fingers, let alone someone who could become the Sinjin of Goguryeo. In front of the Sinjin of Goguryeo, their Cyan Moon Palace was so small that it couldn't be any smaller. A single person could easily slaughter them. Suddenly, there was one more person in the City Lord's mansion. Officer Fan, actually didn't notice it at all. All the guards outside didn't even know that someone had intruded. When that person released a little bit of his aura, Officer Fan, who was on the desk, lightly shouted, "Who is it?" "He, City Lord Fan. I trust you have been well since we last met." Ling Xiao looked at Officer Fan and smiled. After not seeing him for so many years, Officer Fan was still the same. His strength didn't improve at all. He was still at the peak of the Holy Emperor. Ling Xiao, sir, Officer Fan cried out in surprise. He originally wanted to call Ling Xiao by his name, but he was afraid that it would be rude, so he added the word sir. What kind of status did Ling Xiao have now? It was his honor for him to come and talk to him. However, he suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. How could Ling Xiao suddenly appear here? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "City Lord Fan, you don't need to be so polite. After all, we are old friends." "No, that's not right. Sir Ling Xiao, you are now our Sky Dragon Domain's Sunjin of Goguryeo. How could Officer Fan dare to compare himself with Sir? For you to come and see me, it is Officer Fan's honor." Officer Fan excitedly jumped out of his seat and hurriedly knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. Chapter 1332. Fan Guanzhong would never have thought that Ling Xiao would lower himself to visit him. However, The truth was right in front of him, and it made him very excited. He knew about Ling Xiao's situation from Lai Zan. It turned out that back then, Ling Xiao was just a guest of the Blazing Flame merchants and was brought to Dragon Gate. In addition, Ling Xiao also had shocking identity. He was the descendant of the Kim people. After knowing these secrets, Fan Guanzhong felt that Ling Xiao would definitely soar to the sky. However, he did not expect Ling Xiao to reach this stage in just a few decades. This was a miracle. At first, he thought that the Sinjin of Goguryu's Ling Xiao had the same name as the Ling Xiao he knew. However, when the Sinjin of Goguryo list showed Ling Xiao's profile picture, he was finally sure that it was the Ling Xiao he knew. Now that he saw Ling Xiao again, Fan Guanzhong could not wait to become Ling Xiao's slave. Following such a monster, the Sinjin of Goguryo's future would be bright. Ling Xiao gently supported Fan Guanzhong with his qi and said, "Governor Fan, there's no need to be like this. We're old friends, so let's not be so formal. Today, you and I are just catching up. Governor Fan, please invite Manager Lai Zan over. Let's have a drink together." Ling Xiao's status was different from the past. Those who were not familiar with him were naturally in awe of him. Although he did not mind lowering himself to drink and have fun with them, they could no longer do as they pleased as before. Fan Guanzhong immediately ordered people to prepare a lavish banquet. He also sent a trusted aide to quickly invite the Blazing Flame Merchants' manager, Lai Zan, over. Lai Zan was a demigod king and was a top-notch expert in Shutian City. He was also the most respected person in Shutian City. Most people wouldn't be able to invite him, but over the years, he had gotten along well with Officer Fan. Officer Fan didn't personally invite him, nor did he explain why he was here. This made him a little unhappy. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still hurried over. When he arrived at the City Lord's mansion, he saw that the person sitting on the main seat was not Officer Fan, but someone else. He was flabbergasted, but when he saw who it was, he shivered and sped up several times. It's Ling, Elder Ling Xiao. Manager Lai Zan, how have you been? Ling Xiao stood up and greeted Lai Zan. To be honest, if Lai Zan had not deliberately invited him to join the Blazing Flame Merchants, he would not have returned to the clan's land and achieved what he had today so quickly. Lai Zan confirmed that the person before him was Ling Xiao, and he was overjoyed in his heart. Greetings, Elder Ling Xiao. Lai Zan bowed and greeted Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao was a member of Dragon Gate, he was a guest elder of the Blazing Flame Merchants, so it was only right for Lai Zan to address him as such. Ling Xiao didn't think much of Lai Zan's greeting. After all, his status was higher than Lai Zan's. However, Ling Xiao still supported Lai Zan and helped him up. Manager Lai Zan, you don't have to be so courteous. If you hadn't introduced me to the merchant union that day, Ling Xiao wouldn't be here today. He paused for a moment. Then 2 divine pills and 2 divine weapons appeared in his hand. He flew them to Lai Zan and Officer Fan respectively. These divine king pills and divine weapons are gifts from Ling Xiao to the 2 of you. Lai Zan had been stuck at the demigod king realm for many years, and Fan Guanzhong had also been stuck at the peak of the Holy Emperor realm for a long time. These 2 divine king pills were divine items that they had been dreaming of for their entire lives. Now that Ling Xiao had given them to them so casually, along with a divine weapon, they were even more ecstatic. The 2 excitedly accepted the divine pills and divine weapons, and were about to kneel to Ling Xiao to thank him. But Ling Xiao stopped them. Afterward, the 3 of them drank and chatted in the hall, but it was all Lai Zan and Officer Fan's flattering words to Ling Xiao. So Ling Xiao no longer had the feeling that he was happy with them. After coming out of the City Lord's mansion, Ling Xiao couldn't raise his spirits at all. He was thinking, could it be that as one's strength increased, the distance between people could be widened? Whoever's fist was harder would be the ruler. The weak would be eliminated, and the strong would rise. However, everyone was once a weakling. When they stood out from the crowd, would friends no longer be friends, and brothers no longer be brothers? Was it the nature of the world that only the weak would suck up to the strong and live by the strong's face? Ling Xiao was confused. He was afraid that when he returned to Xianling continent, his family would also treat him the same way. Then, what was the point of pursuing everything he had now? Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already arrived outside the city. He didn't notice that there was a group of people rushing out of the stone Heaven City's spatial formation. And the group of people happened to be heading in the same direction as him, to the stone forest outside the city. Ling Xiao was wondering if he should go and see old man Tian, but now that his mind was in a mess, he didn't want to go for the time being. He walked on foot. His speed wasn't very fast, but he soon reached the outside of the city. Ying Bao, Ying Jian, and the others came from the sky behind him. They had all concealed their aura, but their speed was so fast that it made people's jaws drop. Ah, that looks like that little bastard Ling Xiao. Ying Jian, who was in the sky, glanced down and shouted. Then he mumbled, "Why is he here?" The Dark Shadow Clan's people quickly fixed their eyes on Ling Xiao. "It's the Dragon Phoenix demonic hoop. I got it without any effort," Ying Bao said excitedly. Then, he dived down from the sky and pounced in Ling Xiao's direction. A quasi-ancient divine weapon appeared in his hand, and he thrust it at Ling Xiao's head. He was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, moving as fast as lightning. He wanted to end Ling Xiao's life in one move. He didn't want to give Ling Xiao any chance to counterattack, because he knew how powerful the Dragon Phoenix demonic hoop was. It was an existence that could kill anyone instantly. Ling Xiao was absent-minded, but at the moment of danger, he could still feel it. Unfortunately, the other party was already above his head in the blink of an eye. That long sword had already pierced through his head. "Die for me!" Ying Bao looked ferocious. He roared in fear, pouring all of his energy into the long sword. A long rainbow struck Ling Xiao's head in just a blink of an eye. Even a half-incipient God Realm expert would be smashed to death if he got ambushed by this attack. Shadow Leopard only knew that the Dragon Phoenix demonic hoop possessed a soul power attack that no one could defend against. However, he didn't know that the Dragon Phoenix demonic hoop possessed not only a miraculous soul power attack, but also an abnormal defensive power. Only a peak-level sovereign could destroy Ling Xiao's brain. Boom boom. Ling Xiao's entire body was smashed several thousand meters deep into the ground. His entire body was dizzy and his head was spinning. Without the defense of the Dragon Phoenix demonic hoop, no matter how strong his body was or how tough his head was, he would have been dead already. He sighed inwardly. "I'm lucky." He hurried to pull himself together and prepare. He's not dead yet. It's worthy of being an ancient divine weapon. Ying Bao complimented, the greed in his eyes thickening. He locked on Ling Xiao's aura and attacked Ling Xiao one more time. This time, he didn't attack Ling Xiao's head. Instead, he planned to destroy Ling Xiao's body first. Ling Xiao felt the immense power, his heart still fluttering with fear. He couldn't find the aura of the person who had ambushed him, so he couldn't use his soul power to counterattack. He could only use his God Soul clones to resist these attacks. Waves of ear-piercing noises startled the people flying around. Dust flew everywhere as terrifying cracks appeared. The people in Sure Heaven City were scared out of their wits. No one dared to come close to the battlefield to watch. Instead, they ran as far as they could. A battle of that level could completely destroy their city and the surrounding area. Fortunately, Ling Xiao still had some feelings for Sure Heaven City. He immediately used his God Soul clones to pull Ying Bao up to the sky to fight. Finally, he knew who the intruder was. It was the Dark Shadow Clan's warrior. No wonder why he couldn't catch his aura. "You've come to right time. It's good that you can relieve my boredom," Ling Xiao thought. He hit his Divine Soul avatar and attacked the Shadow Leopard. Ying Bao had never thought that the Sun Jin Kingdom of Goguryeo could defeat him, a half-incipient God Realm warrior who was infinitely close to the Great Master Realm. However, when he was about to strike Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao had disappeared. How could he disappear? No, it's not right. He's still underground. The Shadow Leopard scanned the area with his divine sense, but he couldn't find any trace of Ling Xiao's divine soul doppelganger. Instead, he found that Ling Zhao's real body was still underground, which made him very strange. He didn't know who the person he had just fought was. Apparently, that person had the same half-incipient God realm as him, and the one underground was just a high-level king, God realm warrior. At this moment, Ing Bao didn't know that Ling Zhao's God soul clones were stronger than his real body. Moreover, he could hide and attack. Right when he was about to attack Ling Zhao's real body one more time, Ling Zhao's God soul clones had attacked him. The subduing dragon palm mercilessly attacked Ing Bao's vital parts. Boom boom. Ing Bao was attacked inexplicably. He was blown away. If he didn't have the defensive divine armor, each of Ling Zhao's palm attacks was enough to hurt him badly. Ing Bao immediately disappeared into the void, hiding his body. He had to know his current situation. He couldn't understand why he had to suffer a big loss. It made him so upset. At this moment, the warriors of the Dark Shadow clan found that something was wrong. That bastard is cunning. Hurry and kill him. Ing Mo, the other half-incipient God Realm warrior of the Dark Shadow clan, screamed in fear, storming towards Ling Zhao's real body. Of course, Ling Zhao wouldn't let him do that. His God Soul clones gave up attacking Ing Bao and turned around to attack Ing Mo. Ing Mo was attacked inexplicably, just like Ing Bao. However, he couldn't find the aura or figure of the attacker. Damn it, third brother leopard. We should join hands to destroy everything here. I don't think we can't kill them all. Ing Mo was a cruel and merciless man. He shouted in alarm and waved his top-grade divine artifact to bombard the surrounding area. Ing Bao knew what Ing Mo was thinking. He immediately moved with him. Many chaotic currents of wind appeared as if they wanted to destroy everything in this area. The Dark Shadow warriors retreated as far as they could to avoid being affected. Chapter 1333. When two halves of incipient God Realm experts attacked at the same time, their power was earth-shaking. Countless tornadoes wreaked havoc in the sky, turning it into a vacuum. Countless streams of chaotic space suddenly appeared as well. The power of every single stream was so terrifying that any God King would probably be torn to pieces immediately if they were swept up by it. Not even a single scrap would be left behind. Fortunately, this place was above the ninth sky. It was just that the wind and clouds and many spaces were stirred up. If it were on the continent, Xianxia City and all the cities around it would have been destroyed into nothingness. Even so, the entire stone heaven city felt the earth shaking. Many of the buildings that were not sturdy were blown away and destroyed. Some of the weaker ones were also blown into the air. Panic screams rang out. The city was in a mess, and the sky was filled with dust and debris. What a powerful aura! It's a battle between two halves of incipient God Realm experts. Ling Fei's team could feel the battle happening in the stone forest far from Xianxia City. I can't believe that this remote place has experts like that, sighed Ling Gang. Not good. My husband is in trouble. The Dark Spirit clan is chasing after him. Yin Mingqi screamed in fright. She had the sound transmitting stone with her. She heard Ling Zhao's warning. He asked them to be careful. What? The Dark Shadow clan has big guts. Ling Fei was enraged. He shouted and then dashed towards the battle. Yin Mingqi, Euro Fei, Ling Gang, Evil Emperor, and Mad Monk became tense. They all dashed towards that direction. Ling Xiao was facing a terrible danger. The two halves of incipient God Realm experts had joined hands to destroy the space within 100,000 miles around. He had to stay away from them. His real body and his clones had to stay as far away from them as possible. However, the two of them had purposely blasted a great deal of power towards his real body, so his divine soul doppelganger had no choice but to stand in front of his real body to block the power of the wind turbulence. Fortunately, Ling Zhao's clone had reached the half-incipient God Realm. With his improved fighting competence and defense, he could resist the attacks. However, the power of the Shadow Leopard was too strong. It had forced his God Soul clone to back off. Many chaotic currents had hit his body, which gave him a lot of pain. Right now, Ling Zhao's spiritual avatar definitely couldn't return to his physical body. Otherwise, before he could launch a soul power attack, the two of them would have already joined forces to destroy his divine body. Even if he could keep his head, it wouldn't be easy to recover. Moreover, they had 100 ways to destroy his head. He had notified Yin Mingqi, and he believed that Ling Fei had received a message. As long as Ling Fei could come and join hands with him, they could definitely kill the two in front of them. However, Shadow Leopard had already sensed a powerful aura approaching at an extremely fast speed. His expression became incomparably heavy as he said, "He might have strong reinforcements. Let's work harder and get rid of this brat as soon as possible." While talking, he stormed towards Ling Xiao. The quasi-ancient god weapon in his hand swung unceasingly. His power was much stronger than before. Mo also joined hands to attack. Two flows of wind energy fused and created a chaotic current that stormed towards Ling Xiao. With such earth-shattering power, even if Ling Zhao's real body was stronger, he would still be finished. Damn it! Ling Zhao's god, soul, clone screamed in fear. The nine-sun-burning sky fist attacked the two tornadoes. Rumble, rumble. After a short delay, his real body had fled another 10,000 kilometers, while his soul clone had been sent flying far away by his opponent. The torrential fist's intense power had been blown away by his opponent's power, causing it to scatter in all directions. Although Ling Zhao's god soul was powerful, it was unable to resist the combination of two opponents. Moreover, one of them was an existence that was infinitely close to becoming a sovereign. If Ling Zhao's god soul clone was strong enough to reach the middle realm, coupled with his increased combat power, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight one against two. But now he was still lacking. However, Ling Xiao didn't resign himself to his fate. Ling Fei would need at least a few breaths of time to get here. But in just a few breaths of time, it would be enough for the other party to take his life. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to make a desperate counterattack. Ling Xiao borrowed the time it took for his soul clone to block the attack, allowing him to dodge the chaotic wind currents. The divine Bodhi bow appeared in his hands, along with the feather of a divine arrow. This divine Bodhi arrow wasn't one of those specially made arrows. Instead, it was one of the Bodhi arrows he had obtained from the ancient palace in the God Conferment altar. There were 3 of them in total: the divine Bodhi bow and the divine Bodhi arrow. When the two were combined, they formed a perfect ancient divine bow. Ling Xiao knocked the arrow and drew the bow. With a single breath, he completed the arrow. Coupled with the wood attribute energy of the same source, a green light instantly blossomed in the air. A surge of power gathered on the divine Bodhi bow, and the boundless source energy in the surroundings gathered. Ling Zhao's target was the Shadow Leopard. He had to kill it in one strike. The Shadow Leopard had already sensed the abnormal aura. His vision passed through the layers of spatial obstructions and saw that Ling Xiao was actually aiming at him with the divine bow. The Shadow Leopard sneered, "Futile struggle." Swish! The Bodhi arrow flew out of his hand. An arrow light shot out like a meteor as fast as lightning. It reached Shadow Leopard in just a blink of an eye. What? The Shadow Leopard screamed in fright. He didn't think that the arrow could be that fast. He couldn't react fast enough. If it were a half-incipient God Realm warrior with other attributes, he wouldn't even have a chance to dodge. However, Shadow Leopard was a wind-class expert. His body moved 1,000 meters away in just a blink of an eye, dodging the arrow. He sighed inwardly, lucky. However, as soon as he said that, he heard an Mo scream not far from him. "Third brother leopard, watch out." Just as Mo's voice fell, Bao turned his head to look, only to see that a green light had already appeared behind him. "No!" Shadow Leopard changed his visage and screamed in fright. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Boom boom. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and a green ball of light appeared in midair, accompanied by spots of blood-red light. "Third brother leopard." Mo screamed in fright when he saw Shadow Leopard explode into a puddle of blood. His face was panic-stricken. He was well aware of the strength of the shadow leopard. Yet it was actually killed by a single arrow. What exactly was going on? At this moment, Ling Fei had just arrived. He saw Ling Xiao shoot the arrow. He couldn't help but scream, "Mother of Asterisk-Cur, it's too terrifying." If a peak king Godrealm warrior could kill a half-incipient Godrealm expert, it could only mean one thing. Ling Xiao's weapon must be a real ancient god weapon. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary one. Mo was scared. At this moment, he didn't have the guts to chase after Ling Xiao. After all, there was another invisible existence. It was hard for him to deal with him alone. And now, the other had a helper. He had no chance of winning. Mo made a quick decision, shouting at Jian's team, "All of you run." With that, he burrowed into the void and fled as fast as he could. "You want to run?" "No way." Ling Fei roared and threw the golden spear in his hand towards Mo with all his might, intending to keep Mo here. However, Mo had reached half-incipient God realm one step earlier than Ling Fei. If he wanted to run away with his wind power, not many people could stop him. In fact, it wasn't a problem for Ling Xiao's God Soul clone to chase after him. However, the problem was that Ling Xiao had been wounded and his real body had used the Bodhi Divine Bow to shoot that arrow. He was exhausted. If the God Soul clone left his real body and someone came to attack him, it would be the most fatal moment for him. Sure, Yin couldn't lower his guard. Even if the other ran away, he would kill him one day. As Ling Fei knew that he couldn't catch up with Mo, he could only chase after the King God Realm experts and attack them. Rumble, rumble. The King God Realm experts who were a little slower fell into Ling Fei's attack and were blasted into smithereens. There were a few who escaped a little faster and barely escaped the disaster. However, they were also frightened out of their wits. Ling Fei wanted to chase after them one more time, but Ling Xiao stopped him. "Don't chase a cornered enemy. Those bastards ran fast. When we get back to the sect, I will lead the army to kill them all." Ling Fei cursed unwillingly. He returned to Ling Xiao and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. "Good boy, what kind of bow do you have? It's so terrifying." Ling Fei's eyes fell on the godly bow in Ling Xiao's hand, and his eyes were filled with envy. Ling Xiao swallowed a divine pellet and smiled. Bodhi Divine Bow. At the same time, he waved his hand and summoned the divine arrow he had shot out. The Bodhi Divine Arrow was not a single-use arrow. As long as it wasn't destroyed or lost, it could be used again and again. The legendary Bodhi Divine Bow. "Good boy, you actually got it." TSK, I'm so jealous." Ling Fei took the Bodhi Divine Bow from Ling Xiao's hand and caressed its body. Every arrow for the Divine Bodhi Bow would not stop until it hit its target, and its power was extremely terrifying. Earlier, because the Shadow Leopard didn't know about the divine might of the Divine Bodhi Bow, it had been killed just like that. Even its soul had been destroyed by the explosion. Ling Xiao was about to look for the spoils of war when Yun Mengqi and the others arrived. "Xiao, are you all right?" Yun Mengqi and Euro Fei immediately came to his side and asked with concern. Ling Xiao smiled. "I'm fine. Aren't I fine? They're just a few clowns. They can't take my life." Ling Xiao made it sound easy, but he himself had been very nervous just now. It was lucky that the Dark Shadow clan didn't send a supreme expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't be safe. Thinking about this, he hurried to reach the supreme expert realm as soon as possible. That was the only way he would feel safer. Once the Dark Shadow clan announced that he was a member of the Soul Clan or related to the Soul Clan to the ancient clans in the Heaven Domain, it would be the beginning of his disaster. It was no use to think too much. He had to leave this place and return to the Xianling continent to deal with it. His heart had already flown back to his homeland. Chapter 1334. Back then, Ling Xiao had been teleported to this stone forest by the Heavenly Domain Stronghold's Heaven Connecting Formation. At that time, he really didn't know that there was a hidden array formation above this stone forest. Secondly, this array formation was only a concealment array formation used to teleport to the place of exile. Ordinary people would not use it, and it was an array formation that could be opened automatically. Every year, it would automatically open, allowing the people from the place of exile to return. This was equivalent to the heaven domain, giving the people who had been exiled a chance to come back. However, after they came back, they would be teleported to a remote place to see if they could adapt to the heaven domain. Whether they could survive or not would depend on their abilities. Ordinary people were unable to directly use this formation, but divine kings like Xianxia and the others could directly use their divine power to activate the formation here. If it wasn't for the fact that they didn't want to cause too much of a commotion in this realm, they could have directly broken through the spatial barrier here and directly teleported to the place of exile. However, if they were to do so, they would be breaking the rules of the heavenly region. The place of exile was originally separated from the heavenly region by its distance and status. If they were to rashly do that, they would incur the wrath of the masses. Of course, if Xianxia reached the sovereign realm, he would be able to ignore this kind of spatial barrier. After all, the speed at which a sovereign traveled was not much slower than the speed at which a spatial formation was transmitted. They were traveling at a terrifying speed with every step they took. Therefore, if a sovereign wanted to go to a certain place, other than crossing regions, they would not use any spatial formations. In many remote places, there will be hidden spatial formations. This requires some special methods to activate. You guys stay far away. Let me open it. Ling Fei said to Xianxia as he waved his hands, causing many chains to rush towards the space in this world. Swoosh, swoosh. As streams of energy interweaved and flashed, a ray of light appeared in this space, like a door that continuously flashed in the sky. Xiao secretly memorized Ling Fei's technique, in case he needed it in the future. He realized that Ling Fei's method was very simple. All he had to do was fill the hidden formation's core with his divine power, allowing the formation to operate in advance. Let's go. This formation can only last for a short time. Ling Fei said to Xiao. Xiao nodded, signaled to the others, and rushed into the space formation. Finally, I can go back. Xiao thought to himself excitedly. In the heavenly fortress, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared near the heavenly formation. All of the Holy Emperor and Holy Ones in Sky-Piercing City could sense the boundless power flickering endlessly. Astonishment flashed across their faces. Isn't there still 3 months before the heaven connecting formation opens? Why did it suddenly open ahead of time? What is going on? Could it be that it's going to open earlier this year? Let's hurry over and take a look. Maybe we can get to the heaven domain in advance. Yes, there aren't that many people here yet. We can go to the heaven domain in advance. Haha. The heavens are really on my side. There will definitely be a place for me among the 100 seats. The people in Sky-Piercing City rushed out of the restaurants one by one. They had originally come here in advance to wait for the heaven connecting formation to open. They did not expect that there would be such a sudden change this year. It made them feel as if they had picked up Ping E, and all of them were extremely excited. After all, there were only 100 seats every year. When the heaven connecting formation opened, they would have to go through a round of slaughter before they could ascend to the altar. Now that it was opening ahead of time, wouldn't it reduce the resistance and allow them to ascend to the heaven domain? The few people who were left all worked hard to reach the heaven connecting formation as quickly as possible. It was just that in the past, there would always be heavenly arrival positions descending, but this time there were no heavenly arrival positions. There were only streaks of divine light constantly surging, and those who rushed in front of the divine light were immediately forcibly bounced back. One by one, they were shaken by the divine light to the point that they vomited blood. Fortunately, the divine light did not have any killing power. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as vomiting blood. How could this be? Why can't we charge in? A holy emperor who was sent flying shouted unwillingly. The rest of the people also revealed depressed and uncomfortable expressions. They had thought that they would be able to enter the heaven domain in advance, but it seemed that they had been overjoyed. Soon after, many figures appeared on top of the divine light. All of them were like gods descending to the mortal world. Waves of multicolored light continuously shone on their bodies, adding a holy radiance to them. There, someone came out of the heaven-connecting formation. Are they gods from the heaven domain? Why can't I feel their auras at all? Could it be that they were sent here, and not during the time of the heaven-opening formation? That guy with the headband looks so familiar. I don't remember when I saw him. The people from the heavenly domain stronghold looked at the people who had descended from the sky and exclaimed, "Weren't the people who came out of the heavenly array Ling, Xiao, and the others?" When Ling Xiao and the others felt the lack of energy in the heavenly domain stronghold, they immediately felt uncomfortable. They were already used to the dense spirit energy and source energy in the heavenly realm, so they were naturally not used to it when they suddenly came to this kind of place. However, it was only a short period of discomfort, and they completely adjusted themselves in a daze. The land of exile is indeed not an ordinary poor place. There isn't even much source energy, so how can we nurture talents? How can we condense more divine objects and resources? Ling Fei immediately sighed. Ling Xiao laughed. Brother, when you return to the ancestral land, you will know better what it means to be poor. Relatively speaking, this place is already very good. The Xianling continent was already at the end of its life, and all the source energy was even more scarce than here. There would be some source energy coming from the heavenly domain stronghold at any time, and the more the spirit energy in the Xianling continent was consumed, the more it would dry up. Maybe one day, it would not be easy for the Xianling continent to produce a saint or mystic emperor martial artist. At this point, Ling Xiao had a flash of inspiration. He was thinking that if the Xianling continent was filled with source energy like the heaven realm, would the Xianling continent also return to its ancient prosperity? Ling Xiao had learned from some of the ancient records of the Kim people that in the ancient times, the Xianling continent's spirit energy and source energy were not inferior to the heaven realm at all. At that time, there were also incipient god realm existences and many god kings. At that time, there were still many ancient races on the Xianling continent, and the area was countless times larger than it was now. However, as the power was constantly used for cultivation, and there was no energy to replenish it, it caused the Xianling continent to slowly fall into the current situation. Therefore, the Kim people had no choice but to move to the heaven realm, including some of the ancestors of the Sun-Moon sect who had moved over from the Xianling continent. Not many people knew about this secret, but it had indeed existed before. Ling Fei's words pulled Ling Xiao back to reality. The heaven and earth are reversed, and the power is exhausted. Maybe the heaven realm will face such a situation sooner or later. Let's go. Don't scare the others, the evil emperor reminded. Ling Xiao nodded and quickly led the group out of the city of Tong Tian. The holy emperor and the saints who were still in a daze felt their eyes blur, and then they lost track of the group. High up in the sky, the heaven-connecting formation closed again, and the sky returned to normal. They finally realized that they had really seen a god descend. They regretted not running over and pledging their loyalty to those people just now. If they could be with them, they would definitely be able to go further in the future, and they would definitely have a chance to go to the heaven realm. Master, do you want to make a trip to the 10,000 Swords sect? Ling Xiao suddenly asked the evil emperor. The evil emperor's body stiffened, and he glared at Ling Xiao. What 10,000 Swords sect? What nonsense are you talking about? Feng Qingyuan knew about the 10,000 Swords sect, and there was a Yin Shui there. She was said to be the evil emperor's sworn sister, but according to her judgment, there was an 80% chance that Yin Shui had a secret with her brother, evil emperor. Otherwise, why would Yin Shui help them so generously back then? Little sister Yin Shui had helped us before. As an elder brother, If you don't put her at ease, it will really hurt her heart. If it's possible, bring her to the heaven region as well. Feng Qingyuan moved closer to the evil emperor and pinched his waist. She was still very annoyed with the evil emperor's romantic personality, but ever since she reunited with him, she realized that his personality had changed a lot. At the very least, he wasn't like before, always thinking of ways to provoke other beautiful women. Of course, the Dark Emperor was no longer the young and promiscuous Dark Emperor he once was. He had been tempered by the passage of time, and like Ling Xiao, he had reigned in his lustful thoughts. He would no longer be tempted by any woman, nor would he provoke them. Little sister Yin Shui, is she also his old lover? Shu Ziqian glared at the evil emperor, as if she had overturned a jar of vinegar. I don't know about that, but she claims to be Big Brother, evil emperor's little sister. Feng Qingyuan smiled faintly, full of ridicule. The other side of the evil emperor's waist was fiercely pinched by another hand, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. What are you guys doing? I really have nothing to do with her. She's really just my sworn sister. The evil emperor quickly explained. Is it really just a sworn sister? Then why didn't you admit it when Xiao or mentioned the 10,000 Sword sect? Do you have a guilty conscience? Feng Qingyuan said with a smile. You, hurry up and tell me, other than this little sister Yin Shui, what other little sister is there? Explain it to me clearly this time, or else I won't let you off. Shu Ziqian glared at him and shouted. What little sister? There's nothing else. Can you guys stop pestering me endlessly? The evil emperor said with a flushed face. Master's wife Ziqian, you don't know this, but where I come from, Master is known as the demonic emperor of flirtatiousness. This is very famous. Master's wife Qing Yuan was deceived by him. Rabbit bastard, you're rebelling, right? When did this emperor have this title? The evil emperor did not admit it. For a moment, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 1335. Xianling Continent was one of the ancient continents. The reason why it was called an ancient continent was because it had existed for tens of thousands of years. From the desolate era to the ancient era, the near ancient era, it had experienced all the eras. Its existence was probably not shorter than the heaven domain. There used to be many warriors here, experts as common as the clouds, and races stood tall in the forest. As more and more powerful cultivators appeared, they needed to absorb more and more energy for cultivation, and there were many fights between them. The energy was absorbed by the cultivators, and all the energy in the world was destroyed by the war. The cycle repeated. The energy in the world became weaker and weaker, and the land was destroyed. Finally, the land became poorer and poorer, and it became more and more difficult for the cultivators to break through to the next level. The energy that the creatures on the land could absorb was reduced, and the speed of evolution was reduced. Everything was no longer as prosperous as it was in the ancient age. If this continued, the situation would only get worse. Many powerful cultivators of the ancient clan left the Xianling continent, looking for more suitable places to live and grow stronger. Therefore, in the ancient age, there were fewer and fewer powerful cultivators left in the Xianling continent. Many years passed, and many wars continued to destroy everything here. At last, it became the situation that the Holy Emperor could not find. Maybe after tens of thousands of years, even the saints would not appear. That was the real reason why so many powerful cultivators had to leave the Xianling continent after they reached the Saint Realm. In the central region of the Xianling continent, besides the martial arts pavilion, the Proud Smile Palace was the most powerful force. The Proud Smile Palace had been established for less than 100 years, but its reputation was no less than the martial arts pavilion. It was even more powerful than the medicine sect and alchemy sect. The founder of the Proud Smile Palace, Emperor Xiao, was an influential figure in the central region. It had only been 20 years since he became famous in the central region, but he had already become a household name. He was an idol and a legend worshipped by all men, women, old and young. He was on the same level as the Blade Tyrant, the Sword Addict, the evil emperor, and the mad monk. His name had been recorded in the history books. The original Death Mountain Range had been renamed to Rainy Swamp Mountain Range more than 10 years ago. Why was it changed to Yuza? More than 10 years ago, the Shao Emperor gave birth to a pair of twins. The granddaughter's name was Ling Yu, and the grandson's name was Ling Zhe. They were the children of Feng Lingtian and Bai Yuanmei, but they did not follow their parents' surnames. Instead, they restored their grandfather's surname. After all, they were the first grandsons of the Shao Emperor. If they followed their father's surname, there would be a dispute about their bloodline. As for the high priest, he had already gotten over it. It was nothing more than a surname. Anyway, they were all his descendants. Now that the Gu tribe was gradually recovering, there was no need to worry about losing the inheritance. When Feng Lingtian and Bai Yuanmei gave birth to a son in the future, they would go to their Feng family to continue their bloodline. Following the birth of Ling Yu and Ling Zhe, the heavens descended upon the proud, smiling palace. Thus, the unlucky name of the Death Mountain Range was changed to the Rain Swamp Mountain Range, hoping that the proud, smiling palace, Ling Yu, and Ling Zhe would be able to enjoy the rain and dew forever. The Proud Smile Palace was built in the Rain Swamp Mountains. As the power of the proud, smiling palace grew, the number of people in the palace increased as well. From the original 5,000 people, it had expanded to nearly 30,000 people. This number only counted the number of people in the palace. The elders and deacons outside the palace were not counted. Currently, within the Rain Swamp Mountain Range, there were many people from the proud, smiling palace spreading out as if they were looking for something. All of their faces were extremely ugly and nervous. They all rode high-level spirit beasts and flew towards different parts of the mountain range, constantly exclaiming, "Miss you," and "Young Master Zhe." High up in the sky, there were two middle-aged men. One of them was riding a high-level 6-stage Thunder Eagle, while the other was riding a middle-level 6-stage Raging Flame Tiger. Buyong still hasn't found the two little ancestors. The middle-aged man on the Thunder Eagle asked the middle-aged man on the Raging Flame Tiger. Buyong shook his head at the man and said, "I've searched everywhere, but I haven't seen anyone." The middle-aged man on the Thunder Eagle was called Wang Hua, and he was an inner elder of the proud, smiling palace. He had the cultivation of a high-level Empyrean. Buyong was also an inner elder of the proud, smiling palace, and he had the cultivation of a middle-level Empyrean. The people who were searching with them were all Empyrean or Earth Emperor stage cultivators. All of them spread out within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, conducting a carpet search. This is bad. I can't see anyone on my side either. These two little ancestors are really going to kill me. Wang Hua sighed anxiously. Then he asked, "Let's go deeper and look. If we still can't find anyone, or if something happens to the two little ancestors, we'll both be finished." Buyong blamed himself and said, "It's all my fault. These two little ancestors are too good at tormenting people. We originally agreed to play around here, but who knew that they would run away when we weren't careful? If we weren't sure that there were no powerful spirit beasts around here, I'm really afraid. It's useless to say anything now. I'll go deeper and take a look. If they encounter a powerful spirit beast, then it'll be terrible. Hurry back to the palace gate and ask for help, and pray for the two little ancestors good luck," Wang Hua said. Then he rode the Thunder Eagle towards the depths of the Rainy Swamp Mountains. Buyong hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned around and went back to the palace gate as fast as he could to ask the Supreme Elder to come out. If something happened to the two little ancestors, he was afraid that they would really be buried with them. In the depths of the Rainy Swamp Mountains, there were two young boys and girls about 14 or 15 years old nervously looking for a way back. The young boy and the young girl looked very similar. If it weren't for the different styles of clothes they were wearing, people would think that they were twin brothers. However, although they were not twin brothers, they were siblings of a dragon and a phoenix. They were the little ancestors of the proud, smiling palace, the most pitiful young lady Ling Yu and young Master Ling Zhe. The reason why they were here was because of the rebellious mentality of a young man. They grew up under the care of servants. Even when they went out to play, there were a lot of people following them, which made them tired of it. Recently, they learned a secret technique to hide their aura from Grandpa Leopard. Therefore, they specially found some excuses to send away the people around them, and took the opportunity to escape into the depths of the mountains to play. They wanted to find some excitement and get rid of the feeling of always being watched. It had to be said that they were young and ignorant. There were many high-level spirit beasts in the rainy swamp mountains. These past few years, after the proud, smiling palace occupied this place, they did some cleaning in the nearby mountains. Many of the high-level spirit beasts were chased into the depths of the mountains to prevent them from hurting the disciples who were training nearby. However, these two little fellows actually dared to leave the area controlled by the palace and foolishly entered the depths of the mountains. In this place, even a mystic emperor might not be able to escape unscathed, let alone these two little fellows who were only at the spirit master level. Why does it feel so gloomy? It feels like something is looking at us, the cute girl said with a frightened expression. She held a thin sword in her hand and looked around vigilantly, always on guard against danger. Big sister, what are you afraid of? Didn't we see nothing when we ran in? They even said that there were many high-level spirit beasts in the depths. How come I didn't see any? How boring. The young man with exquisite facial features said proudly with a golden blade in his hand. The young girl was Ling Yu, and the young man was Ling Zhe. Their gorgeous clothes were already torn in many places, revealing the exquisite, soft armor underneath. TSK, who ran as fast as he could after hearing a little sound, and now he's pretending here. Ling Yu looked at her little brother Ling Zhe with disdain. Big sister, what are you saying? Aren't I doing this to protect you? Grandma always said that it's natural for a man to protect a woman. Ling Zhe argued with reason. You're the woman. This lady is the invincible, beautiful maiden warrior. Ling Yu said narcissistically. Ling Zhe hurriedly made a vomiting gesture to express his protest. Ling Yu said unhappily, hurry up and find the way back, or else Uncle Hua and Uncle Yon will be worried. When his older sister was angry, she was still a great threat to Ling Zhe. He no longer argued with her and hurriedly walked in a direction. They didn't know that this direction led to the depths of the forest. The forest was filled with a gloomy and cold aura, and the roars of beasts could be heard from afar. The more the two walked, the more afraid they became. It was unknown how many weeds had torn their clothes. Say, why do I feel that this isn't the way back? Ling Yu said as she hugged her little brother's arm in fear. I also have the same feeling. Why don't we try changing directions again? Ling Zhe said. The two of them had never trained alone before, so they didn't know how to distinguish the direction from the things in the forest. Hearing the roars of the beasts, the fear in their hearts grew even stronger. Woo-woo. At this time, the low cries of spirit beasts could be heard nearby. The two of them immediately became nervous. Could it be that a spirit beast has come out? Ling Zhe looked around vigilantly. His heart was filled with fear and excitement at the same time. He urgently wanted to fight with spirit beasts and display his extraordinary battle prowess. Hey look, what a cute little tiger. Ling Yu looked in a direction and cried out in joy. Then, she jogged in that direction. In that direction, there were a few tiger cubs that had just been born, frolicking and playing. They looked especially adorable. Ling Zhe wanted to accompany his sister and run over, but he thought of something and immediately shouted, Sis, come back quickly. Don't go over. What are you doing? Quickly come over and take a look. This fluffy little tiger is so cute. Ling Yu had already squatted down and hugged a little tiger as she laughed happily. Sis, quickly put it down. Quickly put it down. A tigress will come back. We are in danger. Ling Zhe screamed as he ran towards Ling Yu, wanting to pull his sister away. Suddenly, a tiger's roar came from a direction. Roar. That you're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.